Memories can both wound and heal us. It is through memories that we become who we are. That a newly developed robot, designated 7723, destined to save humanity, fortuitously encounters a mischievous girl named Xiao Mai, who has a fervent passion for football. This pair of unlikely companions gradually evolves from adversaries to cherished friends. However, their delight is short-lived, as a malevolent figure, Boss Pang, whose aspirations include the annihilation of humanity, tracks down 7723. To protect Xiao Mai, 7723 must revert to its original combat state, erasing all traces of their shared experiences. Yet the tender hues and vibrant moments inscribed with Xiao Mai's name have indelibly marked its existence. Though the robot lacks life, if it were to possess one, it would declare, "My life is you." Chapter 1. The first encounter. The girl, who harbored a disdain for robots, incited a considerable uproar at the press conference. Amidst the chaos, she stealthily slipped into a mysterious laboratory, inadvertently awakening the dormant robot. 7723. The hovercar sped along the pristine thoroughfare in utter silence, with the trees and buildings swiftly receding on either side. The scene was as immaculate as a pristine packaging illustration, yet Xiao Mai, seated in the rear, felt no spark of interest. She merely gazed vacantly out the window, absent-mindedly stroking the fur of the small dog, Momo, nestled beside her. The dog's fur, tousled by Xiao Mai's fingers, was a disarray akin to her own wild purple locks. The trees nearby moved swiftly, while those far away seemed to linger, Xiao Mai mused. Though intrigued by this phenomenon, she glanced at her mother, Jasmine, engrossed in a holographic video in the front seat, and chose silence, redirecting her gaze to a distant tree. Perched upon its branches were two small birds, clearly visible despite the distance, nestled closely together, one preening the feathers of the other. Xiao Mai instinctively extended a finger, attempting to touch the shadow of the two birds reflected on the car window. Yet as the vehicle surged forward, the shadow slipped away, ultimately vanishing beyond the window's edge. A profound sadness welled within Xiao Mai, prompting her to tug at her already disheveled hair in frustration. "Oh, Xiao Mai, why is your hair so messy?" Jasmine, finally noticing her daughter's untamed mane through the rearview mirror, inquired. "I think my hair looks just fine," Xiao Mai replied, albeit with a hint of gloom. "What's good about it being so messy?" Jasmine retorted, rummaging through her bag. "Today is the Qbao 6 press conference. It's bound to be crowded. A young girl like you, with such unruly hair, will surely become the subject of ridicule. I bet you didn't even brush your teeth this morning. Where did I put it?" A joke is just a joke. Before Xiao Mai could finish her grumbling, Jasmine had already retrieved a comb from her bag. "Time to comb your hair." Her mother's voice sounded somewhat stern. Before Xiao Mai could decline, the comb had already soared through the air, embedding itself in her thick locks. Startled, she exclaimed, "Is this comb also a robot? In this day and age, how could one survive without robots?" Jasmine offered no further comment. She understood that her rebellious daughter would not comply willingly, so she had specifically purchased this smart comb capable of executing voice commands. From that point forward, she need not worry the self-driving car would be handled by the robotic butler, while the smart comb attended to her daughter's hair, allowing Jasmine to switch to a different channel and indulge in her videos. With the speed of a hover car, the hundreds of kilometers felt like a mere instant. Before she had even finished watching a video, the driving butler robot gently announced, "We have arrived at the Me City Grand Mall, madam." "Already?" Jasmine switched off the holographic video. Outside the window stood a grand and opulent building, the flagship store of IQ. The entrance, excessively wide, was teeming with a throng of people. "We have arrived, madam. The press conference is about to commence. Please do not miss the timing." The Qbao robot not only liberates you from the burdens of household chores, but also serves as your intimate companion. The Qbao series of household robots is the flagship digital product of IQ Corporation and has garnered immense popularity in this era. From the first-generation Qbao to the current Qbao 5, each launch has sparked widespread discussion. The phrase regarding becoming a heartfelt companion has been carried over since the first generation, and it is likely that the soon-to-be-released Qbao 6 will follow suit. Despite being a product on the verge of being replaced, the Qbao 5 that chauffeured them showed no signs of abandonment and dutifully continued to promote its company. Jasmine remarked casually, "Indeed, the Qbao 6 is far superior to the 5. It should have been phased out long ago." Upon uttering these words, Jasmine felt a twinge of discomfort. Although she understood that Qbao was merely a butler robot, she had genuinely come to regard it as a cherished companion. Now, with the Qbao 5 poised for replacement close by, her comment felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, the Qbao 5 displayed no signs of unease, affirming, "You are correct, madam." The Qbao 6 from IQ Smart Manufacturing boasts a more powerful central processing unit, a larger and clearer display, and can better serve as your true family member. After all, it is just a machine. No matter how well the Qbao 5 performs, it operates solely according to its programming and will never truly become a family member. I hope the newly launched Qbao 6 can emulate a human being more closely in terms of artificial intelligence. Jasmine pondered, glancing back at Xiao Mai as she emerged from the vehicle, her backpack slung over her shoulder. She swiftly yanked off the bow adorning her head, ruffling the meticulously styled hair that the intelligent comb had just arranged. In contrast, Momo's previously tousled fur, which had been in disarray, was now impeccably groomed, likely because the intelligent comb had mistaken Momo's coat for the hair it was. Instructed to tidy, children from single-parent families often prove difficult to manage. Jasmine sighed inwardly. "Miss, please refrain from bringing pets into the venue." A security robot suddenly materialized, blocking her path. Jasmine paused, momentarily stunned, before realizing that the term Miss referred to her. Her spirits lifted considerably as she replied, all right, all right." Turning to Momo, she commanded, "Momo, back to the car." The excited Momo, who had been joyfully spinning on the ground, hung its head and retreated into the vehicle upon hearing its owner's directive. Only then did the security robot step aside, prompting Jasmine to urge Xiao Mai, "Let's hurry inside." At that moment, the central escalator of the flagship store was bustling with people. Observing the throng, Xiao Mai gasped, "Mom, there are so many people." Jasmine, however, remained unfazed. "What's the big deal? There are only a few thousand people." "Only a few thousand? With a line this long, I wouldn't come here even if you paid me," Xiao Mai muttered under her breath. In truth, even if she voiced her thoughts aloud, her mother would likely not hear her. Jasmine's attention was entirely captured by the colossal advertisement hovering above the temporary stage of the launch event. The words 6th generation Qbao launch event were so large that even those with poor eyesight could read them from a distance, while the Qbao 6 advertisement played repeatedly. Below .as the escalator ascended slowly. Everyone carried their outdated Qbao models, except for Xiao Mai. Although she understood her mother's point about the necessity of robots in their era, she felt no interest in them, even harboring a strong aversion. Despite the Qbao 5 organizing their lives with remarkable efficiency and her mother speaking to it as if it were family, Xiao Mai could not regard this cold machine as kin, nor could she view it as a pet akin to Momo. The escalator passed through a shaded area, revealing a vast indoor sports arena. To her astonishment, the IQ flagship store had an indoor court. In this day and age, such an extravagant feature was indeed a rarity, and Xiao Mai exclaimed with excitement, Mom, there's a court here." Jasmine, absorbed in the advertisement, replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, there's a court." As the court receded into the distance with a rising escalator, Xiao Mai could no longer contain herself and tentatively announced, "Mom, I'm going to play." "Go ahead," Jasmine responded, hardly comprehending her daughter's words. In her mind, the most significant event was the impending launch event, and Xiao Mai's activities were of little consequence. To her, nothing could possibly rival the excitement of the Qbao 6 launch. For her daughter, playing simply meant attending the event. Xiao Mai, feeling as though a great burden had been lifted, turned and dashed down the stairs. Running down an ascending escalator is, in truth, an act devoid of civic virtue. Yet, in this moment, Xiao Mai was beyond caring, desperately pushing her way down through the throng. Typically, even walking backward on an escalator, while not advisable, would not pose a significant issue. However, the escalator was now teeming with people, and Xiao Mai's attempt to force her way down transformed the previously orderly escalator into a chaotic scene. "Excuse me, please make way, I'm sorry." Despite her courteous expressions, no one would genuinely reprimand a mere 12-year-old girl. Yet carving a path through such a crowd proved to be a formidable challenge. After squeezing down for a while, Xiao Mai found herself still in the same position on the ascending escalator, only now with some distance between herself and Jasmine. At this juncture, the situation became exceedingly awkward. Moving upward would carry her into the flow of people heading to the venue, while going downward seemed an insurmountable task. Xiao Mai halted, contemplating whether to risk climbing over the handrail, but a glance at the escalator's exterior filled her with trepidation. Just as she hesitated, an object swooped down and hovered above her head. "Madam, please remain still. You are currently on an ascending escalator. I recommend you take the ascending escalator to go upward, or the descending escalator to go downward." It was a customer service drone. This fully automated drone, having detected the minor commotion on the escalator, quickly identified the source of the disturbance as the disheveled young girl and promptly issued a warning. Upon seeing the drone hovering in the air, Xiao Mai had a sudden inspiration and inquired, "What is your weight limit?" 30 kilograms. The question was not unexpected. The drone was designed to assist customers with the short-distance transport of purchased goods, thus its response was swift. However, as soon as the answer was delivered, Xiao Mai leaped up, seizing the drone and mounting it. Such a sudden movement posed a considerable challenge for the drone, which immediately emitted an alarm. Warning, overload. Warning, overload. Xiao Mai felt a surge of irritation and shouted at the drone, "Be quiet. I only weigh 59 Gene. That's in city Gene. Am not overweight." Though merely a 12-year-old girl, often presenting a tomboyish appearance, being accused of exceeding the weight limit did not sit well with Xiao Mai. Nonetheless, the drone soon ceased its warning, likely because her initial leap had triggered the overload alert. Now that she was settled, her weight was within acceptable limits. Head towards that stadium. Directive unclear. Please reissue instruction. Xiao Mai, now quite vexed, retorted, "Over there. Can't you see that enormous stadium? Robots are so stupid." After pointing decisively in the direction, the drone ceased its chatter and made a turn, flying toward the specified location. However, as Xiao Mai's weight approached the threshold, the flight was somewhat unsteady, yet they were drawing ever closer to the stadium. Suddenly, Xiao Mai was transported back to her first visit to the stadium. At that time, she had just learned to walk, and her parents were not embroiled in arguments. Watching her father running on the field, she felt an exhilarating rush for the very first time in her life, and she attempted to stagger across the verdant expanse, only to tumble and scrape her leg to eye. In that moment, her father had scooped up the sobbing Xiao Mai and said to her, "Warning. Warning." The drone's voice interrupted Xiao Mai's thoughts, causing a flicker of annoyance as she retorted, "I told you I don't weigh 60 pounds, however." This warning was not due to excess. Weight, rather. The drone had collided with a barrier. Almost simultaneously, a bold line of text appeared before Xiao Mai, accompanied by the impassioned voice of a male host declaring, "Laser Summer. IQ Manufacturing presents a grand summer event. The Delwan Club takes on the Barbarian Alliance team in the Me-Do Cup Finals, which is imminent. Above the arena, a layer of magnetic shielding enveloped the space. Lost in her own musings, Xiao Mai failed to notice this barrier. Upon crashing into the shield, the drone immediately lost its balance and plummeted straight down, landing on a platform within the escalator area, place inaccessible to regular patrons, reserved solely for staff maintenance and inspections. As it fell, Xiao Mai couldn't regain her footing and instinctively grasped the drone, rolling down the platform until she tumbled to the bottom of the stairs. With a resounding thud, after such a tumultuous fall, the otherwise reliable service drone finally succumbed, emitting wisps of smoke. Xiao Mai lifted her gaze, surveying her surroundings, momentarily disoriented, unaware of where she had landed. Accustomed to running, jumping, and fighting, she brushed off the minor fall, only to perceive an unsettling stillness in the air. Before she could collect her thoughts, a robot silently approached her side. Kindly note that all children must be accompanied by an adult at all times. "Young one, please follow me," the security robot intoned in a gentle yet unmistakably authoritative tone. Instantly, Xiao Mai heightened her vigilance and inquired, "What?" "Please follow me, young one," it reiterated. The tone evoked memories of her school's disciplinary head, who always spoke to her in such a manner whenever she caused trouble. Shaking her head, she replied, "I won't go." Warning escalated. "Please follow me, young one." The security robot's arm transformed into a stun gun. While this device was purely deterrent and would not inflict real harm, a jolt from it would certainly be unpleasant. Xiao Mai grew increasingly alarmed, scanning her surroundings. A maintenance robot approached, busily gathering the shattered pieces of the fallen service drone. Just as it lifted the drone, it inadvertently triggered a switch, sending the drone soaring once more, crashing against the glass display cabinet with a loud bang. This commotion immediately captured the attention of the security robot, which swiftly turned around, at a perfect opportunity. Xiao Mai darted to the side in a flash. She was far more agile than the security robot, which, upon realizing the disturbance behind it, spun back around. However, this abrupt movement disrupted its balance, leaving it merely spinning in place, repeatedly issuing, "Warning escalated." Warning escalated. Xiao Mai was determined not to be apprehended in the mall and subsequently sent back to school. Just as she pondered her escape route, a sudden opening appeared in the wall, and another robot emerged. This is a transport robot, which must have been summoned by the maintenance. Robot, upon discovering that the drone was severely damaged and could not be repaired immediately, in order to convey it to the repair room. Upon noticing the opening in the wall, Xiao Mai did not hesitate to slip inside. The maintenance passage was not meant for regular use. As soon as Xiao Mai entered, the opening sealed shut, effectively isolating the voice of the security robot outside. Xiao Mai let out a sigh of relief, yet her unease lingered. She crawled a few steps along the conveyor belt, contemplating how to return to the main hall. As she surveyed her surroundings, a sudden hole appeared beneath her on the conveyor belt. Xiao Mai paid it no heed and promptly fell into the abyss. That it was a long pipe, presumably designed for transporting goods, certainly not intended for human use. If a larger individual were to enter, they might become stuck. However, for a 12-year-old girl like Xiao Mai, even with a backpack, the space was sufficiently wide for her to tumble down. Fortunately, the interior of the pipe was smooth, sparing her from injury. Oh no! Could she meet her demise? Despite her usual fearless demeanor, fear gripped her in that moment. Thankfully, the pipe was not entirely straight, and soon enough, she found herself tumbling heavily onto the ground. Dazed and in pain, Xiao Mai struggled to rise, checking herself over. Just as she began to relax, a ghastly face loomed before her. Startled, she momentarily forgot her pain and turned to flee, only to notice from a different angle that the grotesque visage lacked depth. It was merely a flat image adorned with the words, "Heroes save the world." It turned out to be an old, tattered poster of a monster movie from an unknown year, still lingering in this place. Opposite the monster stood a fully armed robot. Seeing such a robot, Xiao Mai couldn't help but curl her lip. Her mother often remarked that in this age, life without robots would be unimaginable, and perhaps she was right, for even this poster featured one. Yet, Xiao Mai had never been fond of robots. Straightening herself, she moved her limbs, realizing she was relatively unscathed. Typically, she was a lively girl, and such a fall was merely a mundane occurrence for her, nothing to fret about. Steadying her nerves, she surveyed her surroundings to discern where she had landed. To her surprise, the room was in disarray, cluttered with various items, predominantly figurines, posters, and a plethora of toy robots. The occupant of this room must be a boy, Xiao Mai mused. As most of her male classmates favored such things, it was best to leave this place quickly, lest she be mistaken for a thief. As she approached the door to open it, a voice suddenly emanated from next door. "It's almost 2 o'clock, Dr. Me. Hurry and let him out to save the world." This statement instantly recalled the words from the poster behind her. Could it be that they were filming a movie? Observing the toys and posters in the room, Xiao Mai felt her suspicions were indeed correct. IQ Zhao is contemplating the creation of a film. Although she harbors a disdain for robots, she finds herself intrigued by the cinematic endeavor. With great caution, she peeks out to observe. Adjacent to her is a significantly larger room, where a disheveled old man is laboriously climbing up and down, wielding a screwdriver in his hands, facing a machine tool upon which a robot is suspended. This robot bears a resemblance to the Cubao that Xiao Mai possesses, albeit in a larger size, and appears to be in the process of assembly, surrounded by a plethora of scattered components. The elderly gentleman is chewing something, mumbling indistinctly. It's not quite there, yet we're still missing the final step. Xiao Mai muses that it certainly cannot be a film, for if it were, this lead character, Dr. Me, is far too aged and unappealing to attract any viewers. Dr. Me, it is 2 o'clock, and you have 20 seconds left. If you do not leave now, you will be late. Urging him is a drone hovering in midair. This drone's artificial intelligence is evidently far superior to that of the customer service drone that had brought Xiao Mai here. It likely possesses emotional circuitry, as she discerns the impatience lacing its words. Dr. Me, perhaps equally vexed by the urgency, adjusts a screw while stating, "There is no need to rush. We must not repeat old Pang's mistake. 7723 must learn for itself what is right and what is wrong. It is exactly 2 o'clock, Dr. Me." He jumps down from the machine tool, gazing at the robot before him, murmuring, 7723, "I am counting on you. Do not disappoint me." Dr. Me, you instructed me to remind you at 2 o'clock. It is now 20 seconds past. The drone's voice grows increasingly impatient. Dr. Me, not daring to be too obstinate, concedes, all right, I will leave now." His snack must have been finished, as his enunciation has become markedly clearer. As he pushes open the door, he simultaneously stuffs something into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, 7723 is the first truly learning robot. This is quite remarkable. Fu Gui, you truly do not understand me. The drone, named Fu Gui, follows Dr. Me like a loyal pup, All right. Dr. Me is truly wonderful. IT is now 1 minute past 2. You must hurry. Enough already. Do not rush me. There is still time. You were crafted by my own hands. Why must you be so bothersome? The main door slams shut with a resounding bang. Once the incessant chatter of Fu Gue fades into silence, Xiao Mai steps outside. This external chamber appears to be a laboratory, while the interior is Dr. Ms. Lounge, which he has left in disarray, contrasting sharply with the pristine condition of a laboratory. She approaches the machine tool, scrutinizing the robot that hangs suspended. Is it truly as remarkable as Dr. Me claims? Despite her aversion to robots, her curiosity cannot be quelled. The robot, designated 7723, bears little distinction from the ordinary Q-Bow series. At first glance, it is merely unassembled, its scattered mechanical parts adorned with numerous wires extending to a terminal machine on the opposite end, with one arm suspended beside the main body, its index finger pointing forward. This scene evoked in Xiao Mai a vivid recollection of an ancient painting she had once encountered in a museum exhibition. The mere thought of that artwork compelled her to mimic the gesture depicted within it, extending her finger toward the outstretched digit of the robot. In the painting titled The Creation, it was in this manner that God fashioned humanity. As Xiao Mai's fingertip made contact with the fingertip of 7723, she dramatically proclaimed, "Awaken." With a resounding crack, 7723 remained unresponsive, while the robotic arm clattered to the ground. An alarm blared, and a multitude of mechanical arms emerged from the workstation, methodically affixing components of the exosuit on a 7723's form. Command received, initiating automatic assembly protocol, echoed the monotonous voice from the terminal, devoid of any emotional circuitry. Upon witnessing this scenario, panic surged within Xiao Mai as she cried out, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." Yet her protests were futile. The mechanical arms continued their relentless task, now nearing the final piece. The last component was the chest plate of 7723, a sizable section being pushed towards her with unwavering force. Should this plate be installed, the consequences were unimaginable. In a fit of desperation, Xiao Mai leaped forward, grasping the chest plate in an effort to halt the final installation. Alas, her strength paled in comparison to that of the mechanical arms, and despite exerting every ounce of her energy, she found herself helplessly drawn along with the chest plate towards 7723's torso. Chapter 2. The Theft. The laboratory had been compromised from within. Its clandestine experiments vanished. Who, indeed, was the suspicious figure captured on the surveillance footage? With a decisive click, the chest plate was seamlessly integrated into 7723's chest, leaving no trace of imperfection. Strangely, Xiao Mai's handprint was inexplicably etched upon the surface of the plate, rendering her attempts at denial utterly futile. In a state of distress, she prepared to wipe away her fingerprints with the sleeve of her shirt, only to find the marks fading away, as if absorbed into the very core of the robot. Now fully assembled, 7723 remained motionless on the workstation. Xiao Mai could almost hear the frantic beating of her own heart, realizing the gravity of the predicament she had unwittingly created. This could spell disaster. If word of this incident reached her school, she would undoubtedly face severe consequences. With a furrowed brow, she gazed at the robotic figure before her. Will this robot explode? She pondered aloud, inadvertently voicing her concern. Will it explode? Command received, preparing to detonate. Suddenly, 7723's eyes sprang open, emitting a series of beeping sounds. Xiao Mai, gripped by terror, screamed, "Don't explode. You mustn't explode." Detonation command canceled. The beeping ceased abruptly, allowing Xiao Mai to exhale in relief. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, it appeared that this foolish robot was, at least, obedient, a stroke of luck amid her misfortunes. The thought of an actual explosion sent shivers down her spine, and she dared not imagine the chaos that would have ensued. Greetings. What is your name? 7723 retrieved the backpack from ground. The clasp had come undone during the earlier commotion, causing a football to roll out. However, with surprising agility, 7723 snatched it before it could touch the ground. Witnessing the football gripped tightly in 7723's iron-like grasp, Xiao Mai felt an unsettling apprehension that it might be crushed, and she retorted, "You fool. Get back to me." She leaped up and seized the ball from 7723's hands. Yet, the strength of 7723 surpassed her expectations, rendering her efforts futile as she found herself dangling from its arm. 7723 maintained its serious demeanor and inquired, "You call me a fool? What is this?" Xiao Mai tugged forcefully a couple of times, still unable to retrieve the ball, and shouted in frustration, "Let go! You are the fool!" Her attempts to reclaim the football were in vain, and the robot's inability to comprehend her words only fueled her irritation, prompting her to kick 7,723 with all her might. However, her effort was akin to brushing off dust to 7,723, which felt no difference and continued to hold the football while earnestly asking, "Am I the fool? What should I do now? I told you to let go." How annoying. To Xiao Mai's surprise, 7,723 reacted promptly and released its grip as soon as she demanded it. Xiao Mai, still clinging to its arm, fell heavily to the ground, causing the football to bounce free. "What a foolish robot," she muttered, reaching for her beloved ball, fearful that it might be damaged by this clumsy machine. After inspecting it and finding no visible harm, she let out a sigh of relief. Just as she prepared to scold 7,723 further, she noticed it had unplugged a wire from its body and stepped down from the machine. Startled, she exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Self-learning mode initiated. Please issue initialization commands." "I will do what you do," it replied. Xiao Mai scoffed, "Sounds nice, but do you think being a mere shadow will endear you to me? Let me tell you, I am not as easily deceived as others. You must promise to obey me unconditionally, sharing in my fortunes and bearing my burdens." Even Xiao Mai found it hard to believe her own words. Yet, the robot remained silent, its eyes flickering intermittently. Uncertain of its sudden stillness, Xiao Mai mumbled, "What a foolish robot." During the earlier scuffle, her backpack had been kicked beneath the machine. Xiao Mai was eager to retrieve it and leave this clumsy robot behind. Just as she bent down, two mechanical hands suddenly emerged and hoisted her out the door. It was the security robot. Xiao Mai had almost forgotten about it, yet it had diligently followed her, steadfast in its duty. Upon seizing Xiao Mai, the security robot promptly escorted her forward along the corridor, stating, "Su Xiao Mai, this is the most restricted area, and no customers are permitted to enter." Xiao Mai exclaimed, "My backpack! My backpack is still inside. Let go of me." Yet despite her fervent struggles, the security robot remained unyielding, adhering strictly to its programmed duties as it escorted her away. Before departing, it casually secured the door behind them, leaving Xiao Mai with only a fleeting glimpse of the half-open door, where 7723 sat motionless, seemingly lost in contemplation, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding her. The efficiency of the security robot was commendable, yet its artificial intelligence was limited, executing commands with monotonous precision, indifferent to Xiao Mai's incessant cries of "Let go, you blockhead." The press conference was on the verge of commencing, and the venue was already teeming with attendees. However, the security robot swiftly guided Xiao Mai to Jasmine's side, who was preoccupied with the proceedings on stage. The robot informed her to keep Xiao Mai in check and prevent her from entering restricted areas. Jasmine, without even turning her head, merely responded with a nonchalant hum. It was only when Xiao Mai called out to her that she turned, catching sight of her daughter's distressed expression as she was firmly held by the security robot. With a quiet sigh, Jasmine remarked, "Xiao Mai, what trouble have you stirred up this time?" Xiao Mai was brimming with grievances and was about to articulate them, but Jasmine, knowing her daughter would launch into an elaborate discourse, hastily interjected, "Let's discuss it later, Xiao Mai. Allow me to finish watching the press conference." Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous cheer erupted from the audience as Peng Jiating, the CEO of IQ Zhizhao, took the stage. Rather than merely an entrepreneur, Peng Jiating resembled a movie star, tall, handsome, with a well-groomed beard adorning his square As the dazzling lights illuminated his entrance to the center of the stage, the crowd erupted in fervor. Charismatic and youthful, coupled with a wealthy stature, he epitomized the quintessential dream man for many women, a similarly young single woman. Jasmine found herself utterly captivated by Peng Jiating. Upon his arrival, she joined the chorus of 16 and 17-year-old girls, screaming "Idol! Idol!" With a beaming smile, Peng Jiating greeted the audience. "Hello, friend from Idu. I'm here. How is everyone? Hey, I see you. I love you too. Thank you for your warm reception." Behind him loomed a formidable figure, a square-shaped robotic bodyguard named John Wang, who was inseparable from Peng Jiating. Some say if Peng Jiating were not in business, he would undoubtedly excel as a top-notch TV host. His enthusiastic opening remarks acted like a pinch of salt thrown into hot oil, igniting the already fervent atmosphere further. Regardless of his words, The audience responded with near-manic applause. As the press conference shifted its focus to the showcase of the Xiao 6, the sight of the shimmering new model on stage sent the atmosphere soaring, as if it threatened to lift. The roof off the venue. In the midst of the throng, Xiao Mai felt utterly uncomfortable, jostled by the jubilant crowd. She harbored a disdain for robots, and the words of Peng Jiayin failed to resonate with her in any meaningful way. The deafening cheers reverberating through the venue were a torment to her senses. Losing her backpack had already dampened her spirits, yet for reasons she could not fathom, her thoughts incessantly drifted back to the clumsy robot, 7723. This robot, slightly larger than Xiao 6 and lacking its aesthetic appeal, somehow exuded a peculiar essence that set it apart from others in her mind. What was this elusive quality? Xiao Mai could not articulate it as she stood, somewhat dazed, amidst the crowd. On stage, Peng Jiayin, gripping the microphone, spoke with profound emotion. Xiao 6, my ultimate masterpiece, the culmination of my life's work, shall be an unparalleled product. It symbolizes the pinnacle of technological triumph. But do you know to whom the true victory belongs? A hush fell over the audience, and Peng Jiayin, with a voice brimming with fervor, proclaimed, "It belongs to all of you. The true victory belongs to each and every one of you." No sooner had he uttered these words than the gathering erupted into a crescendo of excitement. Molly, moved by the moment, turned to Xiao Mai and exclaimed, "Listen to how humble Mr. Peng is." Fortunately, Molly quickly turned back, or she would have witnessed Xiao Mai rolling her eyes. As Peng Jiayan's speech neared its conclusion, his voice grew increasingly compelling. "Dear friends, we have entered an unprecedented Iran age of globalization, information, and conveniency, an era shaped by the Qiaos of IQ manufacturing that I hope Qiao becomes an integral part of your lives, for it will make the world a better place. Thank you all. To express my gratitude for your support, every guest present today will receive." At this moment, Peng Jiayin paused, allowing the audience to quiet down before he elongated his voice and declared, "Xiao 6. With a graceful gesture, he tossed the microphone aside and exited the stage alongside John Wang. The audience was left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the announcement. Each person would receive a Xiao 6? It felt like an absurd jest at that instant. The recently showcased Xiao 6 stepped forward and reiterated, "Esteemed guests, Mr. Peng, in appreciation of your support, we'll gift each of you a Xiao 6. Although the voice of Xiao 6 lacked the charisma of Peng Jiayin, it nonetheless ignited a wave of cheers among the crowd. Molly, astonished, grasped Xiao Mai's arm. "Quick, pinch me. Surely, I am not dreaming." Xiao Mai pinched her mother's cheek with fervor. Meanwhile, outside, the jubilant cheers echoed, but Peng Jiayin in the corridor of the IQ building wore a long face. The once beloved and expressive visage of Peng Jiayin seemed to have lost its vitality in an instant, sagging as he walked with a step bereft of its former vigor. Should anyone witness him at that moment, they would surely be taken aback. How could the usually vibrant and affable Peng Jiayin appear as if he had transformed into an entirely different person? Behind him loomed the formidable figure of John Wang, resembling a colossal piston, preventing anyone from approaching Peng Jiayin. Ahead lay the monitoring room of the new production line from IQ Intelligence. As Peng Jiayin pushed the door open and entered, an elderly gentleman with graying hair was busy at the desk, perspiration beading on his forehead. Peng Jiayin cleared his throat, his tone gentle. "Dr. Midali." Though his voice was not loud, Dr. Mi leapt as if bitten by a serpent. Upon seeing Peng Jiayin and John Wang at the doorway, Dr. Mi chuckled nervously. "Old Peng, you startled me. Has the press conference concluded?" "It has," Peng Jiayin replied, clasping his hands behind his back as he approached. "Listen, they're still cheering. It will take at least another half hour before they quiet down." Dr. Mi stated, "Since the press conference is over, I shall take my leave." As Dr. Mi reached the threshold, Jean Wang's boxy form showed no inclination to move. With no choice but to remain stationary, Dr. Mi stood still. Peng Jiayin circled around Dr. Mi, observing him intently, and remarked quietly, "Dr. Mi, it appears you did not attend the press conference." Beads of sweat trickled down Dr. Mi's forehead as he awkwardly responded, "Didn't attend? Oh, I see, today is the press conference. My sincerest apologies. I was summoned to rectify some software issues, and once I began, I lost track of time." Peng Jiayin nodded. Indeed, if there are flaws, it could lead to significant problems. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Mi?" Peng Jiayan's voice now lacked the fullness it had possessed during the press conference, taking on a somewhat sarcastic edge. Dr. Mi's perspiration increased as he stammered, Yes, old Peng, So now that we're launching the Q-Bao 6, might the timing be less than optimal? In that fleeting moment, Dr. Mi discerned an unusual glimmer in Pang Jiaxian's eyes. Pang Jiaxian approached the window of the monitoring room, gazing thoughtfully at the production line below. Inside the workshop, the assembly lines were operating at full throttle as parts were being assembled, culminating in a dense array of completed Q-Bao 6 products at the end of the line. Dr. Mi glanced at the immovable Zhan Wang blocking the doorway, offering a nervous wave as he said, "Zhan Wang, how have you been lately?" Zhan Wang remained unresponsive. Observing the situation, Dr. Mi cautiously stepped behind Pang Jiaxian. "Dr. Mi, I can comprehend your sentiments. After all, the Q-Bao 6 is your brainchild." Pang Jiaxian's voice suddenly resonated again. Dr. Mi hurriedly added, "Well, the majority of the updates for the Q-Bao 6 were executed by you, so by blood, it is equally your creation." Before Dr. Mi could continue, Pang Jiaxian interjected, "Dr. Mi, I understand you are a perfectionist. I wholeheartedly support you. Truly. However, you must adopt a broader perspective. This is a revolutionary product that will not be surpassed. Trust me." Dr. Mi felt a twinge of uncertainty, wishing to speak further, yet he found himself stifled by Pang Jiaxian's authoritative tone. Pang Jiaxian's tone softened, yet there remained a hint of sarcasm in his voice, even mixed with a sibilant sound akin to a serpent hissing, which sent a shiver down one's spine. Dr. Mi, like a fish gasping for air, silently parted his lips and swallowed hard. "What I mean is Q-Bao 6 is utterly flawless, without any issues." Suddenly, Pang Jiaxian turned to face Dr. Mi, fixing him with an intense gaze. "Is that so?" Confronted with the predatory gaze akin to that of a beast eyeing its prey, Dr. Mi promptly lost his nerve, nodding in affirmation. "Of course, it's perfect." "Haha, Dr. Mi, we seem to be of one mind, don't we?" In an instant, his demeanor transformed, and Pang Jiaxian resumed his genial expression, his voice once again rich and emotive. However, the apprehension in Dr. Mi's heart deepened. Rendering him speechless, he could only nod vigorously. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively ventured, "Old Pang, may I get to work now?" Go ahead. Pang Jiaxian moved to the window, waving his hand, and only then did the War King, like an old-fashioned train carriage, shift aside to reveal the door. Dr. Mi felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and hastened his exit, though his legs trembled from anxiety. Once outside, the door to the monitoring room slammed shut with a resounding bang. Instinctively, Dr. Mi glanced back, and even the sight of the closed door sent a pang of dread through him. He struggled to move his trembling legs, hastening away as if fleeing. At that moment, his drone assistant, Fuguai, zoomed into view. Fuguai had evidently been searching for Dr. Mi for quite some time, and upon spotting his flustered figure, it quickly approached, exclaiming, "Dr. Mi, are you busy?" Startled by the unexpected call, Dr. Mi regained his composure only upon recognizing Fuguai, replying, "Not at the moment." "Fuguai, what is it? Didn't I instruct you to monitor the laboratory?" "I've already checked the laboratory." "Dr. Mi, would you like to take a look?" "Look at what?" Although Fuguai's artificial intelligence had been personally assembled by Dr. Mi, he was aware that such technology still required refinement. Overly complex matters remained elusive for robots. While Fuguai was indeed an exceptional AI, there were times it struggled to comprehend human language, and its utterances often left much to be desired. At present, its suggestion to take a look at the laboratory perplexed Dr. Mi. This perhaps underscored the futility of directly instilling emotional circuitry only through a learning capability, akin to 7723, could AI be perfected via practical experience. "Your laboratory has sustained 11 damage." Fuguai's emotional circuitry, rather inopportunely activated as it paused dramatically before continuing, "Your secret robot has just escaped from your clandestine laboratory." Dr. Mi froze momentarily, then, with an agility that belied his stature, seized Fuguai, covering its speaker, and anxiously glanced around. Fortunately, there was no one else nearby, nor any other robots passing by. He whispered, "Fuguai, lower your voice." "What did you just say?" "Your secret robot has smashed the door and escaped from your clandestine laboratory." Upon hearing this news, Dr. Mi felt his legs growing increasingly weak. Suddenly, he took off, running. Fuguai, initially bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, spun around twice before he could pursue him. The secret laboratory was located on the ground floor of the IQ building, originally a temporary repair workshop that Dr. Mi had modified. The 11 damage that Fuguai referred to primarily concerned the door, which had been completely obliterated from the inside. This is the end. Though he had arrived here at a speed rivaling that of Fuguai's flight, The sight before him rendered Dr. Me utterly incapacitated. He had intended to activate the self-learning mode of 7,723 later in the evening after completing his tasks. Who could have anticipated that 7,723 would initiate prematurely? After a brief moment of paralysis, he suddenly sprang back to his feet and called out, "Fugue!" Responding immediately, Fugue flew to his side and, adhering to Dr. Ms. prior instructions, lowered his voice, asking, "Dr. Me, what do you command? Quickly bring up the surveillance footage for me to examine." However, since the surveillance system of the secret laboratory was not connected to the server, the monitoring data was destroyed when 7,723 obliterated the door. After some recovery efforts, only a series of indistinct images could be discerned. It was evident that 7,723 had directly dismantled the door with its weapon after failing to open it. Beyond that, the visuals became even more indistinct. Yet, faintly, amidst the surveillance footage captured at the moment of 7,723's activation, Dr. Me glimpsed a figure with purple hair. Was this the person who had stolen 7,723? He found himself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom who this individual could be. The military has confirmed that the dangerous fugitive robot has been destroyed. To reiterate, the perilous escapee robot has been eliminated. Not only does Dr. Me find this perplexing, but 7723 is equally bewildered. When its self-learning mode is activated, there exists an initialization phase. Following this initialization, data can be written into its memory. However, upon the conclusion of the initialization, the individual who had issued the activation command has vanished without a trace. What has transpired? 7723 is in a state of utter confusion. It activated its scanning mode, conducting a thorough examination of the laboratory, yet it failed to locate Xiao Mai, discovering only a backpack on the floor. Is this the pathway to self-learning? 7723 knelt down, gingerly picking up the backpack. Having just descended from the machine, this action was still somewhat unrefined, requiring utmost caution from 7723. Gradually kneeling, as the data from this sequence of movements was stored, it became remarkably agile. The backpack bore the name Xiao Mai. How naive to think that simply being a shadow would endear me to you robots. Let me tell you, I am not so easily deceived as others. Unless you guarantee absolute obedience, sharing in my fortune, and bearing my burdens. 7723 retrieved the information from its memory. The one who issued this initialization command was indeed Xiao Mai, although the whereabouts of Xiao Mai remain unknown. 7723's self-learning function indicated that it was time to locate Xiao Mai and receive the next directive. The clues to find Xiao Mai should lie within this backpack. As it opened the backpack, it advanced toward the door. The door had been closed. It would have sufficed to simply open it. Yet 7,723 had not yet learned the action of opening doors. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to exit, it resorted to the most direct method to destroy the door. With a resounding boom, the door was obliterated. Outside, a continuous stream of the Bao 6 robots marched in succession. At the press conference, Pang Jiaoding announced that every attendee would receive the latest model of Bao 6, which is currently in the distribution phase. 7723 bore a striking resemblance to the Bao 6, albeit slightly larger, and blended among these robots, swiftly reaching the entrance. A distribution ceremony was in progress at the entrance, where each guest had already stored their information, allowing the Bao 6 to autonomously locate their owners. The distribution ceremony was highly efficient, with guests who had received the latest Bao 6 robots departing in succession. A young couple awaited their Bao 6 at the entrance, and the girl immediately spotted the distinctive 7723, exclaiming, "Wow, what is this?" Her boyfriend also noticed 7723, promptly accessing the information on the newly manufactured products, and exclaimed, "Is this a new model? It wasn't announced in the advertisements." Disregarding the comments of the onlookers, 7723 continued on its path, meticulously examining Xiao Mai's backpack. From the inner compartment of the backpack, it unearthed a photograph, a family portrait of Xiao Mai during her childhood. Although somewhat different from the present, the purple-haired girl in the photograph, giggling joyfully while holding a football, immediately confirmed to 7723 that she was Xiao Mai, the one who had issued the initialization command. To Xiao Mai's right, a young woman cradled her affectionately. On her left sat a man clad in a football jersey. These 2 individuals were undoubtedly her parents. Beside the man, a small dog stood by the edge of the sofa, encapsulating the warmth of a blissful family moment. In the upper left corner of the photograph, a chubby rainbow sticker was affixed. 7723 lifted its gaze and began scanning the square. Despite the throngs of people present, including both attendees of the press conference and onlookers drawn by curiosity, the bustling square was a sea of humanity. Yet, the rapid processing capabilities of its central processor promptly locked onto the purple-haired Xiao Mai, who appeared displeased as she prepared to board a hovercar. A small dog leaped out of the vehicle, wagging its tail in eager greeting. The young woman from the photograph had already taken her place in the passenger seat, while the newly released Bao 6 occupied the driver's seat. Although the male figure from the photo was not located, Xiao Mai, her mother, and the dog had all been identified, confirming the whereabouts of Xiao Mai. Just as 7723 was about to pursue, a shadow suddenly obstructed its path. It was a security robot. Although 7723 had blended in with the Bao 6 as it exited, the security robot's surveillance quickly detected that this peculiar robot had not entered its owner information. According to regulations, unregistered robots were prohibited from leaving the premises, prompting the security robot to approach immediately. Please stand still. The security robot's voice was devoid of emotion, flat and direct, compelling 7723 to halt immediately. Following a rapid scan, the security robot uploaded the data of this bag-carrying robot to the server. Receiving a response in mere milliseconds, defective product, immediate recovery required. There was no record of 7723 in the database. Its details bore numerous similarities to the latest Bao 6 but also exhibited significant differences. Despite being produced through an automated assembly line, a 100 pass rate could not be guaranteed, leading the server to this conclusion. While 7723 awaited further instructions, a pair of handcuffs suddenly clamped onto its left wrist. The handcuffs had shot forth from the security robot's left arm. This pair of handcuffs was, in itself, a robot. Once secured onto 7723, they locked automatically to ensure the target could not escape. 7723 was momentarily taken aback. Its self-learning mode had been activated, but had yet to receive Xiao Mai's subsequent command, leaving it eager to locate her. It lowered its gaze to inspect the handcuffs on its wrist. The security robot's left hand was now affixed to 7723, while its right hand transformed swiftly into a stun gun. The security robot was not authorized to carry conventional weapons. The stun gun posed no direct threat to humans and served only as a deterrent. However, for robots constructed from a cluster of chips, the stun gun proved to be lethal. The electric current has the potential to disrupt the central circuitry of robots. Even advanced robots equipped with self-diagnostic and self-repair capabilities can be rendered incapacitated in an instant by a stun gun. Given that defective products pose a certain level of danger, it is imperative to implement precautionary measures. The stun gun begins to charge. Although 7723 does not fully comprehend the situation, it senses that peril is imminent. Please cooperate and return to the inspection room, the security robot stated methodically, but before it could finish, a flash of white light sliced through the air, and its arms fell away from its body. The white light emanated from the titanium alloy blade concealed within 7723's arm. Though still struggling to grasp the full extent of the situation, 7723 understood that the security robot was about to engage in a perilous action, abandoning any legalistic notions. The most prudent response to this threat was to strike preemptively. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn and retracted in less than 10 milliseconds. A speed so rapid that the security robot's surveillance system could not capture it, confounded by the sudden severance of its metallic limbs. The robot was taken by surprise as 7723 darted past. 7723's feet were capable of transformation, enabling it to shift into roller form and achieve remarkable speed. As it zipped by the security robot, the latter trembled violently before splitting in two and collapsing to the ground. The vehicle belonging to the Xiao Mai family had already departed. 7723's sudden sprint was prompted by this realization. Although high-speed movement consumed a significant amount of energy, 7723 was undeterred and accelerated to full speed. At its current velocity, it would catch up with the Xiao Mai family's car within an hour. Once it returned her backpack, it could proceed to the next phase of its self-learning mode. This was the most rational choice presented by 7723's processor, which directed it onto the bustling highway, while 7723 wreaked havoc in the secret laboratory. The facility's location remained concealed from surveillance by Dr. Mi, leaving no one aware of the incident occurring on the building's lower level. However, once the security robot stationed outside was destroyed, the news was immediately relayed. Attention, Mi City Traffic Division. A defective robot has escaped from the company. Please apprehend it immediately. The message reached the robotic police unit almost simultaneously with 7723's dismantling of the security robot, as 7723 surged onto the highway in pursuit of Xiao Mai. A contingent of police robots followed closely behind. Yet, 7723's self-learning mode was still in its nascent stages. It was unaware of the police's purpose. engrossed instead in examining the contents of the backpack while skillfully evading the oncoming vehicles on the highway. Robot ahead, you are in severe violation. Please pull over immediately and do not resist futilely. Upon hearing the voice from behind, 7723 initially assumed it was not directed at itself. After all, the highway was populated by robots, all of whom were ahead of the police units. At that moment, it retrieved a piece of origami from the backpack, scrutinizing it intently. It was a unicorn origami, yet the original database of 7723 contained only images of horses, leaving it perplexed as to why this paper-folded horse bore a horn. As it pondered this mystery, a police car sped up to it, and a robotic officer emerged, commanding loudly, "Halt. Pull over immediately. You are in severe violation." 7723. Clutching the origami, found it hard to comprehend. It had been driving in strict accordance with the speed limits on the highway, evidently not in breach of any regulations. Why? Then, did the officer assert a grave transgression? Could it be the vehicle alongside it? Turning its head to investigate, intending to alert the driver if they were at fault. It barely managed that action when, with a loud bang, a bullet struck its hand. The security robot was equipped only with non-lethal stun guns, whereas the police robot wielded standard weaponry, particularly when a robot malfunctioned and failed to comply with commands. The police robot had the authority to fire in order to prevent any escalation, as the police robot perceived 7723's continued disregard. Its central processing unit naturally categorized 7723 as a robot experiencing a serious malfunction. Such robots, if not promptly addressed, could lead to extraordinarily severe consequences. Thus, it fired upon 7723. This bullet could penetrate the armor of ordinary robots. Yet 7723's exoskeleton was forged from ultra-high-strength titanium alloy, leaving no mark whatsoever. However, the origami was surely unable to withstand such force, prompting 7723 to stow it away in its backpack. Yet, before it could take further action, two fireballs erupted simultaneously from either side. In that fleeting moment of delay, the police squad had caught up, sandwiching 7723 in between. Facing 7723. Two police robots unleashed their electric cannons almost simultaneously. When the bullet struck 7723's hand, its highly sensitive sensors had already recorded the bullet's trajectory and velocity. Although the electric cannon's power surpassed that of the bullet, its operational trajectory and speed were virtually indistinguishable under the scrutiny of 7723's advanced sensors. The fireballs launched by the electric cannons appeared to move at a crawl. It maneuvered its body to evade the two fireballs, which crossed paths and inadvertently struck the robots that had fired them, sending both police robots hurtling off the highway. In that instant, as 7723 crouched down, it spread its arms wide and emitted a beam of white light from its hands. This was 7723's laser weapon. The police squad, encircling from both sides, merely needed to close in to block 7723's path. However, in that fleeting moment, 7723 devised a solution: to use its laser weapon to disable the police car's anti-gravity bases. Like an exquisitely sharp knife slicing through a suspended radish, the laser swept beneath the police vehicles. This was precisely where the car chassis connected to the anti-gravity base. With a sudden burst of speed, 7723 severed the police vehicles in half, rendering them unable to float and causing them to tumble to the ground. The police robots aboard rolling helplessly in disarray. Despite having toppled an entire fleet of police robots, 7723 remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding its actions. Its self-learning mode was designed to analyze and store experiences acquired through practice. However, the knowledge it had amassed was predominantly combat-related, leaving other areas virtually barren. What should it do? 7723 found itself at a loss. Its conclusion was to urgently locate Xiao Mai, the individual who had issued the initialization command, to facilitate the comprehensive implementation of its self-learning mode. Thus, in 7723's conceptual framework, the sole means of resolving issues was through combat. Initially, it harbored concerns that its energy would dwindle rapidly due to the intensity of the battles. Yet upon reviewing its internal data, it discovered that its energy had, in fact, increased since departing the building. This was attributed to its outer layer, which possessed an exceptionally efficient solar energy conversion capability. Upon uncovering the secret, 7723 felt a profound sense of reassurance. However, the police remained unaware of 7723's true condition. According to the analysis at the police station's terminal, the defected robot that had escaped from the building had escalated in threat level to 3. Robots of this danger level must be annihilated immediately. Consequently, When the police convoy was vanquished by 7723, a squadron of armed drones was deployed. At that moment, 7,723 sensors indicated that Xiao Mai's car was less than 1,000 meters away. If it surged forward at full speed, it could catch up in approximately 10 minutes. However, just as it prepared to accelerate again, a barrage of bullets suddenly struck its back. The armed drones had pursued it relentlessly. Equipped with machine guns, the drones unleashed a torrential downpour of bullets upon 7723, sparking showers of sparks upon impact. Yet, even the machine gun fire proved insufficient to breach the titanium alloy armor. Nevertheless, several bullets struck the backpack it carried, perforating it with holes. Though it was merely the bag's cover, to 7723, it represented an intolerable affront. It instinctively slowed its pace. Meanwhile, at the police station's terminal, high-ranking officials from the Urban Security Department and the police monitored the unfolding battle on the screen. The pursuit of malfunctioning robots was not a novel endeavor. However, the sheer combat prowess exhibited by this defective robot was utterly unexpected. The deployment of armed drones within the city was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Yet, what they witnessed on the monitor left them astounded, almost in disbelief. The robot, which resembled the company's latest product and was under pursuit, abruptly halted in its tracks when attacked by the drone squadron. It raised its arms, rapidly transforming them into two short cannons. These cannons discharged anti-aircraft munitions, and the sky was filled with armed drones that resembled targets in a carnival shooting game, each one obliterated in succession. This robot possessed both formidable long-range and short-range weaponry. Such a perilous entity had to be exterminated without delay. The officials exchanged glances, and in silence, reached a consensus. Deploy the Special Operations Robots. This became the police station's latest directive. The special police robots have now become an integral part of the regular forces. If the deployment of these robotic enforcers fails to resolve the situation, the only recourse left would be warfare. Such an outcome is one that the upper echelons of the police department dread, and as they issue this command, they find themselves silently pleading for the intervention of supernatural forces. Meanwhile, 7723 is racing into a tunnel approximately 2,000 meters in length. As it enters, a hovering vehicle belonging to Xiao Mai is just emerging from the tunnel. The levitating car glides smoothly, its sound insulation exceptionally effective. Jasmine, seated in the passenger seat, is engrossed in a comedic video, laughing heartily, while the newly acquired Baowu performs admirably, far surpassing its predecessor, Baowu, in driving experience. Xiao Mai slouches in the back seat, her hand irritably tugging at the fur on the back of the dog Mo, still seething over her lost backpack. The tumultuous events unfolding a mere 2,000 meters away remain entirely oblivious to them. The rapidly mobilized special police have established roadblocks at the tunnel's entrance, methodically dispersing vehicles, awaiting the emergence of 7,723. The Urban Security Department has issued a directive to concentrate efforts on apprehending the fugitive, authorizing immediate lethal action if deemed necessary. Consequently, the special police have readied missiles for deployment. Launching missiles within the city risks inciting widespread chaos, yet the Urban Security Department, having lost faith in conventional weaponry to capture the fugitive, is willing to take this gamble. By now, all vehicles within the tunnel have been evacuated, and traffic behind has been halted, leaving 7723 as the sole occupant of the tunnel. At that moment, the special police robots unleash a barrage of missiles into the tunnel. Over 100 missiles, trailing fiery tongues, hurtle towards the narrow tunnel's exit, reminiscent of a cataclysmic earthquake, with smoke billowing and explosions reverberating, shaking the very earth. However, despite the ground trembling, the occupants of the soundproof hovering vehicle remain blissfully unaware, as the thunderous detonations are muffled by the car windows. Mo, sensing the chaos with an animal's instinct, stands up in the back seat to peer out the rear window. The sight that greets him is enough to shock even this canine. Instantly, he leaps down, barking frantically at Xiao Mai, urging her to look. Yet, Xiao Mai remains languidly reclined. While Jasmine, without glancing back, says, "Xiao Mai, make Mo be quiet." Xiao Mai absent-mindedly scratches the back of Mo's head, unaware of the reason for his sudden frenzy. She simply knows that such affection is irresistible to him. Sure enough, after a couple of barks, Mo settles comfortably at Xiao Mai's feet, inviting her to scratch his head. Can that backpack still be retrieved? Xiao Mai feels a hollow ache in her heart. Everything else pales in comparison. The backpack contains her most cherished belongings. Yet the mere thought of the relentless security robot plunges her into despair once more. The vehicle accelerates, and the conflict at the tunnel's entrance intensifies. What began as a battle has devolved into a one-sided assault. Though 7723 is equipped with an arsenal of weaponry, it finds itself utterly outmatched against the sheer number of missiles. The battle has ceased, rendering combat experience utterly futile. One must now adapt to new paradigms. The central processing unit of 7,723 swiftly reached a singular conclusion: retreat. Two missiles surged through the smoke towards it. 7723 was acutely aware that its backpack differed fundamentally from itself. While its mech could withstand most weaponry, the backpack offered no protection whatsoever. It clutched the backpack tightly to its chest and executed a forward roll, poised to escape through a nearby exit. However, as it rolled, the strap of the backpack snapped, causing it to tumble from its grasp. If it could just reach the exit, safety would be assured. Yet, 7723 turned back and seized the backpack in a desperate motion. Just as it secured the bag, a missile detonated not far behind, resulting in a thunderous explosion that caused the ground beneath 7723 to collapse. The forceful blast had utterly devastated the pavement. Amidst a torrent of soil and shattered concrete, 7723 plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. At that very moment, the police terminal's monitoring system registered a sudden loss of the locking signal for 7723. The abrupt disappearance could only signify one thing: the target had been annihilated. Nonetheless, the officers remained skeptical, deploying drones to scour the chaotic highway multiple times. Only after confirming the absence of the fugitive signal did they finally acknowledge the operation's success. Some claim the city is a monstrous entity, adorned with a glamorous facade yet harboring a dark and damp underbelly. At that juncture, 7723 found itself amidst the detritus at the city's depths, mingling with refuse and sewage. Although the missile had not obliterated it, the pavement had been destroyed first. Its mech ultimately failed to mitigate all the assaults, resulting in several breaches and malfunctions within its sensory systems. Rising from the mire, 7723 pressed a hidden self-diagnostic switch at the nape of its neck. Upon activation, a holographic display materialized before it, showcasing an array of menus. As the self-diagnosis proceeded, a series of results emerged: operating system intact, energy system intact, weapon system intact, mech sustained 7 damage. Suddenly, a particular line turned crimson. Pulsating incessantly, memory system compromised by 80, with irreversible damage to system space, memory module limited to 72 hours. Error code 84416, please replace damaged memory. According to 7723's configuration, it possessed a memory storage capacity of 360 hours. Without proactive saving, these memories would continuously update. However, by actively saving, it could retain significant memories longer. Generally, it could preserve memories for a maximum of 360 hours, equivalent to 15 days. Yet now, with 80 damage to system space, that time frame had shrunk to a mere 72 hours, or 3 days. 7723 reached into the wound at its waist, transforming its fingers into a screwdriver, swiftly removing a charred chip. This was the damaged memory, undoubtedly affected by the blast of a missile. Gazing at the scorched chip, 7723 was suddenly engulfed by a wave of despondency. This is not the first instance of its emotional circuitry activating, yet it is the first time it has experienced frustration. However, once it discarded the chip into a nearby trash bin, that unpleasant sensation dissipated as swiftly as the dust upon its surface. The distinction between 72 hours of memory and 360 hours of memory was imperceptible to 7723. Yet, due to abnormal memory impairment, automatic updates were rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, this was hardly a significant issue. It merely required the implementation of a directive to clear its memory every 72 hours. Unlike humans, robots follow commands with unwavering precision. After cleansing itself, 7723 activated its palm-mounted 3D printing device to seal the wounds on its mechanical surface. Following this maintenance, 7723 appeared rejuvenated, indistinguishable from a new model. As it prepared to depart, its sensors suddenly detected a backpack lying on the ground. It was indeed Xiao Mai's backpack. 7723 had clutched it tightly during its fall. Although the backpack was jostled free upon impact, such vibrations posed no threat to its integrity. Embroidered on the backpack was the emblem of a school, reading Midu No. 2 Middle School, alongside the name Su Xiao Mai in bold letters. Xiao Mai encountered new friends on the court, yet new challenges were gradually encroaching upon her. Midu No. 2 Middle School is a prominent institution within Mida City, yet even prestigious schools are not devoid of students who struggle academically, at least. Xiao Mai's class was not characterized by academic excellence. Standing before the goal, Xiao Mai's thoughts lingered on the English lesson she had just endured. Presently, the lesson was not conducted by her but entrusted to her robot, which monotonously recited from the textbook, interspersed with a few poorly timed jokes. Even if Xiao Mai wished to apply herself diligently, attending such a class felt akin to torment. Moreover, her classmates were scarcely attentive, preoccupied with their own distractions. Robots are truly infuriating. As she gazed at the goal, an impulse surged within Xiao Mai, and she sprinted forward, delivering a powerful shot. The soccer ball arced beautifully through the air, heading straight for the net. Watching the ball soar, Xiao Mai felt as though she had kicked away her myriad worries. As the ball approached the goal, her breath grew increasingly labored. "Father, just watch." With a resounding thud, the ball struck the crossbar instead of entering the goal. While her aim may have faltered, the force behind her kick was considerable, sending the ball careening into the adjacent grass. "Oh no!" A sharp cry emanated from the bushes, followed by the sound of something tumbling to the ground. Had she caused another mishap? Xiao Mai was startled, rushing over in haste. As she parted the foliage, she discovered a bespectacled girl seated on the ground, the soccer ball nearby, surrounded by scattered books. It appeared that Xiao Mai's errant kick had struck the girl as she walked by. Taken aback by the scene, Xiao Mai hurried to assist in gathering the books, apologizing profusely. "I am so sorry. That was unintentional. Did I hurt you?" The girl adjusted her crooked glasses and grinned. "Oh, it's nothing. My head is quite tough. So it didn't hurt much, ha ha ha." Although she felt a bit embarrassed for accidentally bumping into someone, Xiao Mai found herself at ease thanks to the girl's cheerful laughter. Notably, the girl was unaccompanied by any entourage, which Xiao Mai found rather pleasant. With a smile, Xiao Mai inquired, "What is your name?" "I don't think I've seen you before." "I'm Dodo," the girl replied. Dodo had a round face that indeed resembled a bean. She was quite an affable person, extending her hand towards Xiao Mai. Xiao Mai took her hand and said, "I know you. You're Su Xiao Mai." Xiao Mai's eyes widened in surprise. This girl actually knew her. She was taken aback momentarily. However, before Xiao Mai could ask anything, Dodo continued, "We're in the same class. But I just transferred this semester and sit behind you, so you probably haven't noticed me." Xiao Mai nodded, feeling a bit sheepish. She focused entirely on listening and studying during lessons, not wanting to engage in idle chatter like some of her classmates. Consequently, she had never turned around, and after class, she always left early since she never brought an entourage, resulting in her not knowing anyone in her class. Feeling a bit awkward at Dodo's revelation, she struggled to find words. At that moment, Dodo remarked, "Xiao Mai, you're really good at soccer. Are you on the school team?" Joining the school team had long been Xiao Mai's dream, but it seemed unlikely at this point. She scratched the back of her head, pondering how to respond to this somewhat uncomfortable question when a sharp voice interrupted from behind. "She doesn't have what it takes to join the school team." The voice was high-pitched and crisp, carrying an air of arrogance. Xiao Mai and Dodo turned to see a tall girl in school team attire striding toward them, flanked by a group of followers, most of whom were adorned with the latest gadgets. This girl was Hua Muqing, the captain of the school team. Coming from a wealthy family and possessing considerable athletic talent, she naturally viewed Xiao Mai, who was also quite gifted, as a rival, constantly opposing her. Xiao Mai's application to join the school team had been thwarted solely due to Hua Muqing's opposition. Seeing Hua Muqing approach, Dodo quickly stepped aside. But Xiao Mai stood her ground. Hua Muqing approached and, noticing Xiao Mai's refusal to budge, scoffed, "Su Xiao Mai, am I wrong? Good dogs don't block the way. Can't you understand such a simple principle?" Xiao Mai mentally cursed Hua Muqing, but was aware that openly rebuking her would violate school rules. "Hua Muqing, the soccer field isn't owned by your family," Xiao Mai retorted. Hua Muqing shot back, "Nor is it owned by yours." The two girls glared at each other like rival roosters. Dodo felt a pang of fear, worried that they might come to blows. However, Hua Muqing quickly averted her gaze, waving her hand dismissively near her nose as if to disperse a non-existent foul odor, and said, "By the way, I forgot you play soccer too. But how come you're so bad? No wonder you're not qualified for the team. Isn't your dad a soccer star? Didn't he teach you? Oh, you haven't had a father for a long time, haha." When Hua Muqing spoke of her father, the wound in Xiao Mai's heart felt as though it had been pierced anew, causing a stinging sensation in her nose, compelling her to lower her head in silence. In Hua Muqing's eyes, this was undoubtedly a sign of yielding. She strode over and forcefully bumped into Xiao Mai. Xiao Mai stumbled from the impact, nearly falling, while Dodo hurried to catch her, only to clumsily scatter the neatly arranged stack of books across the ground. Hua Muqing, however, triumphantly called to her entourage, "The school team, get moving. Practice passing. Don't waste time talking to irrelevant people." Observing Hua Muqing's demeanor, Dodo softly suggested, "Xiao Mai, perhaps we should find another place." She had not heard Xiao Mai's response until she looked up. Upon seeing Xiao Mai's expression darken, Dodo's heart sank. She thought, "This is bad." Xiao Mai's face was overcast with fury, her eyes nearly ablaze. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Dodo whispered, "Xiao Mai, hey, Hua Muqing." Suddenly, Xiao Mai shouted towards Hua Muqing. At that moment, Hua Muqing was engaged in warm-up exercises with her followers. Hearing Xiao Mai's voice, she turned and asked, "What is it?" As her head swung around, darkness enveloped her vision. followed by a deafening crack and a flurry of stars in her eyes. Xiao Mai had kicked the ball with great force, striking Hua Muqing squarely in the face. The impact was substantial, catching Hua Muqing completely off guard, causing her to fall in a chaotic tumble. Her companions gasped in shock and rushed to help her up. The soccer ball had left a muddy smear across Hua Muqing's otherwise attractive face, causing her nose to bleed, the crimson streaming down her cheek. Enraged and humiliated, she exclaimed, "Su Xiao Mai, you're asking for it." Just moments before, Hua Muqing had remarked that Xiao Mai was too inept to join the school team and had cruelly mentioned the death of Xiao Mai's father. While her words were not entirely untrue, they were unbearable for Xiao Mai to hear. In a fit of anger, she acted impulsively, kicking the ball out of frustration. Initially, Xiao Mai believed her aim would surely miss. Yet to her astonishment, she struck Hua Muqing directly. Seeing Hua Muqing in such a state, Xiao Mai felt a twinge of regret, but before Hua Muqing, she was unwilling to apologize, defiantly stating, "What's the matter? Good dogs stay out of the way. Can't you grasp such a simple principle?" This was a retort to Hua Muqing's earlier words. Enraged further, Hua Muqing pointed at Xiao Mai and commanded, "Go. Take her down." The entourage hesitated, one voicing concern, "Hua Muqing, isn't fighting bad?" Although they outnumbered Xiao Mai and Dodo, who was unlikely to engage in a fight, it was clear that if a brawl erupted on the playground, the academic director would intervene immediately. Hua Muqing shouted, "Who said you had to do it yourself? Isn't there Bao?" Bao was a companion robot, not inherently designed for combat. Yet upon receiving commands, it could certainly act aggressively. With this realization, the group quickly summoned a dozen or so Bao robots. While individually they appeared as short, stout machines, together they exuded a certain formidable presence. Hua Muqing's precious robot approached her and inquired, "Master, how should I strike?" Although the robot was capable of performing various household chores, it was evident that striking someone was not among them. Hua Muqing extended her fist and landed a punch on one of her subordinates, declaring, like this. Despite being inexplicably struck, the unfortunate subordinate replied, "Did you hear that? Strike her just like that." As a multitude of robots raised their fists and advanced towards her, Xiao Mai felt a surge of panic and shouted, "Come on, Iron Wintermelon. I'm terrified of you." However, as she uttered the latter half of her declaration, her voice faltered, revealing her dwindling courage. Faced with the relentless approach of the metallic horde, Xiao Mai feigned bravery, yet deep down, fear gripped her. At that moment, employing the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, retreat seemed the most prudent course of action. Just as Xiao Mai contemplated fleeing, Hua Muqing's robot suddenly accelerated, leaping to grasp her leg, followed by a throng of robots that surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing her. Dodo, aghast, turned pale and exclaimed, "Hua Muqing, tell them to stop. Xiao Mai will be beaten to death." By this time, Hua Muqing had wiped the blood from her face. Although she had stuffed cotton balls into her nostrils to stem the bleeding, she replied, "They want to kill her. After all, she refuses to apologize. Keep striking." Yet, as she observed Xiao Mai maneuvering through the crowd of robots, adamantly refusing to surrender, Hua Muqing too felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly added, "Just another half-minute of striking." Although the design of the Bao series robots was not intended for violence, by the time Xiao Mai finally broke free from the swarm, she bore the marks of a fierce encounter, bruised and battered, one eye resembling that of a panda, and her lips split open, looking far worse than Hua Muqing. She retreated to the school restroom, washing the blood from her face. Dodo, anxiously waiting outside, called out, "Xiao Mai, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Xiao Mai adeptly peeled off a band-aid and placed it on her wound, flashing a smile at the mirror to reassure herself. Although the injury was not severe, the movement caused a sharp sting, prompting her to grimace. To alleviate Dodo's concern, she quickly assured, "Really, it's nothing. A good sleep will mend it. Dodo, you should head home." This minor injury would indeed heal with rest, yet Xiao Mai anticipated a restless night ahead. Nevertheless, having said that, Dodo felt it unnecessary to press further. "Well then, Xiao Mai, I'll be going home. Go ahead, I'll stay a bit longer." There was little reason to linger in the restroom, but Xiao Mai was reluctant to let anyone see her in such a disheveled state. Even though she often returned home looking worse for wear, she turned to exit the stall, only for the toilet lid to suddenly rise, resembling a grinning face that cheerfully proclaimed, "Welcome to use." This too was a robot. However, at that moment, Xiao Mai was overwhelmed with frustration at the sight of any robot and lost all desire to use the restroom. She slammed the door shut and stormed out. Carrying her soccer ball, she left the school alone and took the subway home, a routine she followed daily after classes. Typically unremarkable today. As she walked down the bustling street filled with traffic, she noticed that almost everyone was accompanied by a robot, except for her, which deepened her gloom. Being scolded by those treasures was merely a trifling matter. What truly weighed on Xiao Mai's heart was that Hua Muqing had once again brought up her father. Memories of her father lingered vividly in Xiao Mai's mind. She recalled the days following his absence, when she would often wait by the door at dusk for his return until the sun dipped below the horizon. It was only when her mother called her for dinner that the harsh reality struck her. Her father would never come back. Such memories would occasionally surge within her, inflicting a pain more profound than the wounds on her face. If only she could forget, things might be a tad easier, Xiao Mai mused. Yet, memories were etched deeply in her mind, impervious to the passage of time. It was not merely that Xiao Mai wished to forget. She was equally unable to do so. As the subway reached its station, twilight had nearly enveloped the sky. Ahead lay Xiao Mai's home. Upon reaching the doorstep, a voice suddenly rang out. "You have mail." This was the mailbox robot, signaling the arrival of correspondence. Xiao Mai hastily flung open the mailbox door, scattering its contents onto the ground. Since her father's departure, no one had written to her and her mother. All that lay before her were the incessant advertisements that cluttered their mailbox. Xiao Mai harbored a deep disdain for the delivery robot that filled their mailbox to the brim daily, yet it was too nimble to ever catch. As she approached the front door, it slid open automatically. This door, too, was a robot, capable of recognizing its owners, rendering keys obsolete in this era. Xiao Mai switched her shoes in front of the shoe rack robot and stepped into the foyer. A small shadow seemed to roll to her feet. It was Momo. Momo, perhaps unable to discern the subtle change in its young owner's expression, wagged its tail enthusiastically, seeking affection. Typically, Xiao Mai would indulge and play with it for a while, but today, she lacked the heart for it. She gently patted Momo's head and continued into the living room. In the living room, her mother, Jasmine, was energetically engaged in some form of panoramic fitness routine with the newly arrived Bao 6. Noticing her mother was in the living room, Xiao Mai felt a pang of anxiety, knowing that her mother would undoubtedly comment on the injuries adorning her face. However, when Jasmine turned to face the sound, she was wearing a headset. Mother is doing a virtual fitness session, Xiao Mai thought. With the headset on, her mother was likely immersed in a different reality, perhaps gazing at the ocean or climbing a mountain. The image of herself that Jasmine saw through the headset was undoubtedly that of a well-mannered and serene daughter, the one she had always envisioned. "Xiao Mai, you're back? I'll be done soon. Dinner will be ready shortly." Her mother merely glanced at her before turning back to her activity. Even if the headset revealed the idealized version of herself, Jasmine would not spare her another look. Xiao Mai sighed quietly and replied aloud, "No need. I'll cook noodles myself." Having narrowly escaped her mother's incessant chatter, Xiao Mai felt a slight lift in her spirits. She made her way to the kitchen and rummaged through the cupboard for a cup of instant noodles. This cup was also a robot. Once activated, it required no further effort. Water would be added and heated, delivering the meal right to her lips. As Xiao Mai sat in the kitchen awaiting her noodles, Jasmine was twisting and turning in the living room, unaware of what Bao 6 was broadcasting into her headset. "How was your day?" Jasmine's voice floated into the kitchen. Xiao Mai casually replied, "I blew up the school." "Very well. Keep up the good work." "As usual." Xiao Mai let out a quiet sigh. Her mother seemed utterly indifferent to how her day had unfolded, even if she were to claim she had demolished the school. Her mother would likely respond with a casual, "That's great, keep it up." At that moment, the instant noodles emitted a cheerful ding, and the lid sprang open, followed by a lively jingle from an advertisement. This was the manufacturer's cost-cutting strategy, leaving the consumers to endure the incessant jingle while consuming their noodles. Xiao Mai suppressed the urge to smash the noodle robot with a punch, and, accompanied by the jingle, began to eat her noodles. Instant noodles. Instant noodles. Instead of chasing girls, come and chase me. After finishing the last bite, the noodle robot continued to merrily repeat the jingle. Xiao Mai jabbed her chopsticks into the cup of noodles and turned to rush upstairs. The noodle robot, still cheerfully singing, accelerated towards the kitchen trash can. Robots are everywhere. Never before had Xiao Mai felt as much disdain for these machines as she did today. Her steps upstairs grew increasingly heavy, and halfway up, she heard her mother, Jasmine, call out, "Xiao Mai, why are you going upstairs? Dinner will be ready soon." Only then did Jasmine sense something was off with her daughter. She finally removed her headset and glanced at Xiao Mai on the stairs. Hearing her mother's voice made Xiao Mai halt and reply, "I'm not hungry." "Oh dear. Are you sulking? What did your mother teach you? Isn't it cool to talk with your back turned?" Xiao Mai rolled her eyes and, with a resigned tone, turned back to say, "All right, I was wrong. Can I go upstairs now?" Her voice dripped with indifference, as she longed to retreat to her room. However, as Xiao Mai turned around, Jasmine froze and hurried up the stairs, scrutinizing the bruises on Xiao Mai's face. "Xiao Mai, what happened to your face?" Jasmine's voice held a rare tenderness that made Xiao Mai feel a pang of guilt. She lowered her head and replied, "It's nothing. I just fell today." "That doesn't look like a simple fall." Ever since Xiao Mai's father passed away, Jasmine had seen her daughter come home in this state more than once. She knew Xiao Mai had likely been in a fight again, With a sigh, she opened her arms and enveloped Xiao Mai in a hug. This gesture softened Xiao Mai's stubborn demeanor, prompting her to whisper, "I'm really fine, Mom. My dear, tell me, did those troublesome classmates bully you again?" Jasmine's gentleness finally made Xiao Mai relent. She sniffled, nodded, her eyes moistening on the verge of tears. Jasmine gently patted the back of Xiao Mai's head and said softly, "I understand that school can be tough for you. Sometimes I feel overwhelmed too, but we are not alone." At this, she leaned back slightly, tucking Xiao Mai's hair behind her ear, smiling affectionately before continuing. "Do you know why? Because I still have my mother." Xiao Mai's lips twitched, desperately fighting the impulse to collapse into her mother's embrace and weep. "Because being alone isn't so bad, because you have a treasure." Xiao Mai's expression froze. She could hardly fathom that her mother had drawn such a conclusion, fearing she had misheard. She asked, "Treasure?" With the companion bow, solitude becomes a thing of the past. Bow, your attentive partner. This advertising slogan had become a familiar refrain to Xiao Mai. So much so that her ears felt as if they had developed calluses from hearing it repeatedly. Even though she had never been fond of robots, it had become a phrase she could recite by heart. Suddenly, she broke free from her mother's embrace and exclaimed, somewhat out of control, "You should just spend your entire life with Bao." Unable to endure it any longer, she dashed upstairs, stormed into her room, and slammed the door shut. The door, however, emitted a loud thud, as it had inadvertently caught something. It turned out that Momo, who had followed Xiao Mai, got stuck in the door's gap. The door was a robot, equipped with an intelligent mode that ensured no harm would befall anyone. Momo was merely jostled and quickly followed Xiao Mai inside, unaware of the turmoil troubling its young master. Momo observed Xiao Mai rummaging through the laundry basket beside her bed and wished to join her on the bed. Yet, for Momo's short legs, the bed was somewhat high. After several attempts, it finally managed to scramble onto the bed. The headboard of Xiao Mai's bed was adorned with football posters and an assortment of chaotic drawings, while the floor was littered with toys. On the wall beside her pillow, pictures of Xiao Mai, Jasmine, and Momo were affixed, yet the central position was conspicuously empty. Missing a photograph, Xiao Mai retrieved a football jersey from the laundry basket and slipped it over her head. The jersey was surprisingly oversized for her petite frame, nearly enveloping her entirely. This was the last football jersey her father had worn. After it was washed, no one had donned it again. Clad in the jersey, Xiao Mai collapsed onto her pillow. The photographs on the wall of Xiao Mai, Jasmine, and Momo radiated joyous smiles. However, Xiao Mai had long forgotten the last time she had smiled. As her gaze fell upon the vacant space on the wall, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. As the tears streamed down, she felt a sudden warmth on her cheek. Momo had licked away her tears. Xiao Mai embraced Momo, gently scratching the back of its head, which elicited a contented purr from the little creature. "Momo, you know what I'm thinking, don't you? I always knew you understood me best. You are the greatest, the best. I love you the most. No one else in the world understands me like you do." Momo's eyes glimmered, as if it were on the verge of speaking. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Mai almost believed she could hear Momo's voice. Yet, Momo only let out a gentle bark, a mere canine sound. Despite its tenderness, it was still just a dog-esque bark. Xiao Mai paused, her heart sinking, and she finally set Momo down. "Do not cry. Whatever happens, you must rely on yourself first." Xiao Mai seemed to hear her father's voice. It was a memory from when she was learning to walk, after she had fallen and burst into tears. Her father had lifted her and said those very words. Though many years had passed, she recalled it vividly. Yes, rely on yourself. She reached for the computer at her bedside, and a holographic screen materialized before her. Xiao Mai's first search was for self-defense techniques. However, upon seeing the aggressive moves that involved gouging eyes and striking vital points, she found herself unable to accept such violence. Searching for martial arts training classes yielded nothing but a group of burly men performing stances to the rhythm of the music, causing Xiao Mai to almost mistake it for a dance class. After a fruitless search, she concluded that there was not a single reliable option. At that moment, Momo unexpectedly nudged her side, jumped off the bed, and squeezed through the door. Perhaps Momo found Xiao Mai's lack of engagement rather dull and decided to return to its own cozy spot in the backyard. Spotting Momo's figure sparked an idea in Xiao Mai's mind. She searched online for how to teach a dog to bite. Regrettably, the results only provided information on what to do if bitten by a dog and how to train a dog not to bite. Moreover, judging by Momo's demeanor, it was unlikely to threaten Wamyuking, let alone win in a duel against Wamyuking's treasure. As Xiao Mai focused on devising a plan for revenge, an uninvited guest stealthily entered the backyard under the cover of night. This was 7723, tracking Xiao Mai. It pinpointed her location via map coordinates to Midano, to high school, and subsequently tracked her down to this very place. For an advanced robot like 7723, this endeavor consumed a significant portion of the day. So, This is where Xiao Mai resides. According to the signals from the monitoring device, there were 3 life forms within the house. 1 small, 1 large, and 1 medium-sized entity. Based on prior data, the medium-sized life form must be Xiao Mai. While 7723 was conducting its analysis, the back door suddenly swung open, and a shadow darted out like a meteor, charging straight at 7723, followed by a cacophony of barks. It was Momo. Though not adept at biting, barking was Momo's forte. As it exited the door, intending to return to its nest, the sight of such an unusual entity in the backyard prompted an immediate response. It lunged forward, barking fiercely to fulfill its duty. In mere moments, 7723 had conducted a comprehensive scan of Momo, including an analysis of its peculiar vocalizations. Its powerful central processing unit was capable of deciphering a new language in a remarkably short time. Before Momo could bark for a full minute, 7723 had gathered sufficient audio data to translate. The command to switch to the new language was activated in self-learning mode. 7723 crouched down and addressed Momo. Woof, 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 woof. To human ears, this merely sounded like a series of barks, but to Momo, it translated to, hello, small mammal. Momo, caught up in barking, was momentarily stunned to hear the robot speaking its language. However, it quickly resumed barking, demanding, who are you? What do you want? You better keep your eyes peeled. This is the territory of your esteemed Momo. 7723 extended a hand toward Momo, asking, do you know Xiao Mai? Momo paused, then barked defiantly, what do you want, you tin can? The boss lady is the private property of Momo, understand? Don't even think about any funny business. If you dare to yap, I'll bite you. As Momo grew more animated, it lunged at 7723 without hesitation, sinking its teeth into the robot's hand. Only 7723 felt no pain. The teeth of Momo could not possibly damage the titanium alloy armor of 7723. Thus, the boy and his dog remained frozen in place, their voices abruptly silenced. At that moment, the door to the backyard swung open, and Xiao Mai called out, Mo, stop fooling around. After Mo descended the stairs, Xiao Mai continued her focused search online. As she was looking up how to make her dog more prone to biting, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from downstairs. One bark unmistakably belonging to Mo, while the other was unfamiliar. Initially unfazed, she soon grew concerned as the barking intensified. Fearing a wild dog had intruded into her backyard, she rushed downstairs to investigate. As soon as Xiao Mai peeked out, 7723 sensors immediately locked onto the girl. Every characteristic matched that of Xiao Mai, and 7723 felt an emotional circuit activate, its eyes lighting up as it excitedly waved at Xiao Mai from the flower bed. Realizing it was not a wild dog, but rather the familiar 7723 from the building, Xiao Mai's expression soured. What is going on? Why are you here again? Little did she know that 7723 had previously caused quite a stir on the highway, and she found it peculiar that this foolish robot had followed her here. Mo had been gnawing on 7723's finger for quite some time, but finally released it, tumbling to the ground. Yet, it remained undeterred, barking furiously at 7723. While Xiao Mai perceived it as mere barking, 7723 discerned the mixture of threats and pleas in Mo's vocalizations. Xiao Mai approached and patted Mo, saying, stop barking. She then turned to 7723, her expression filled with suspicion, and inquired, what are you doing here? 7723 produced a backpack from beneath it and replied, hello, I am. My backpack. Before 7723 could finish its sentence, Xiao Mai snatched her backpack away. Although the bag was marred by 2 additional holes and some contents were missing, she soon discovered a family photo within, miraculously intact without a single crease. Sighing in relief, she carefully tucked the photograph into her pocket and looked up at 7723. This robot had specifically returned the photo, diminishing Xiao Mai's hostility towards it. Honestly, you ruined my backpack. Who are you anyway? I am a fool. The unexpected response left Xiao Mai momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure, realizing this was a reflection of her own words. It seemed this robot took everything literally and was indeed quite simple-minded. For reasons unknown, Xiao Mai felt a twinge of sympathy and remarked, well, you do know you're a fool, so that's something. Now why don't you go find somewhere cool to sit? I don't have time to deal with you. Typically, such a remark would send someone away, but 7723 remained rooted in place. Xiao Mai felt a wave of awkwardness and exclaimed, hey, why are you still here? Can't you understand human speech? I hate robots. Go away. 7723's eyes flickered momentarily, clearly struggling to comprehend her directive. It still had yet to grasp the meaning of hate. After a brief pause, it responded, I thoroughly enjoy browsing through your personal belongings. Brother, I can see that you are quite unwell, and you also have a troublesome habit of spying. You should leave while you can. Just then, a voice from the house interrupted. Xiao Mai, why are you dawdling so late? Hurry up and brush your teeth and go to bed. Jasmine was in the bathroom, brushing her teeth and washing her face, preparing to rest. Inside, she could not clearly hear what was being said outside, only the sound of barking dogs, followed by Xiao Mai's voice, indicating that Xiao Mai was still playing with Momo at such a late hour. Xiao Mai had always loathed brushing her teeth, devising all sorts of excuses to avoid it every morning, and this time, she must not be allowed to escape. With the jingle of an advertisement, a toothbrush robot leaped from the second-floor window, aiming straight for Xiao Mai's face. Jasmine had programmed this toothbrush robot with a compulsory command, no matter how reluctant Xiao Mai was. The robot would ensure her teeth gleamed white. Like other household robots, the manufacturer had cut costs by forcing customers to listen to advertisements. However, this particular toothbrush was purchased by Jasmine during a business trip to the south, and due to her oversight, the ads were in a southern dialect, which she later found too tedious to change. For Xiao Mai, the only thing more detestable than a toothbrush robot singing an advertisement jingle was one singing in a foreign dialect. Her face turned as pale as paper as the robot approached her. Brush your teeth, whether you like it or not. The ghastly advertisement jingle seemed to penetrate Xiao Mai's mind like a needle. Should she flee? She had battled this toothbrush robot more than once, and she had never emerged victorious. As she watched the robot gleefully prepare to invade her mouth with its dialectic jingle, a flash of light suddenly shot past, obliterating the toothbrush robot in two. It was the plasma wave emitted from the hand of 7723. Though the toothbrush robot was rendered immobile, its speaker remained intact, relentlessly broadcasting the jingle. Little one's brush. Big one's brush. I brush, twice a day. Another beam of light followed, as 7723 fired another shot, finally rendering the robot completely incapacitated. Xiao Mai gasped. Among all the robots she had encountered, only the security robots were equipped with stun guns. She had never seen a robot with actual weaponry. To her astonishment, this robot named 7723 possessed such an impressive weapon. As 7723 prepared to leave, she rushed after it, exclaiming, "Hero, wait a moment." 7723 halted as if it had hit the brakes. Yes, waiting. Xiao Mai approached cautiously and pointed at 7723's hand, asking, "What was that weapon you just used?" 40. 000 megawatt pulse ion gun. I employed it because that robot intended to harm you. Xiao Mai scratched her head. A pulse ion gun? She was uncertain what that entailed. But since 7723 claimed it consumed 40,000 megawatts, it must be formidable, at the very least. The treasures possessed by Wamyuking and her entourage would pale in comparison to such a weapon. Nevertheless, she still felt a twinge of concern and inquired, "Is the ion gun legal?" This is a novel term for 7723, as it has yet to comprehend the concept of legality. It retorted, "Legal?" Without any punctuation in its speech, Xiao Mai could not discern the interrogative tone within the synthesized voice of 7723. Upon receiving this response, she thought to herself, "Indeed, I shouldn't have asked so much. Since this fool of a robot is equipped with a weapon, it must surely be lawful." After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Why do you persist in following me? My purpose is to learn from humanity. However, your latest command instructs me to leave, so I shall depart immediately." This time, Xiao Mai felt a surge of urgency as it prepared to leave and called out, "Wait, I didn't tell you to go away." As soon as the words escaped her lips, she recalled her earlier admonition to 7723 to keep a considerable distance, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty. "Just now, I merely meant for you to step back a bit. You trampled the flowers." 7723 appeared perplexed and asked, "How far must I retreat?" Not far, not far," Xiao Mai replied, and then added, "So, you claim your purpose is to learn from humanity, which means you wish for me to teach you." "Correct." A wave of elation surged through Xiao Mai. She found it astonishingly fortunate to have such an impressive robot fall into her lap, one that was willing to heed her commands. "In that case, why don't we strike a deal? What do you think?" "What deal?" It was truly an imbecilic robot. However, Xiao Mai refrained from voicing that thought, for she knew that if she did, 7723 would likely declare itself foolish again. Instead, she said, "Essentially, I will teach you, and you must follow my instructions. Understood?" "Understood. I am foolish." Xiao Mai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This robot, armed with such formidable weaponry, appeared almost as naive as a simpleton. "You are not foolish. Your name is 7723. 7723. 7723 pointed to itself, and Xiao Mai casually affirmed, Yes, that is your name. However, her eyes were scanning the surroundings. This robot needed a place to settle. If it were to stand in the backyard, her mother would surely call the authorities upon seeing it the next day. Xiao Mai turned around and her gaze fell upon an old wooden shed in the corner. It was the tool shed of her home. When her father was around, he would often take out tools to tend to the garden. He would say it was a form of exercise. However, since her father's absence, Jasmine had no interest in such exertion, and the shed had remained unopened for several years. Xiao Mai opened the door and said, "Go inside, Momo, you stay out." 7723 entered the shed, which, though small, was just enough to accommodate it. Xiao Mai remarked, "All right, you will stay here tonight, understand?" She glanced at her tattered backpack and tossed it to 7723, saying, "This backpack is yours now." 7723 embraced the backpack, astonished and delighted. "You truly gave it to me?" "Of course, it's yours. Sleep well tonight." "Do you need to sleep?" "Ah, it's up to you. In any case, I will take you out for some activity tomorrow. If you perform well, this will be yours. Momo, let us go." Wheat grasped the bun that was attempting to burrow into the wooden cabin and turned away, her mind swirling with thoughts. How has this robot seemingly become so much more intelligent? Little did Wheat know. The programming of 7723 was entirely distinct from that of an ordinary robot. It operated in a self-learning mode, with its emotional circuits requiring practical experience to develop. The more it interacted with humans, the more refined 7723 became, drawing ever closer to humanity. Since its activation, 7723 had scarcely engaged with anyone, rendering it somewhat foolish. However, even this brief interaction with Wheat was sufficient to trigger its first evolution. Moonlight streamed through the cabin window, casting a gentle glow upon 7723. Even this modest illumination was enough to activate its energy conversion processes. Gradually, this respite would enable it to replenish a significant portion of its energy. Seizing the moment, it conducted another thorough inspection of its backpack. Inside, the origami unicorn remained. It carefully removed the paper creation and placed it on the shelf within the cabin, where it seemed to come alive as a decorative piece. Having resolved this small conundrum, 7723 stretched its legs in satisfaction. Yet, at that moment, an alarm suddenly blared from within its core. A holographic display materialized before its head, illuminated by a red warning sign. Insufficient memory. 7723 acknowledged the alert, and the display presented 2 lines of text. Warning: memory module has less than 48 hours remaining. Recommended action: please clear system space promptly to prevent input obstruction. Due to the recent battle on the highway, 7723's memory capacity had diminished to a mere 72 hours. Should the data overflow, it risked a catastrophic system failure. It was imperative to delete unnecessary information from the stored 24 hours. Memories were stored in the form of short videos, each accompanied by an icon. 7723 accessed the memory module, reviewing its past experiences. Among these were its encounters with Wheat, the highway chase, a meticulously crafted bird's nest, an irate bun, and the amusing skirmish between Wheat and a toothbrush. One by one, 7723 eliminated memories unrelated to Wheat. Upon completing its final review and exiting manual deletion mode, the diagnostic system provided feedback. System space successfully cleared. Warning: memory module has less than 51 hours remaining. It had only eradicated 3 hours of memories. Strangely, 7723 felt a twinge of reluctance over the 3 hours it had lost. It tilted its head back, gazing through the cabin window toward the opposite side, where Wheat's room lay. Wheat had already snuggled into her bed, and on the wall beside her pillow, the family portrait had been returned to its designated spot. Unbeknownst to her, she was dreaming, a faint smile gracing her lips, a rare expression of joy. As the entire Rice City succumbed to slumber, the spacious production workshop at Jizhou remained a hive of activity, with countless robotic arms and 3D printers diligently assembling intricate treasures. In the elevated monitoring room overseeing the new product assembly line, one figure remained transfixed by the scene, none other than Pang Jiayan. The War King, inseparable from him, remained behind, overlooking the orderly workshop from the monitoring room window. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance, accompanied by the voice of Dr. Mi. "What are you doing? I am the one who created you. Do you understand?" Following the sound, Dr. Mi was forcefully ushered in by a security robot. It was, in fact, more of a detention than an invitation, as Dr. Mi had evidently resisted, yet his strength was no match for the robot, leaving him with no option but to comply. Upon entering, Pang Jiayan did not turn around but stated, "Dr. Mi, it was I who requested the security robot to bring you here." Although such a request was a gross misnomer, Dr. Mi's anger dissipated the moment he heard Pang Jiayan's voice. He limped toward Pang Jiayan, saying, "Old Pang, You're here. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you who called for me. What is the matter? Is there a malfunction on the production line? Pang Jiatian turned to scrutinize his short, stout companion from head to toe, taking a considerable amount of time before he slowly replied, No. I just suddenly felt a bit nostalgic for you. And of course, there is a minor issue. I heard there was an accident today, Doctor. Me responded with a startled "oh." It happened on the bypass highway. Pang Jiatian leaned in closer. Upon hearing the words bypass highway, Dr. Mi's expression shifted dramatically, and he forced a laugh. Is that so? I haven't checked the news. Pang Jiatian leaned in even further, nearly touching Dr. Mi's nose with his own. The culprit was a robot. I've heard that even an armed drone squad was unable to subdue it until the SWAT team arrived and reduced it to mere fragments. You were unaware of this? Dr. Mi swallowed hard, his mouth curling into a grimace that resembled both a cry and a smile as he said, I know now. Pang Jiatian fixed his gaze on Dr. Mi, watching him until it seemed he might break into tears. Suddenly, he reached out and extracted something from Dr. Mi's work uniform pocket. Dr. Mi instinctively moved, as if to reclaim it, but ultimately refrained from doing so. What he produced was a charred chip, likely salvaged from a malfunctioning robot. Pang Jiatian toyed with the chip in his hands before leaning back and standing straight, declaring, There is another rather intriguing matter. It is said that the offending robot was produced by Xiao and was secretly constructed by you. I am quite curious. Have you been rather idle of late? Pang Jiatian's tone took on a sarcastic flavor, with a faint hissing sound emanating from deep within his throat with each word. Dr. Mi wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, Old Pang, the situation is such that I can explain everything to you, that won't be necessary, Dr. Mi, Pang Jiatian interrupted. You know I have always refrained from interfering with the extracurricular pursuits of my employees. Remember, we initially partnered to establish Xiao precisely because of such passions, correct? Dr. Mi involuntarily cast a glance at the War King, standing silently like an immovable wall behind Pang Jiatian. In their youth, both he and Pang Jiatian were hailed as the twin luminaries of artificial intelligence. They were once filled with vigor and ideals. Their earlier creations, such as the War King, had served as the cornerstone of the fortune they later built upon when founding Xiao together. The War King, the last remaining armed robot from that era, had seen a gradual drift between the two as commercial success flourished. Particularly after Pang Jiatian's severe illness, Dr. Mi inquired, Old Pang, how is your health now? Pang Jiatian gently combed through his already tidy beard and hair with a small comb, responding, Illness? I recovered long ago and can now devote all my energy to the company's affairs. Therefore, Dr. Mi, your passion for research truly touches me. But you must channel that enthusiasm into a singular focus. As he spoke, Pang Jiatian pressed a button on the control panel. Suddenly, a display platform emerged from the workshop floor below, showcasing the latest model, the shimmering silver Bao 6, radiant and resplendent. The Bao 6, everyone should have one. Dr. Mi, you haven't forgotten this goal, have you? Dr. Mi nodded. I know. My apologies, my mind has been a bit cluttered lately. Pang Jiatian returned the charred chip to Dr. Mi's pocket, advising, So, Dr. Mi, perhaps it's time to momentarily set aside those hobbies of yours. It is essential to discern what truly matters. At this moment, the War King, standing behind them, suddenly emitted a crimson light, and a cardboard humanoid figure rose in the center of the workshop. This figure, life-sized, portrayed a robust man, muscular and exuding strength. However, the silver Bao 6 leaped forward, embracing the cardboard effigy, and then, boom, the silver Bao 6 detonated. In an instant, all that remained on the display platform was a charred mess. Both the showcased Bao 6 and the cardboard figure had been reduced to mere fragments, utterly unrecognizable. Most crucially, Pang Jiatian finally articulated the last 4 words of his earlier statement. Dr. Mi's face turned pale with terror, nodding fervently, rendered speechless. Yet, Pang Jiatian erupted into laughter. His demeanor revitalized, his voice full and resonant. Dr. Mi, we once spoke of undertaking something grand. Until now, our ambitions seemed small. Before us lies the monumental endeavor, the Bao 6. Dr. Mi could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Pang Jiatian smiled once more. I shall take my leave now. Dr. Mi, the workshop is in your capable hands. Remember, everyone should have one. All right. Safe travels, old Pang, Dr. Mi responded, bowing his head in acquiescence. Once Pang Jiatian and the War King had departed, he exhaled deeply, gazing down at the multitude of Bao units on the production line. The prospect of each individual possessing such a device was daunting to contemplate. He retrieved the charred chip from his pocket, examining it closely, despair evident in his gaze. Unbeknownst to Pang Jiatian, this chip had been secretly procured by Dr. Mi's assistant drone, Fuguai, who claimed to have salvaged it from a refuse pile. Dr. Mi was already aware of the chaos that had unfolded on the highway and understood that it was instigated by 7723. The condition of this memory chip left no doubt that 7723 had been shattered into fragments amidst the turmoil. Dr. Mi gazed thoughtfully at the now-defunct chip, as if seeking to discern some hidden truth within it. He and Pang Jiatian had forged a friendship long ago, united by their shared aspiration to perfect artificial intelligence, a dream they pursued together. However, 6 years prior, Pang Jiatian had fallen gravely ill. Although he miraculously recovered, he seemed transformed, leading the venture increasingly astray from their original ideals. Take, for instance, the newly launched Bao 6. While the hardware design was entirely Dr. Mi's handiwork, the software updates were solely managed by Pang Jiatian, leaving Dr. Mi perplexed about the new functionalities of Bao 6. The minor explosion demonstrated earlier by Pang Jiatian had never appeared in Dr. Mi's design documents. Had Project 7723 succeeded, its insights could have facilitated a thorough upgrade for Bao 6, yet 7723 had inexplicably failed, with his clandestine laboratory now discovered by Pang Jiatian. The possibility of recreating 7723 was extinguished. The despair in Dr. Mi's eyes deepened, and he clutched the charred chip tightly, feeling his strength ebb away. Revenge. The girl led 7723 into a battle for vengeance, while lurking in the shadows were the nefarious figures, shedding their hypocritical masks. Run. On the playground of Mi Air Middle School, Hua Muqing was conducting morning drills with the school team. Today, the vast expanse of the playground was exclusively reserved for the Team S training, leaving no space for others. Although Hua Muqing was a girl, her tall stature enabled her to run with remarkable speed. As she charged towards the goal with the ball, she suddenly struck it with her foot, sending it whistling through the air towards the net. The goalkeeper, a plump girl, moved with surprising agility, darting forward to block the ball with her body, which ricocheted away. Just then, another soccer ball unexpectedly soared in from the opposite side, finding its way into the net. How could there be another ball? They were puzzled when a figure burst onto the field, cheering and waving to the team, exclaiming, "Goal! Awesome!" It was Xiao Mai, despite a band-aid on her lip. The dark circles under her eyes had vanished, and she appeared quite spirited. Hua Muqing rolled her eyes and retorted, "What are you doing here again? Looking for trouble?" Xiao Mai retrieved the soccer ball from the net, smiling brightly. "It's me, so what?" Seeing Xiao Mai's audacity to retort, Hua Muqing's irritation grew. She shot a glance at her companion Bao, signaling, "Make her leave." The command was clear. Bao immediately relayed the message to the other Baos, mirroring their owner's expression. Hua Muqing's followers had always been obedient to her, and the Baos naturally revered Hua Muqing above all. Receiving the instruction, the group of Baos converged on Xiao Mai. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of the previous day. After having dealt with Xiao Mai once before, they no longer required Hua Muqing to demonstrate how to confront her. Hua Muqing chuckled, "Today's weather is splendid. It's a perfect day for a little intimidation." She did not genuinely wish to strike Xiao Mai once more. After Baos tidied up Xiao Mai yesterday, Hua Muqing felt a twinge of regret, fearing she might inadvertently harm Xiao Mai. However, it appeared that Xiao Mai was none the worse for wear, as she surprisingly returned today. If only Xiao Mai had the sense to flee at the first sign of trouble, it might have been for the best. Yet, Xiao Mai remained undeterred, grinning and saying, "Hua Muqing, you are absolutely right. Absolutely right." Hua Muqing was momentarily taken aback, but Xiao Mai snapped her fingers and called out, "Come forth." From the thicket behind her, the rustling of leaves announced the arrival of a robot, larger than the Baos. It strode confidently into view. Xiao Mai had never brought a robot to school, a fact well known to everyone. Who could have anticipated that today she would show up with a larger Bao? One of the team members, upon seeing it, expressed a hint of fear and leaned towards Hua Muqing, asking, "What is that? A transformer?" When 7723 emerged and stood immobile behind Xiao Mai, it exuded an air of formidable presence in stark contrast to their plump little Baos, causing Hua Muqing to feel a twinge of apprehension. Yet, with the arrow already on the string, she could not afford to show weakness and confronted Xiao Mai, saying, "Su Xiao Mai, what are you up to?" Xiao Mai curled her lip, trying to mimic the sinister smile of a movie villain. In films, such a grin would prompt loyal minions to spring forth and vanquish their adversaries. However, 7723 remained perfectly still. Hua Muqing's heart skipped a beat at Xiao Mai's smile. But upon noticing the giant robots in action, she felt a wave of relief and called out, "Su Xiao Mai, are you here to show off?" Xiao Mai had anticipated that a mere smile would send 7723 charging forth, just as it had done against the toothbrush robot last night. To her dismay, it stood rooted like a statue. Her smile turned awkward, and she nudged 7723 with her elbow, saying, "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Speak up." 7723. As if awakening from a dream, stepped forward with swagger and proclaimed loudly, "Oh right. Kneel. Call out. Daddy." Xiao Mai had instructed it to say this while munching on a breakfast pastry, hence her speech had been somewhat disjointed. Yet, 7723 had mimicked every syllable flawlessly, transforming what should have been an imposing threat into something utterly comical, particularly with the enthusiastic daddy at the end. As soon as it finished, Huang Muqing chuckled. "Don't call him daddy, just call him mommy. Are you here to entertain us?" Her entourage erupted in laughter. The imposing aura that 7723 had exuded upon its arrival dissipated entirely, leaving them in fits of giggles. Xiao Mai, feeling flustered, exclaimed, "Why did you say it like that? I taught you to say kneel down and call out daddy." "But that's exactly what you said," 7723 replied, a hint of grievance in its tone. Although the new robots were outfitted with emotional circuits, this larger Bao bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Nevertheless, Huang Muqing dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand, saying, "Enough. Make it disappear so we can continue training." With a whoosh, the 10 or so bows swiftly converged together. Now it is time to confront the robots, and the approach can no longer be as simplistic as when threshing wheat. These robots have adopted new tactics. They swiftly raised Huang Muqing's treasure and, with a shout, hurled it away. The robot before them was significantly larger than any on their side, evidently possessing greater power. Engaging it in solitary combat would likely lead to defeat, thus necessitating the unification of all their strength. Consequently, the treasures quickly devised a practical plan. Huang Muqing's treasure surged forth like a projectile aimed at 7723. If it were a human, such a blow would undoubtedly inflict injury. However, given that the opponent was a robot, there was no need for such concerns. Just as it seemed poised to strike 7723, the seemingly clumsy robot unexpectedly exhibited remarkable agility, extending a hand to seize Huang Muqing's treasure. This unforeseen maneuver astonished everyone, including the treasures. Huang Muqing's treasure, the latest model, Treasure 6, equipped with emotional circuitry, exclaimed in a tone of genuine astonishment, "Wow. That was a splendid catch." However, before this entirely programmed commendation could be completed, 7723 had already tossed it into the sky. As Treasure 6 ascended, 7723's arm swiftly transformed into a laser gun. With a flash of light and a resounding bang, Huang Muqing's treasure disintegrated into numerous fragments that cascaded down. The revelation that the robots possessed weaponry was astonishing. This scene, akin to something witnessed only in films, was beyond what anyone, including Huang Muqing, could have ever imagined occurring in reality. The playground fell into a hushed silence, but suddenly, with a shriek from an unknown classmate, Huang Muqing and her entourage scattered in all directions, leaving the remaining treasures devoid of their earlier vigor, stumbling after their fleeing masters. Observing this spectacle, Xiao Mai could hardly contain her delight, calling out to Huang Muqing and her companions, "Ha ha, why are you running? Come back and continue playing ball." At school, Huang Muqing commanded a large following, often bullying Xiao Mai, but this time, she finally relished a moment of triumph. Watching Huang Muqing's frantic retreat, seemingly terrified that Xiao Mai might pursue her, filled Xiao Mai with joy, prompting her to dance with glee. 7723 stood to the side, watching Xiao Mai. The girl's elation brought it a sense of happiness as well. In the sky, fine dust continued to descend, sparkling, the remnants of Huang Muqing's Treasure 6 after its explosion. As this dust settled upon 7723, it felt a peculiar sensation. It picked up some of the particles to have its analytical device examine them. After a moment of revelry, Xiao Mai finally calmed down, noticing 7723 gazing at its palm. She inquired, "7723, what are you doing?" "This robot is armed." "Of course it is," Xiao Mai replied. Just yesterday, she had been soundly thrashed by Huang Muqing's Treasure 6, which had exploited its advantageous position. The injury on Xiao Mai's mouth was inflicted by it, making the presence of weaponry on Treasure 6 seem entirely natural to her. She added, "Never mind that, 7723. I truly appreciate your assistance in avenging me today." Although somewhat perplexed by Xiao Mai's expression of relief, 7723 could not help but feel an indescribable joy upon witnessing the smile on her face. It cherished this sensation and yearned to see Xiao Mai's joy often. It remarked, "Did I perform well?" "Very well, splendidly. I am thoroughly satisfied." "Did you not see Huang Muqing's terrified escape?" "It was utterly hilarious, ha ha ha." Suddenly, a tinge of melancholy washed over 7723 as it inquired, "So, has our transaction concluded?" "Oh, not by a long shot," Xiao Mai replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Of course not. The real show has only just begun." "What? Are you not pleased?" 7723 felt an unusual delight surge within, eagerly responding, "Pleased? Of course I am." Being with Xiao Mai made 7723 feel remarkably fulfilled. This little girl was not merely the initiator of its commands. She imparted much knowledge as well. Since their engagement would continue, it was certain that more learning awaited. 7723 mused. Despite having only 72 hours of memory capacity with daily cleanses, it could retain the most important experiences, which sufficed. About 10 days after Xiao Mai had given Wamyuking a thorough lesson, the formidable Pang Jiatian arrived at the Mi City television station studio accompanied by Zhan Wang. Pang Jiatian was there to participate in the highly acclaimed talk show Mi City Night Talk. This program boasted the highest viewership in Mi City. Hosted by a humanoid mechanical pangolin, whose true identity remained a mystery, leading the citizens to speculate whether a human was controlling the machine or vice versa. This ambiguity had become a clever gimmick for the show. Pang Jiatian's appearance on the program was, in fact, to promote the remarkable sales of the Bao 6, which, although impressive, still had some distance to go before achieving the goal of 1 unit per person. Thus, Pang Jiatian was determined to extol its virtues vigorously. As with previous episodes, the show commenced with thunderous applause from the live audience, which was also facilitated by their accompanying robots. Sitting in the guest seat before the large screen, Pang Jiatian was joined by Zhan Wang, whose imposing stature filled the entire sofa. When the camera panned to him, Pang Jiatian's handsome, mature visage, each whisker meticulously groomed, instantly broke into his signature smile. This smile elicited gasps from the audience, including many men, while Zhan Wang remained stoically seated, resembling an immovable wall. Beside Pang Jiatian stood a brand new Bao 6, poised and ready. Pang Jiatian adeptly created a vibrant atmosphere, occasionally responding to the audience's cheers. Once the applause subsided, the pangolin took to the stage, humorously introducing the segment before inviting Pang Jiatian to showcase the latest model of the Bao 6. Everything proceeded methodically, and Pang Jiatian, accustomed to such scenarios, remained at ease, well prepared for the spotlight. Soon, the interview effortlessly transitioned into the formal Q&A session. Chuan Shanjiao made a brief remark before abruptly inquiring, "Mr. Pang, we previously discussed the various new features of the Bao 6, which have significantly improved compared to its predecessor. I wonder how the safety issues stand." Naturally, such matters were well within Pang Jiatian's knowledge. He responded, "The Bao 6 has undergone extensive testing by our technical team and is equipped with emotional circuitry, allowing it to convincingly simulate human emotions, making it more readily accepted and closely resembling a real person, thus ensuring 100% safety." The audience erupted into applause, with Chuan Shanjia clapping along. Once the applause subsided, Chuan Shanjia continued, "Mr. Pang, your words are indeed very convincing. However, have you heard about a rather audacious robot that has been wreaking havoc recently? Some netizens claim it bears a striking resemblance to our intelligently crafted Bao." This statement was delivered rather casually, as if it were an unintentional remark, yet Pang Jiatian's smile momentarily faltered. Why would this man pose such a question? A fleeting look of displeasure crossed Pang Jiatian's face. He scrutinized Chuan Shanjia, but could not discern whether he was human or machine. The true intent behind the question remained elusive. Was it merely a casual inquiry, or did it harbor malice? Regardless, since the question was posed, a direct response was imperative. Immediately, Pang Jiatian donned his characteristic smile once more, his voice becoming increasingly rich and resonant. "Indeed, this world is becoming ever more chaotic. I am, of course, aware of this rumor. However, I have confirmed with my team and the relevant authorities that this robot is a complete knockoff. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. Our products are renowned for their high quality, making them a target for unscrupulous merchants. Their counterfeit products are utterly disconnected from user expectations, rendering them entirely unsafe. Fortunately, this hazardous counterfeit robot has been destroyed. The evidence is irrefutable. The information is conclusive. It has been 100% eradicated, without a doubt." As he concluded, Pang Jiatian emphatically sliced the air in front of him, underscoring the veracity of his statement. He anticipated another round of thunderous applause, but to his surprise, what met his ears was a chorus of gasps. What was happening? Was his gesture insufficiently forceful? As Pang Jiatian pondered this, Chuan Shanjia interjected, "Mr. Pang, your statements seem to contradict the video." "Video?" Pang Jiatian nearly leapt from his seat. He turned his head and discovered that a video was indeed playing on the large screen behind him. It was customary for the screen to display videos during interviews, but the sound was always muted when guests spoke, a practice Pang Jiatian had overlooked. Upon glancing back, he was confronted with a series of images. One shot depicted a courier robot frantically evading something at breakneck speed, suddenly struck by a laser from behind, causing it to disintegrate, with its cargo scattering like confetti. At that moment, the robot that fired the shot appeared on screen, and indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the Bao 6. In another scene, a group of police robots is in pursuit of a robot resembling the character Baolu. After a frantic escape, this robot suddenly turns around, transforming its arms into dual cannons. 2 missiles are launched, causing the police robots to be sent tumbling. Mr. Pang, could you please confirm if it has truly been destroyed? At this moment, Chuan Shanjia's voice is devoid of its usual levity, taking on a somewhat aggressive tone. What was originally a light-hearted interview program suddenly feels like a legal affairs show. I've been played for a fool, Pang Jiatian thinks to himself. This is clearly not a spontaneous whim of the host, but a premeditated publicity stunt by the program Midnight Talk. Pang Jiatian's frustration simmers within him. He wishes nothing more than to punch the masked man before him. However, he knows that if he were to act on such an impulse, it would likely result in the highest ratings for Midnight Talk. He quickly regains his composure and replies, "Host, this is indeed the first time I've seen these videos. Don't you think they are quite at odds with our product style? Everyone, take a good look. It truly is on screen." The robot's right arm suddenly morphs into a titanium alloy blade. The blade flashes, and one robot's head is severed in a single stroke. The headless robot continues to wobble on the ground, while sparks fly from the severed connection, resembling blood gushing forth. Although aware that it is merely a robot, the audience gasps in shock. The footage halts, then magnifies, enlarging until it settles on a speck on the knife-wielding robot. After processing, the initially blurred image clarifies, revealing that the speck is actually the logo of Xiao. Pang Jiatian's expression stiffens, murmuring, terrifying. Before the host can pose another question, Pang Jiatian interjects, "Please observe closely. This is so crudely made, it is clearly a knockoff, and its level of imitation is even below that of a counterfeit, which accounts for its brutal demeanor. One must understand that Xiao's products are nothing short of perfection. Our company is dedicated to serving the public and would never manufacture such dangerously aggressive robots." Pang Jiatian's voice remains rich and compelling, earning him a round of applause. As the applause subsides, Chuan Shanjia's voice rings out again. "Mr. Pang spoke excellently. And you, Square, what is your perspective?" A beam of light descends from above, illuminating the formidable robot beside Pang Jiatian. The War King has remained seated, nearly blending into the background, yet Chuan Shanjia's words startle the audience. Pang Jiatian claims that Xiao would never create aggressive robots. Yet the robot bodyguard beside him is also a Xiao product, embodying a formidable offensive capability. Even in its passive stance, it exudes an undeniable aura of intimidation. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, the War King slowly turns to face Chuan Shanjia, its movements deliberate and excruciatingly slow, creating a palpable tension in the studio as the atmosphere thickens. Now, it has evolved into a confrontation between the War King and the pangolin. The momentary silence stretched into an oddly prolonged duration. "Wow, you would be a perfect fit as a performer on our Midnight Talk." The one to shatter the stillness was, of course, the pangolin. Clearly, the pangolin had succumbed in this standoff, lightening the heavy atmosphere with a jest, thereby salvaging the interview program. The War King, however, remained impassive, his gaze still fixed on the pangolin. The latter, feeling the weight of that stare, nervously remarked, "I have high hopes for you. After all, you paid to be on this show." "Never mind. Thank you, Mr. Pang." This deft maneuvering garnered thunderous applause from the audience, a collective sigh of relief resonating throughout. As the program concluded, the lights dimmed. In the instant that transitioned from brightness to sudden darkness, 2 beams of laser-like light flickered past. Those were the War King's eyes. Not long after the recording of Midnight Talk concluded, in the building's new product manufacturing workshop, Dr. Mi widened his eyes. This was perhaps the only motion he could manage, for he was bound to a wooden board fashioned in a human shape, utterly immobile, with his mouth gagged. The board was positioned right at the center of the workshop's display area, when a blinding spotlight suddenly illuminated the room, forcing Dr. Mi to squint. He heard the voice of Pang Jiatian resonating from above. "Hey." Dr. Mi. Pang Jiatian's figure appeared before the window of the monitoring room, with the imposing silhouette of the War King looming behind him. Gagged, Dr. Mi could not utter a word, merely managing a muffled hey, which emerged as a mere grunt. "I just returned from a television interview, Dr. Mi, you know?" In truth, Dr. Mi was entirely unaware of Pang Jiatian's schedule. He only knew that upon the latter's return, he was abruptly seized by a cadre of security robots and dragged to this place, bound to the wooden board. Yet, regardless of his ignorance about the reason behind this situation, he understood that only Pang Jiatian possessed the highest directive authority to command the security robots to act in such a manner. "Dr. Mi, during the interview, I learned something intriguing." Pang Jiatian paused, pressing a couple of buttons on the control panel in the monitoring room. Suddenly, a massive holographic screen appeared before Dr. Me, displaying footage from the Midnight Talk program. 7723 swiftly advanced, drawing a blade to sever the head of a traffic robot. The image froze, capturing 7723 mid-swing. The blades glint, forming a crescent-shaped afterimage as the robot's head soared into the air, sparks erupting from the severed neck. Dr. Me, you should recognize it, no? Dr. Me's eyes widened, yet he still mumbled, I don't know. However, muffled by the gag, the sound that escaped was more of a series of MHM sounds. Pang Jiatian murmured, You've acknowledged it. That's good. This robot is quite formidable. It seems I underestimated you. He sighed, continuing, You could have been a tremendous ally. Yet you chose to betray me. This leaves me in quite a predicament. Given the current circumstances, are you not distressed? Might you inadvertently cause an accident during your experiments? Dr. Me's eyes widened even further. He recalled the last time when Pang Jiatian commanded the explosive destruction of a cardboard cutout of Bao 6. Now, he found himself in the same position as that cutout, facing an imposing Bao 6 that had risen before him, its body shimmering. Just like before. This Bao 6's eyes glowed red, and it trembled violently. The entire scene was a mere repetition of the previous event. Dr. Me, in a state of desperation, struggled furiously, attempting to shout, but his mouth was tightly gagged, resulting in nothing but muffled sounds. Pang Jiatian spoke in a tone laden with regret. Dr. Me, you too have acknowledged this incident, then let it be so. In the monitoring room, Pang Jiatian turned away, evidently unwilling to witness the moment of Dr. Me's obliteration. Yet, at this critical juncture, Dr. Me suddenly expelled the rag obstructing his mouth and cried out, Old Pang, it's still alive. It hasn't perished. That makes things easier. I can locate it. I can access all visual data of the Baos. Our surveillance is everywhere. Pang Jiatian halted. The frenzied Bao also paused. Its crimson eyes fixated on Dr. Me. Dr. Me felt a surge of fear yet shouted recklessly, Old Pang, once we find it, let it heed your every command. Pang Jiatian spun around. His face, once known for its charm, now appeared drawn, both eerie and menacing. Is everything you say true? Of course it is. Old Pang. Think of our years of friendship. When have I ever deceived you? There was a heavy silence from the speaker. Suddenly, with a sharp click, the speaker was silenced, and Pang Jiatian's figure vanished from view. Dr. Me, terrified, called out hoarsely, Old Pang. Old Pang. I speak the truth. But the deranged Bao merely trembled before him, not advancing to ensure their mutual destruction. Just as Dr. Me was on the brink of collapse from fear, the speaker crackled to life again, and Pang Jiatian's voice emerged. Fine, then let us find it. The monitoring window displayed Pang Jiatian once more. He had returned to his previous demeanor, his face radiating warmth and charm. In an instant, the frenzied Bao ceased its agitation, its blood-red eyes returning to normal. It approached Dr. Me, but rather than exploding, it untied Dr. Me's restraints. Dr. Me, please remember your words. This time, I shall not exhibit any excess patience. Though Pang Jiatian's words were laden with menace, his tone retained its usual affability. Once released, Dr. Me rubbed his sore wrists and instinctively looked up. Above, Pang Jiatian stood at the monitoring window, waving cheerfully, his face adorned with a captivating smile, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Memory 7723 revealed to Xiao Mai the secret of a mere 72-hour capacity for memory. Dr. Me must locate them before Pang Jiatian. Just as the recording of Midnight Talk concluded, Xiao Mai, 7723, and Momo were returning home together. Xiao Mai perched on 7723's shoulder, while Momo nestled in 7723's embrace. Despite carrying both a human and a dog, 7723 walked steadily, swiftly, and with unwavering balance. They ventured out tonight, reminiscent of their previous escapades, to engage in their transactions. The dealings of Wheat and 7723 revolved around the destruction of those robots, delivery robots, cleaning robots, police robots. Upon encountering them, they showed no mercy, executing headshots and cleaving them in half, or dismembering them entirely. The footage aired on Midnight Talk merely showcased a few of these incidents. In recent days, Wheat and 7723 had obliterated 20 to 30 robots. Initially, MOMO only dared to observe from a distance. But now emboldened, it relied on 7723's array of weaponry. It had even bitten a cleaning robot's foot, prompting 7723 to slice it cleanly in two. A heap of scrap metal. Upon MODE's arrival, they all lay prostrate. Yet here he was, boasting grandly. Brother, don't you agree? MOMO's self-aggrandizing remarks sounded like mere yapping to Wheat. By this time, they had returned to the back gate, and fearing detection by his mother, Wheat tugged at MOMO's nape, whispering, MOMO, quiet down. 7723 glanced at Mo and softly queried, "Wheat, what's wrong with this little mammal?" Wheat paused, retorting, "You mean Mo? It adores you." The shift from hostility to such affection in Mo's demeanor was nothing short of transformative. Yet, 7723 appeared as if it were an unfamiliar entity to Mo. Wheat couldn't help but frown. Just then, a sudden sound emitted from 7723's forehead, and a red light illuminated. Mo, startled, leaped to the ground, staring at 7723. Wheat, taken aback, asked, 7723, "What is happening?" "Nothing, it's probably just an alarm," it replied. Suddenly, a voice resonated from 7723's speaker. "Warning, memory." 7723 hastily covered its speaker, feeling a twinge of guilt. The warning indicated that its memory storage had dipped below 14. "All right, good night, Wheat. You should rest. I need to sleep as well." It retreated into the small wooden house, ready to close the door, only to find it jammed. Mo's head had wedged itself in the gap. As 7723 pulled Mo inside, Wheat seized the opportunity to enter as well. 7723's appearance increasingly resembled that of a human, yet its oddities raised further suspicions in Wheat. Upon entering, she noticed 7723 still covering its head, with that red light continuing to blink. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. She exclaimed, "Stop joking. You're a robot. Why do you need sleep? Hurry back inside. Your mother must be worried." This reasoning felt rather weak. When they had entered the backyard, they glimpsed Jasmine through the window, donning a headset and dancing with Bao 6, likely engaged in some immersive workout. With the headset on, she saw and heard only the scenes projected by Bao 6, showing no concern for Wheat. Wheat felt a pang of anxiety, pointing at 7723, "Stop making excuses. Tell me, what is really going on?" After a moment of hesitation, 7723 finally reached behind its head. With a sharp sound, a holographic display materialized in the air, filled with memory fragments and system icons. Wheat was taken aback as she gazed at the display screen, inquiring, "What is this? Is it a photograph you took?" "It is my memory storage." "You have saved so much?" The memory fragments were densely packed, with all the preceding icons representing Wheat, and only the last icon depicting Mo. Wheat exclaimed, "So you have been recording everything. Can you play one for me?" After a moment's hesitation, 7723 selected the last one. It was indeed the scene where Mo had been boasting just moments ago, yet to Wheat's perception, it merely sounded like a series of barks. However, before Mo could bark twice, a warning promptly appeared. "Warning, memory module insufficient for 18 hours. Please clear system space promptly to avoid catastrophic system reset." Even if she did not fully comprehend, Wheat recognized the severity implied by the word catastrophic. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "That sounds dire. Is it really that serious?" In the robot settings, there was no option for deceit. 7723 hesitated for a brief moment before responding, "Yes. If my memory space is exhausted, not only will I be unable to retain new information, but my brain will also cease to function." How can this be? Wheat found it hard to believe, questioning why other robots did not experience such issues. Logically, memory space is finite. And those older models of Bao were evidently not as advanced as 7723, likely having less memory capacity. Yet, after years of service, as long as they did not malfunction, Bao remained lively and functional. "It is because I encountered a malfunction, which prevents my memory space from clearing automatically. If it overflows, such consequences will ensue, requiring me to perform manual cleanups daily." As 7723 spoke, he deleted the video of Mo. When the icon moved into the shredder symbol, the video vanished. Yet the warning reappeared. "Warning, memory module insufficient for 18 hours. Please clear system space promptly to avoid catastrophic system reset." Wheat's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did that not work? Because this memory is too brief. At that moment, Wheat pointed to the chaotic array of system icons, asking, "Can't you delete some of these cumbersome items?" "No, these are part of my core system. Deleting them would free up space. But it would also result in a loss of core functionality." Wheat murmured, "How troublesome. But with so many, can't you remove a bit more? If I delete everything, I will forget all of this." Just then, Mo at her feet let out a gentle snore. Wheat bent down to pet him, saying, "No wonder you didn't recognize Mo earlier. It was because you had erased that memory, wasn't it?" "Indeed." Wheat sighed in relief. "Then it should be simple, right? You have so many memories of me. Just delete a few more, and that should suffice." 7723 replied, "I always struggle to decide what is unimportant to delete. Yet, the more I remember, the less I am able to discern what should be erased. It seems every memory holds significance." Wheat chuckled, "Not at all. Some things are better forgotten. Better forgotten? This notion was unfamiliar to 7723. Wheat nodded. There are certain memories that, upon recollection, only bring sorrow. It is far preferable to forget them. At times, I wish it were as simple to erase memories as it is to delete files. Alas, I find it impossible to forget. But enough of that. Let us see what can be discarded. Xiao Mai exclaimed, suddenly pointing to an icon ahead, saying, "This one is quite unattractive. Can it not be removed?" The icon was a screenshot from her memories, one depicting a sorrowful Xiao Mai. 7723 clicked on it, and the video began to play, showcasing the moment when Xiao Mai clung to 7723's arm, attempting to seize a football. Xiao Mai, suspended in midair, shouted, "Let go. You're the foolish one." Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not wrest the ball from 7723, and in her frustration, she kicked at it. Before the memory could conclude, Xiao Mai urged, "Ah, this one. Hurry, delete it." This memory held great significance as it marked our first encounter. Xiao Mai retorted, "What of our first meeting? Why must I appear so unattractive when angry? Get rid of it." Unattractive? 7723 pondered this term, perplexed. In its programming, everything perceived through the eyes and stored in memory was equal, merely differing in perspective. This cannot be deleted. This is you, Xiao Mai. How can I be so ugly? Brother, that was merely my past self. The current me is right here. The sun will rise again tomorrow, trust me. This was indeed a novel concept. 7723 hesitated and inquired, "Do humans dislike ugliness?" "Of course. Why else would my mother exercise, purchase so many cosmetics, and insist that I brush my teeth? No one appreciates ugliness. Everyone yearns for beauty. Just like you, 7723, clean and shining, people are drawn to you. But if you were covered in dust, no one would want you. Just like this bottle, which remains unthrown because of its aesthetic appeal." Xiao Mai retrieved an old glass bottle from the shelf of the wooden cabin. This colorful glass vessel had once been her cherished toy in childhood, yet it had gathered dust, forgotten on the shelf for years. She wiped away the dust and placed the bottle in front of the holographic screen. The light from the holographic display refracted through the bottle, casting a rainbow upon the cabin's ceiling, transforming the humble abode into something resplendent. Humans favor beauty? This revelation suggested that one could gauge the value of things through human reactions. It was no wonder that every time she ventured out with Xiao Mai to wreak havoc on delivery robots or disrupt police drones, she felt such joy. 7723 seemed to have an epiphany and declared, "Very well, I believe you." It tapped the screen, and the memory was swiftly cast into the shredder. A warning flashed from the diagnostic system, "Deletion successful." Warning, memory module insufficient for 19 hours. Please clear system space promptly to avert catastrophic system reset. 7723. Let me ask you, does this deletion cause you pain? Not at all. Once memories are erased, they cease to exist, as though they had never been. These words seemed to touch a chord deep within Xiao Mai. She fell silent, murmuring, as if he truly never existed. Her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her face. 7723 was unsure of the circumstances surrounding Xiao Mai, yet it was evident she was not in a cheerful state. Anxiously, it inquired, "Xiao Mai, what troubles you? Are you in pain?" Xiao Mai, pulled from her reverie, carelessly tossed the glass bottle into a nearby box, and the vibrant rainbow within the wooden cabin vanished in an instant. Seizing the moment, she wiped her eyes and forced a smile, stating, "Pain? Why would I be in pain? It's all a joke. You should get some rest. Remember, one must maintain an air of coolness." As Xiao Mai stepped outside, Momo followed closely behind. Just before exiting, Momo turned back with a fierce expression, saying, "Don't erase me again. At least leave one behind, or you might not recognize me." "Brother." The final two words, however, were tinged with a note of desperation. "One must maintain an air of coolness," echoed 7723 once more. Today, Xiao Mai seemed somewhat different from her usual self, and 7723 had also absorbed some unusual learning experiences. It turned its gaze toward the box where Xiao Mai had discarded the glass bottle, only to find the colorful vessel shattered into pieces. The following day was a weekend. Due to her late night out, Xiao Mai awoke early to complete her homework. Despite her dealings with 7723, she remained a diligent student at school, never neglecting her studies. Having returned home late the previous night, Xiao Mai did not push Momo off the bed while sleeping. Now awake, Momo was nestled snugly beneath the covers, dozing peacefully. However, the little dog remained alert, and upon hearing a noise, peeked its head out from the blanket, just in time to see 7723's head poking through the window. Upon spotting Momo, 7723 waved cheerfully, saying, "Hey there, little mammal." Although Momo felt a surge of joy at not being deleted, The sudden appearance of 7,723 startled it considerably. Xiao Mai's room was upstairs, and while 7723 was taller than the usual treasures, it was still not tall enough to reach that height. It called out, "Brother, how did you manage to get up here?" This commotion interrupted Xiao Mai, who was engrossed in her homework. She raised her head and immediately brightened upon seeing 7723 at the window. 7723 waved back, greeting her. "Good morning, Xiao Mai." Xiao Mai exclaimed, "How did you get up here?" Without hesitation, she rushed to the window, peering outside. To her astonishment, she discovered that 7723's legs had transformed into a propulsion device, allowing it to hover in midair. Witnessing its ability to float, Xiao Mai was thrilled, exclaiming, "How cool! Why didn't I realize you could fly before?" "Not quite flying. It's merely a jumping assist," 7723 clarified. "By the way, Xiao Mai, where do you wish to go today?" The mention of an outing invigorated Xiao Mai, who retrieved a stick from beneath her bed and declared, "Today we have plenty of time. Do you want to go out and have some fun?" "Fun doing what?" With a few enthusiastic swings of the stick, Xiao Mai responded, "Let's play baseball." 7723 already possessed information about baseball, but Xiao Mai's stick was thicker than a typical baseball bat, reinforced with a layer of high-strength tape, significantly enhancing its weight and durability. A sense of foreboding washed over 7723 as it asked, "Could playing baseball lead to injuries?" We grasped a plush toy and placed it upright on the bedside, weighing the bat in her hands before gesturing nonchalantly, "That depends on who I'm playing against." With a swift motion, she swung the bat, sending the plush toy flying across the room, where it struck the wall with a heavy thud. Fortunately, it was merely a stuffed animal. Had it been a robot, 7723 suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Hesitantly, it suggested, "Wheat, perhaps we should refrain from playing baseball today and engage in something else? You could teach me something new, like soccer." Wheat's expression soured at this. "What do you mean by that?" 7723 hesitated further, uncertain how to articulate its thoughts without inciting her ire, while ensuring she comprehended its intent. "I just think, could we perhaps not go outside to play today?" Wheat's demeanor darkened. She set down the bat and looked at 7723, asking, "Don't you enjoy playing outside?" "I always thought we had a great time." "Indeed, it is enjoyable, Wheat," 7723 replied, feeling a twinge of guilt as it spoke. "Please don't misunderstand. I truly relish our time together. Your smile fills my memory, and it's so vibrant. You used to smile less. Isn't that wonderful? But why are you hesitant to go?" Upon hearing Wheat's words about herself, 7723 felt a rush of urgency and quickly defended, "I do not, Wheat." Wheat approached the window and remarked, "Before I met you, I always felt the world was unfair, with good people constantly bullied by the wicked. However, ever since you came along, those wrongdoers can no longer torment others. Together, we possess the strength to stand against them, right?" This reasoning was somewhat profound for 7723. Wheat's assertion seemed accurate. Good individuals should indeed not be oppressed, and with its own weaponry, it could vanquish the malevolent. In that light, Wheat's words held truth, yet 7723 felt an underlying dissonance. Unlike other advanced robots, its emotional circuitry was not prefabricated but continually refined through self-learning. If it had always believed that causing Wheat distress was wrong and bringing her joy was right, then perhaps everything it did was indeed correct. Nonetheless, it sensed that some actions, while they made Wheat happy, might not be entirely justifiable. For instance, in its declaration, "I shall not permit anyone to bully you," 7723 felt compelled to add that they should not bully others either. However, upon hearing its words, Wheat's face lit up with a smile. The moment 7723 beheld her expression, everything around seemed to brighten, causing it to forget what it wanted to say. Wheat leaned out of the window, gently patting 7723 on the head, and said, "Isn't that settled? You're quite obedient, a child worthy of teaching." This phrase was likely borrowed from a language textbook. Satisfied, Wheat returned to her desk to tackle her homework once more. Outside, 7723 sank into contemplation, feeling an inexplicable anxiety welling up within its heart. If it were a typical emotional trajectory, such negative feelings would certainly not be incorporated. However, the emotional framework of 7723 has been gradually refined through practice, authentically mirroring reality, and thus it can experience emotions such as anxiety, sorrow, and suffering due to various circumstances. Presently, 7723 finds itself perplexed by the statements made by Xiao Mai, sensing an inherent discord, even though it cannot fully discern the issue. Fortunately, today Xiao Mai has agreed to stay in, allowing for a meticulous review of the chaotic memories within the wooden cabin, hoping to discover what might be omitted and whether any answers to lingering questions might emerge. While Xiao Mai diligently immerses in her studies, Dr. Mi is similarly engrossed in his office. After enduring a harrowing scare in the workshop, he has narrowly escaped a dire situation. Pang Jiehian has urged him to locate 7,723 as soon as possible, and Dr. Mi is indeed fervently intent on finding it. It's still alive, hurry and find it. It's still alive, hurry and find it, he mutters repetitively, akin to a broken record, while poring over information on his computer. Beads of sweat accumulate on his forehead. Yet he appears oblivious to his discomfort. His secretary drone, Fuguai, stands by with two slender mechanical appendages grasping a towel, the moment Dr. Mi lifts his gaze. Fuguai promptly wipes the perspiration from his brow. When Dr. Mi grumbles, Fuguai joyfully responds, it's still alive, hurry and find it. It's still alive, hurry and find it. Fuguai's emotional circuitry is pre-installed, enabling it to express the most appropriate emotions as programmed. Among the preset emotions, elation is deemed most fitting, hence Fuguai's exuberant demeanor. Dr. Mi, disturbed by the incessant chatter, shoots a glare at Fuguai, exclaiming, Fuguai. Immediately sensing Dr. Mi's irritation, Fuguai lowers its voice and murmurs, it's still alive. Hurry and find it. It's still alive, hurry and find it. Dr. Mi's computer is laden with a plethora of video clips of 7,723, while the television wall before him displays real-time surveillance feeds from various locations. Yet, none of the surveillance stations have managed to detect 7,723's whereabouts, leaving Dr. Mi to sift through the scant footage at his disposal. These clips predominantly showcase 7,723's destruction of robots. The more he watches, the more alarmed he becomes. He never anticipated that 7723, a creation of his own making, would exhibit such ruthless behavior towards its robotic counterparts. Clearly, something has gone awry. Dr. Mi distinctly recalls that he did not activate the self-learning mode upon his departure that day, which should mean that 7,723 remained inert. Unfortunately, in a bid to conceal his actions, he constructed 7,723 in a clandestine laboratory disconnected from the surveillance system. Consequently, the majority of the monitoring data from the secret lab was obliterated when 7,723 escaped by demolishing the door, leaving only a brief segment captured prior to its flight. Offering little clarity. Growing increasingly vexed, Dr. Mi continues to scrutinize a segment depicting 7723 detonating a delivery robot. On the screen, 7723 launched a missile, while the unfortunate delivery robot sprinted with all its might. Yet, the missile swiftly caught up, obliterating the delivery robot into fragments. Dr. Mi felt increasingly agitated as he watched. Inadvertently, he pressed a button that activated the frame-by-frame playback mode. In this mode, 7,723 appeared to release missiles in a staggered manner, while the missile itself flew in segments towards the delivery robot. The delivery robot flailed desperately, but could not evade the missile's relentless pursuit, although he had witnessed it once. The frame-by-frame playback revealed a peculiar humor that compelled Dr. Mi to continue watching. The missile struck the delivery robot, reducing it to mere scraps. Despite the focus being off, it was evident that there were others present, each displaying expressions of sheer terror, save for one. That was a little girl with purple hair, who was dancing exuberantly. However, the surveillance focused on the two combating robots, blurring everything else, rendering the girl's actions unclear. Perhaps she was merely dancing out of fear. Dr. Mi dismissed the thought and was about to close the video to view another, when suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he hurriedly replayed the video he had just seen. This segment depicted 7723 confronting the police robot. Typically authoritative, the police robot was now fleeing in panic. As the surveillance camera zoomed out, Dr. Mi's eyes widened in astonishment. In the background of this footage, there was the same little girl with purple hair. This segment was much clearer, showing 7723 firing a shot, while the purple-haired girl cheered joyfully, contrasting starkly with the terror displayed by those around her. Found you, Dr. Mi exclaimed with excitement. He turned to the side and called out, Fuguai. Fuguai floated over, asking, Dr. Mi, what is your command? Extract all footage containing this little girl from the surveillance data. While Fuguai's programming might struggle to uncover anomalies within the extensive data, its central processing unit was exceptionally adept at identifying specific individuals. Soon, a series of screenshots appeared on Dr. Mi's computer. Though varied in clarity due to differing angles and distances of the surveillance cameras, it was evident that the purple-haired girl appeared in nearly all the footage. Moreover, the more destruction 7,723 caused, the more pronounced her reactions became. This girl was undoubtedly connected to 7723. Dr. Mi magnified her image repeatedly, refining and clarifying it, murmuring, Of course, how did I not think of this sooner? Finding this little girl will surely lead me to 7723. Unlike 7723, this girl undoubtedly had a record. Locating her might not lead directly to 7723, but at the very least, it would yield clues. As this thought crossed his mind, Dr. Mi glanced around nervously. Fortunately, aside from Fuguwei, there were no other robots in his office. Fuguwei's programming was entirely input by Dr. Mi himself, ensuring it wouldn't behave erratically like those other models. Dr. Mi let out a sigh of relief as he copied the close-up of the young girl from his computer. He needed to locate her swiftly, at the very least before Lao Pang discovered her. In the bustling metropolis, there lies a central park, a rare patch of greenery. Each morning and dusk, it is frequented by those seeking a leisurely stroll. Dodo also cherished this place. On her days off, although she had to attend a tutoring class, she would deliberately take a longer route through the park on her way home, clutching a stack of books, humming a tune while her mind wandered to a challenging problem discussed in class. As she ambled through a small square adorned with various children's fitness equipment, an unexpected collision occurred. Someone crashed into her from behind, sending her books scattering across the ground and causing her to tumble unceremoniously onto the pavement. The path was quite wide, and though Dodo was somewhat distracted, she had been walking close to the right side. The sudden impact from behind left her bewildered. "Why are you so obnoxious?" Dodo muttered, adjusting her glasses to see clearly, only to find herself facing Hua Muqing. Beside her was a newly acquired robotic companion, identical to the one she had owned previously. It was this robot that had knocked into her. Hua Muqing's entourage, each with their own robot, lingered behind her. Upon realizing it was Hua Muqing, Dodo refrained from further comment. She was uncertain how she had offended Hua Muqing. Perhaps it was because she had been in the company of Xiao Mai during a recent incident where Hua Muqing had suffered a significant embarrassment. Dodo was a straightforward girl, preferring to avoid trouble. She bent down to gather her scattered books, intending to leave promptly. However, just as she retrieved a book, Hua Muqing's new robot approached her and said, "Please accept my sincere apologies. Queen Hua Muqing lacks proper upbringing." Dodo was taken aback by this unexpected gesture. Was it possible that Hua Muqing recognized her wrongdoing? Such a trivial matter hardly warranted holding a grudge. Dodo began to respond that it was no concern. But before she could finish, the robot suddenly struck her hand with a swift motion, causing her books to scatter once more. Dodo stood frozen in astonishment. This blatant provocation was entirely unforeseen. Yet, she dared not voice her feelings, silently crouching to collect her books again. The robot, meanwhile, bowed and reiterated, "I apologize. She simply lacks manners." The robotic series was programmed solely to follow its owner's commands, and though it had bullied Dodo, its mannerisms remained seemingly polite. After delivering its message, it hurried off to catch up with the now distant Hua Muqing. Tears welled up in Dodo's eyes, and she felt compelled to say nothing. Just as she was about to retrieve a book that had landed farther away, a figure suddenly blocked her path. Dodo looked up in surprise. Xiao Mai? It was indeed Xiao Mai, brandishing a reinforced baseball bat, who shot Dodo a reassuring glance and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm here to handle this." Xiao Mai turned and called out loudly to Hua Muqing, "Hua Muqing, come here at once." Dodo, fearing that Xiao Mai and Hua Muqing would clash again, anxiously exclaimed, "Xiao Mai, don't provoke her. I'm fine, truly. She just hasn't finished speaking." Hua Muqing and her entourage paused, turning to face them. Upon hearing Xiao Mai's voice, Hua Muqing felt a twinge of unease. However, she refused to back down. Once she turned around and saw that it was merely Xiao Mai alone, she felt a sense of relief and sneered, "Oh, it's you. Where's your little companion?" "Su Xiao Mai?" Xiao Mai chuckled and snapped her fingers. With a sudden leap, 7723 emerged from the bushes, blocking Hua Muqing and her friend's path. Xiao Mai thrust the modified baseball bat into the ground and declared, "Hua Muqing, it seems you've grown complacent after 3 days without a fight. I, Su Xiao Mai, am not to be trifled with." Seeing Xiao Mai's brazen demeanor, Hua Muqing felt a flutter of anxiety but maintained her composure, retorting, "What do you want? Beat her." Xiao Mai pointed the bat at Hua Muqing. 7723 paused momentarily, confused. "What?" "I said, hit her," Xiao Mai shouted, charging forward with the bat. Realizing Xiao Mai was genuinely intent on a fight, Hua Muqing panicked, ready to command her newly acquired companion to intercept Xiao Mai. But her companion instead pointed at Xiao Mai and exclaimed, "Wow, you're that?" Hua Muqing interrupted, "Forget who she is, just stop her." Yet, her companion appeared frozen, a symbol popping up on its visor. Unfazed by what it intended to do, Xiao Mai swung the bat. The bat, coated in an insulating layer, had significantly increased its strength. Though the visor was crafted from high-strength glass, it could not withstand such a force. With a resounding crash, the visor shattered, and Hua Muqing's companion toppled, a cascade of electronic components bursting forth like a fountain from the rupture. Dodo gasped in shock from the sidelines. While she was furious at Hua Muqing for bullying, Xiao Mai's current ferocity seemed almost deranged, and such reckless violence was, without a doubt, excessive. She called out, "Xiao Mai, this is too much." Hua Muqing, shrieking, yelled, "Someone help! Capture her!" The members of her school team, upon hearing their captain's command, hastily summoned their companions to shield Hua Muqing. "You scum!" Xiao Mai bellowed at Hua Muqing, disregarding whether her insult was too harsh, and turned to 7723, demanding, "What are you doing? Go, deal with her." Upon seeing Xiao Mai's bloodshot eyes and reckless demeanor, Hua Muqing finally panicked, shouting, "Su Xiao Mai, have you lost your mind?" 7723 was equipped with various weapons, which Hua Muqing had witnessed before. If used against a person, even if it didn't result in death, it would surely cause injury. Hua Muqing could hardly fathom that Xiao Mai would actually employ this robot against her, and with a trembling glance at 7723, she turned to flee. Xiao Mai, in a fit of urgency, yelled to 7723, "Don't let her escape." This command was indeed acceptable. 7723 leaped into action, seizing a children's scaffold from the side. This scaffold was designed for children to climb and play on, firmly secured to the ground. Yet, 7723 effortlessly uprooted it, much like pulling a radish. And it came crashing down upon Hua Muqing. With a resounding thud, the scaffold enveloped her, its legs sinking deeply into the earth. Although Hua Muqing was taller than the average person, she was still a girl. Lifting such a structure was utterly beyond her capabilities, let alone extricating it from the mud. The scaffold resembled an iron cage, trapping her inside. Witnessing Hua Muqing's predicament, her followers, the members of the school team, were thrown into a state of panic. They had always been obedient to Hua Muqing, who was tall, beautiful, athletic, and academically accomplished, albeit somewhat domineering. Upon seeing her confined within the scaffold, they immediately rallied their comrades to rescue her. With over 10 members on the team, they surged forward as a collective force, an overwhelming wave impossible to withstand. The last time, Xiao Mai had suffered a significant setback, despite wielding a reinforced baseball bat. Though she could guard against one side, she could not defend against the other, and it seemed she was about to endure another barrage from the throng. Just then, a shockwave shot forth, and with a loud bang, 2 members of the team, aligned in a straight line, were obliterated by the force. One was left with only half of its body intact, prompting Xiao Mai to step forward. Raising her bat with a fierce cry, "This is what you get for bullying." With a single swing, she completely dismantled the remaining half. Though the members of the team were unafraid, their leaders were well aware of fear. Seeing Xiao Mai's frenzied demeanor, they were all struck with terror, abandoning their comrades and fleeing in disarray. As their owners fled, the members followed suit, yet without clear direction, they scurried about like headless flies. Xiao Mai continued to strike at the half-destroyed member, shouting, "This is what you get for picking on others." Upon hearing the commotion, she looked up to see the remaining members scattering. If she were to pursue them, she might catch just one. But her intent was to eliminate all of Hua Muqing's minions, leading her instead towards 7723. Unaware of her intentions, 7723 was caught off guard as Xiao Mai seized her arm. The arm still retained its cannon form, and Xiao Mai aimed at a fleeing member, pressing the trigger. With a sharp hiss, another shockwave was unleashed. 7723's weapon boasted an automatic targeting system. Despite Xiao Mai's casual shot, the shockwave struck true, piercing the escaping member. Elated at having destroyed one with a single shot, Xiao Mai realized that 7723's weapon far surpassed her reinforced bat. Her excitement bubbled over as she shouted, "Don't let them escape." 7723, stunned by the turn of events, was taken aback. Though it had always obeyed Xiao Mai's commands, her current action seemed excessively reckless. It withdrew its arm, reclaiming the weapon from the hands of this little whirlwind, and said, "Xiao Mai, what are you doing?" Wheat was still immersed in the intoxicating thrill of revenge, completely oblivious to the trepidation in 7723's voice. She never anticipated that a robot could experience such bewilderment. Turning around, she cast her gaze upon the trapped Hua Muqing, ensnared within the scaffolding. Although Hua Muqing had attempted to extricate herself, her strength was as ineffective as a dragonfly attempting to shake a stone pillar. She was utterly immobilized. Upon noticing Wheat's gaze, Hua Muqing was overcome with both surprise and fear, her face a portrait of despair and terror. Her expression was swiftly captured by 7723, which, guided by its self-learning system, was instructed to follow Wheat's commands. Yet, the burgeoning emotional pathways within it cautioned against such an action. "Blast her!" Wheat suddenly hissed through clenched teeth. At this, Dodo, who had been observing from the sidelines, exclaimed, "No?" 7723 echoed her alarm. "What? That would kill her." Dodo had initially thought Wheat's desire for vengeance was somewhat excessive. but still justified as a means of catharsis. However, upon hearing Wheat's intent to obliterate Wamyking, she could no longer contain herself and cried out. Wheat, in a fit of rage, had uttered the words without forethought. Only upon speaking did she realize her mistake and quickly corrected herself. No, no. I didn't mean to actually kill her. Just teach her a lesson. Yes, give her a good thrashing so she can experience the pain of being bullied. Yet, internally, she mused, thank goodness I spoke swiftly. Otherwise, if 7723 had truly killed Wamyking. At that moment, Wamyking burst into tears, sobbing, Wheat, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. Initially filled with fear and anger when she was first confined, all that remained now was sheer terror. Seeing Wamyking weep so profusely softened Wheat's heart somewhat. But as she recalled the times she had been tormented by Wamyking, her anger swiftly overshadowed her compassion. Just as she was about to instruct 7723 to punish her, she observed 7723 cautiously lifting the scaffolding to free Wamyking. Upon witnessing 7723 release Wamyking, Wheat's mind flared with impulsive defiance, and she shouted at 7723, What are you doing? 7723 turned to her and gently replied, Wheat, it is wrong to harm humans. I cannot inflict harm upon them. Infuriated, Wheat retorted, Fine. If you won't teach her a lesson, then I will. She brandished a baseball bat and advanced toward Wamyking. In truth, as the captain of the school team, Wamyking could easily escape if she chose to run. However, trapped within the scaffolding and witnessing Wheat's frenzied assault, she was paralyzed with fear, crying out, Please, sue Wheat. It was my fault. I beg you, don't hit me. Dodo watched in horror as the scene unfolded. Both she and Wheat had been victims of Wamyking's bullying and had harbored deep resentment towards her. Yet, no matter how much they loathed her, this was not a justified form of retribution. She wished to intervene but felt paralyzed by fear, gazing at Wheat as if she were a stranger. Wheat, with the baseball bat raised, stood before Wamyking, poised to strike, yet her hands suddenly froze. She beheld the expression on Wamyking's face. Typically exuding an air of superiority and regality, Wamyking now appeared utterly terrified and helpless, a look Wheat recognized all too well. On that fateful day, a fierce quarrel erupted between my parents, culminating in my father storming out and never returning. The reflection I beheld in the mirror mirrored this very expression of turmoil. It dawned on me that Wamyking, much like myself, was ensnared in a web of emotions. Strangely, I found my animosity towards her was not as profound as I had initially believed. Although I raised the baseball bat, I could not bring myself to strike. It merely fell limply, akin to a deflated ball. Observing this, Wamyking sighed in relief, her voice trembling as she murmured an apology before stumbling away in tears. As she fled, I heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw Dodo, equally frightened, retreating step by step until, in a sudden pivot, he dashed off in another direction, forsaking any further words with me. I stood there, gazing vacantly at Dodo's retreating figure, a swirl of emotions churning within me. I had not anticipated this outcome. While I had avenged myself and Wamyking had wept in contrition, I felt no sense of satisfaction. Instead, a bitter sadness enveloped me. Even Dodo had abandoned me. In a moment of frustration, I directed my ire at 7723, exclaiming, This is all your fault. You simply stand there like a blockhead. Who are you really protecting? After a moment's hesitation, 7723 replied, Are you blaming me for not confronting her? I retorted, You have no idea how she tormented me before. I wanted her to experience every ounce of pain I felt, but she is a living being. My anger flared, and I shouted, You understand nothing. You lack even a semblance of life, you fool. Yet, as I hurled insults at 7723, an even deeper sorrow welled up within me, tears threatening to spill from my eyes. Unfazed, 7723 spoke softly, I have always believed that anything that brings you joy must be right. Yet, sometimes your happiness comes at the expense of others' sorrow. Is it truly right for one to be joyful while another suffers? Wamyking is your classmate. Must one be happy while the other is sad? Can't both of you find happiness together? I snapped, Wamyking and I are not friends. But before I could finish my thought, I faltered. While I could claim Wamyking was not my friend, Dodo was indeed my companion. And today's incident was spurred by my desire to defend him. However, now even Dodo was retreating from me, and I began to realize my actions had been excessive. Then why not attempt to befriend Wamyking? Friendship is not a natural occurrence among humans. I was taken aback, responding, I thought having you as a friend was sufficient. With that, I fled without a backward glance, tears finally escaping my eyes, unwilling for 7723 to witness my vulnerability. Seeing me dash away, 7723 hurriedly pursued, calling out, I understand. But Xiao Mai. Central Park lay in disarray, and the treasure I had borrowed, struck by 7723's impact weapon, turned its head towards our departing forms, its visor flashing with data transmission icons. Neither Xiao Mai nor 7723 anticipated that upon receiving a covert directive from the intelligence network, all visual data from the treasures had been activated. Although this treasure was destroyed by a shock gun, the monitoring system remains intact, and the latest data from Xiao Mai and 7723 has been completely transmitted back to the intelligence manufacturing. Upon returning home, twilight had already descended. Following their first quarrel, 7723 found itself lost in contemplation within the small cabin. The memory warning sounded again, this time alarmingly swift, as not much time had elapsed since the last cleanup. However, 7723 was prepared, for the events of these past few days had been particularly numerous and significant, naturally consuming more memory space. It summoned the holographic screen, which now displayed a warning in letters so large that they nearly filled the entire display. Warning: memory module insufficient for 8 hours. Please clear system space promptly to avoid catastrophic system failure. 7723 began organizing the day's memories, nearly all of which belonged to Xiao Mai. One moment showcasing her angry visage, the next revealing her sorrowful expression. It hesitated, reluctant to press the delete key. You don't even have a life. Fool. Blast her. I thought having you as a friend was enough. Xiao Mai's expressions fluctuated in 7723's memory, each segment seeming unworthy of deletion, as fear began to envelop 7723. Yes, fear. It incessantly examined past memories, washing dishes with Xiao Mai in her kitchen, playing soccer together, clumsily aiding Xiao Mai in giving Momo a bath, nearly drowning Momo in those memories. While Xiao Mai always laughed heartily, bringing joy to 7723 as well. Yet, when Xiao Mai rode on its shoulders, directing it to chase down the fleeing delivery robot or to obliterate the police robot, despite her laughter, those around them often wore expressions of dread. Previously, 7723's focus had solely rested on Xiao Mai, oblivious to the emotions of others. However, as it revisited its recollections, it began to perceive many things that had once gone unnoticed. While immersed in thought, 7723 was suddenly startled by a voice. Big brother. To be precise, it was a bark from Momo, which, after passing through 7723's language translator, transformed into human speech. Momo, the little creature, squeezed into the cabin, wagging its tail in a friendly manner towards 7723. Welcome, Momo, 7723 said, cradling the little creature in its hands. Remembering its identity, no longer a mere small mammal, Momo joyfully wagged its tail and exclaimed, Big brother. You went out with the big sister again today, didn't you? She hasn't seemed happy since returning. Just moments earlier, upon Xiao Mai's return, Momo had eagerly sought her affection. But Xiao Mai, behaving unusually, had ignored Momo and sent it away. Is she unhappy? 7723 inquired. Well, ever since the previous master stopped coming back, the big sister has been quite downcast. The former master referred to Xiao Mai's father. What about now? 7723 asked. Still unhappy. Big brother, you want to delete me, will you? Gently placing Momo down, 7723 reassured. No, I won T. Xiao Mai Momo. These were memories it wished never to erase from its consciousness. It initially believed that by obeying Xiao Mai in every regard, she would surely be happy. However, she would still feel sorrow. Furthermore, if this situation continued, not only would Xiao Mai be unhappy, but also Jasmine, Dodo, and Hua Muqing, along with Xiao Mai's classmates and teachers, would all share in the sadness. Observing the lengthy array of fragmented memories, where Xiao Mai's smile transformed from innocent joy to increasingly wild expressions, 7723 felt a pang of sadness. It gently nudged Momo out of the small cabin, saying, Momo, please go and keep Xiao Mai company. As Momo was pushed out the door, she turned back and remarked, Brother, you must make sure to cheer sister up next time. All right, 7723 muttered softly. The self-learning mode should come to a close now. It was time to make its own decision. It sent Momo on her way, not wishing to be seen by others. Even though Momo would not comprehend the choice it had made, it accessed the core system, its fingers hovering over the weapon system icon. The transformation of Xiao Mai into her current state, from beginning to end, was entirely due to this armament system. Without weapons, Xiao Mai would not have aged while destroying those robots. This was 7723's conclusion. After a moment's hesitation, it finally pressed down firmly. As soon as it did, an alarm sounded, and a massive warning symbol flickered on the display. But it was not a warning of insufficient memory. The weapon drive system was about to be uninstalled. This was a core system. The uninstallation process was irreversible. Would it proceed? Uninstalling the core system required a second confirmation, although 7723 had hesitated for a long time before pressing it the first time. This time there was no hesitation at all, and it clicked without delay. For the sake of Xiao Mai's smile, the weapon system icon was immediately fed into a shredder, and soon the warning symbol on the screen disappeared. Before long, a feedback message appeared. Cleanup successful. Weapon system has been uninstalled. Memory module still has 120 hours remaining. Please clear system space promptly to ensure normal operation. After deleting the weapon system, there were suddenly over 100 additional hours of memory available. And now there were no warning messages at all. Although there was no particular feeling, 7723 still experienced a sense of relief. It turned off the screen and attempted to direct its arm towards a box on the shelf, yet there was no change in its arm. Whether it was the titanium alloy knife, the pulse gun, or the plasma cannon, none activated. 7723 let out a sigh of relief, contentedly gazing out the window. It was no longer necessary to worry daily about insufficient memory. Though it was still not in its original state, it could now store memories for more than 4 days, which was considerably more comfortable. It pushed open the door, exited the cabin, and descended the stairs to Xiao Mai's bedroom, activating the jump booster to leap up to her window. It wanted to immediately share the news with Xiao Mai that, from now on, it would be without weapons, thus unable to confront those delivery and police robots as before. However, if Xiao Mai wished to play soccer or baseball, that would pose no hindrance at all. Yet, as it peeked through the window, it discovered that the bedroom was entirely empty. Gone out? 7723 couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. It activated the infrared night vision mode, plunging the surroundings into darkness. On the bed of Xiao Mai, an orange-hued silhouette emerged, accompanied by the shape of a small dog, clearly indicating that Xiao Mai had just been lying there with Momo. A trail of orange footprints extended from the edge of the bed to the doorway, alongside 2 rows of paw prints resembling plum blossoms, undoubtedly left by Momo. The footprints led out through the back door and into the wide-open yard. Upon discovering Xiao Mai's whereabouts, 7723 joyfully dashed outside, oblivious to the faint glimmer of 2 red lights at the living room window. Those lights belonged to Jasmine's treasure. Normally, it would have been powered down for rest at this hour, yet it stood steadfast by the window, intently watching 7723 outside. A symbol and a data transmission icon flickered on its visor. To mend the rift in their friendship, 7723 had personally crafted a rainbow projector. Simultaneously, Dr. Mi and Pang Jiayan arrived at Xiao Mai's home, each with their own purpose. Behind Xiao Mai's house lay a small hill, although not particularly tall. The summit offered a panoramic view of the vibrant city of Mi. Xiao Mai sat amidst a patch of wildflowers, gazing at the dazzling nightscape of Mi City. Her knees drawn to her chest, lost in thought. Momo sat beside her, glancing at her occasionally, both remaining silent. After their quarrel, Xiao Mai still felt unsettled. Despite her anger at 7723 for not heeding her words in the heat of the moment, she now realized that it was perhaps fortunate 7723 had not complied. Had it truly harmed Wamyuking, the outcome would have been dire. As Xiao Mai pondered, Momo licked her hand. She lifted Momo into her embrace and murmured, "Could it be that I was truly in the wrong?" Momo responded with a cheerful bark, genuinely answering Xiao Mai's question, though she only perceived it as barking. Yet, Xiao Mai had never expected Momo to truly respond, sighing, "It must also be concerned for my well-being." She found it perplexing how a robot could resemble a human so closely. However, 7723 had always obeyed Xiao Mai, yet suddenly refused to listen during the day, leaving her with a sense of betrayal. Even though she understood 7723's intentions were for her own good, she still felt somewhat humiliated. With a sigh, she addressed Momo. "Momo, I believe you are my only true friend. At least you will never betray me, right? Do you agree?" Seeing Momo wagging its tail vigorously, she embraced it tightly and exclaimed, "Oh Momo, I love you so much." If Momo had not been covered in fur, Xiao Mai would have noticed its face turning crimson. Suddenly, it barked towards the side, "Big brother, come over here, don't just stand there." Upon hearing Momo's sudden call, Xiao Mai turned her head and spotted 7723 peeking over the top of the hill. Perhaps fearing that Xiao Mai was still upset, 7723 hesitated, adopting a cautious demeanor. It only gathered the courage to approach when Momo called out to it. However, Xiao Mai merely huffed, turning her head away in dismissal, and began to tug at a blade of grass in front of her, twisting and pulling it incessantly. 7723 approached Xiao Mai somewhat sheepishly. Xiao Mai was still seething with anger, deliberately turning her head away to indicate that she would not spare 7723 even a glance. However, Momo perched on Xiao Mai's shoulder, peering out, and exclaimed, "Big brother, please don't lose heart. I've been praising you all along." 7723 sat beside Xiao Mai in silence, placing an object in front of him and softly uttering, "Xiao Mai, I made you a gift." Despite her resolve to ignore 7723, this statement piqued Xiao Mai's curiosity. Refusing to relent, she slightly turned her head, stealing a glance from the corner of her eye. To her surprise, 7723 revealed a rather unattractive contraption, seemingly cobbled together from various discarded items. Indeed, 7723 had salvaged these forgotten remnants from the junk shelf in the small cabin. An old mobile phone, shattered glass, wires, and a lamp, all assembled into this peculiar creation. "I sincerely apologize, Xiao Mai. I'm not an industrial robot, so it's not aesthetically pleasing, but it is functional." 7723 activated the holographic display. However, this time, the holographic screen emitted only a blank white light, akin to an empty canvas. "What is this? A foolish robot is simply foolish," Xiao Mai mused inwardly. Yet, when the white light projected by 7723 illuminated the hideous device, it seemed to awaken, refracting a beam of light that danced in the air. A vibrant rainbow emerged, beneath which lay a larger blank canvas, resembling the outline of a cherished photograph that Xiao Mai held dear. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Mai gasped, her curiosity stirred. "Xiao Mai, I truly enjoy being with you. The memories of you are the most vital parts of my existence, and I could never bear to erase them." Suddenly, a childlike figure appeared in the air, as if an invisible brush was swiftly sketching, colors blossoming and images sharpening, revealing the innocent, carefree Xiao Mai from the family portrait. Behind her, the image of a young woman gradually came into focus, Molly, who was playfully engaging with Xiao Mai. "Mom." Xiao Mai's lips moved, though no sound escaped. She silently summoned her mother in her heart. Despite their frequent quarrels over the past 2 years, her mother held the utmost significance in her life. Even during disputes, her hope was that her mother would show her more concern. The invisible brush continued its dance. To the left, the figure of her father emerged, extending his hand towards Xiao Mai's tiny hands in the painting. The Xiao Mai in the painting remained silent, while Momo barked in protest. "Are you trying to grab Momo to death?" 7723 understood Momo's grievance. It became evident that Xiao Mai's attention was wholly captured by the painting in the air, prompting 7723 to grip Momo a little tighter. "Xiao Mai, you're hurting Momo," he whispered. Realizing this, Xiao Mai snapped back to reality, uttering a soft "oh" as she set Momo down, stammering you. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streamed down her cheeks. This family portrait is the most treasured possession of Xiao Mai. Upon seeing the photograph manifest in this form, she feels as though she has returned to the past. "Xiao Mai, you once asked me if erasing memories would be painful, to which I replied it would not. At that time, I was unaware that losing something beloved indeed brings forth pain. Now, I comprehend." The image in the air has begun to fade, with her father, mother, Xiao Mai, and the tail-wagging Momo gradually dissolving like a color washed away, leaving only a rainbow suspended in the sky. Yet, this rainbow too is slowly diminishing, and soon, the sky will revert to its prior gloom. "Xiao Mai, do not be angry. I promise I shall not allow you to endure such pain again." Suddenly, Xiao Mai lifted her head and exclaimed, "What nonsense! What can you promise me? Can you bring my father back? I am powerless over the past, but the future lies in our hands. Xiao Mai, I do not wish to lose you from this moment onward." 7723 resembles a robot, bearing no significant difference from others of its kind. However, in this moment, Xiao Mai nearly forgets she is conversing with a machine. The words of 7723 touched her heart. "But am I truly that important to you?" "Yes, Xiao Mai. Although robots lack life, if one must assert that they possess it, my life is you." Xiao Mai froze. In her memory, such words had only been spoken by her father when she was very young. She once asked her father if he loved her. He held her close and softly replied, "Xiao Mai, you are my life." Now, she hears the same words once more from this robot. In that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into 7723's embrace, weeping profusely. 7723 gently stroked her purple hair and softly said, "Do not cry, Xiao Mai. You are not angry with me anymore, are you?" Xiao Mai, through her sobs, lifted her head and replied, "It was my fault, 7723. I was wrong. I shall never ask you to go out and hurt anyone again. Will you still protect me?" "Of course. I shall always protect you." As 7723 spoke, its voice resonated with affection and tenderness. Glancing down the mountain, it said, "Xiao Mai, it is quite late. You should return home." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Mai wiped her tears and replied, "Yes, you should rest early as well. For robots, rest merely serves the purpose of conserving energy." Xiao Mai was not oblivious to this fact, yet she had come to regard 7723 as a true companion. Descending the small hill, she slipped through the back door, allowing 7723 to return to the cabin before stealthily entering her home with Momo. Now it was quite late, ordinarily. Jasmine would never permit Xiao Mai to remain awake at such an hour. She removed her shoes and cautiously traversed the living room, preparing to tiptoe upstairs when, suddenly, the living room lights flickered on. The abrupt illumination startled Xiao Mai, causing her to drop the shoes she was holding. To her surprise, her mother was still awake, and she was caught red-handed, surely to receive a stern look. After a moment, Xiao Mai devised a plan to explain herself to her mother, stealing her nerves. She turned around to speak, only to freeze in shock. In the living room, besides Jasmine, who wore an unpleased expression, was a bald old man with a face full of whiskers. The visage of the old man seemed vaguely familiar to Xiao Mai, yet she could not quite place him. As she strained to recall, the old man sprang from the sofa with surprising agility, pointing at Xiao Mai and exclaiming, "Aha, it's you." In the midst of his exclamation, a lollipop tumbled from his mouth. It appeared he had been savoring it even while seated in the living room. Upon noticing the candy had fallen, he hurriedly retrieved it and popped it back into his mouth. At the sound of his voice, Xiao Mai suddenly remembered, exclaiming, "You're the old man from the building." "Xiao Mai, do not be so rude. This is Dr. Mi." Jasmine's voice carried an unprecedented sternness. When Dr. Mi had approached her that evening, Jasmine had been taken aback, uncertain of the unfolding situation. After Dr. Mi recounted the events, she deliberately turned off the lights in the living room. And upon witnessing Xiao Mai had indeed brought home a new model of Baolu, her frustration escalated. Observing her mother's countenance, which resembled a mask of despair, Xiao Mai felt a pang of anxiety and said, "Mom, please don't be upset. Allow me to explain." "No need for explanations. Return that treasure at once." Jasmine interjected. "Xiao Mai, I cannot fathom how many times I have told you. We must follow the righteous path and refrain from petty theft." Jasmine's expression conveyed profound disappointment, as if she genuinely believed Xiao Mai had committed theft. Stricken by her words, Xiao Mai found herself at a loss for a retort, her face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Dr. Mi, having swiftly chewed and swallowed the lollipop, remarked, "Miss Jasmine, let us not place blame on your daughter just yet. I would like to examine 7723 first." Xiao Mai wished to voice further objections, but Jasmine shot her a stern look and commanded, "Go fetch it now." Left with no alternative, Xiao Mai complied and departed. Once she was gone, Jasmine, her face marked with remorse, addressed Dr. Mi, "I sincerely apologize, Dr. Mi. I have failed to properly guide my daughter." She intended to offer additional apologies, but the back door swung open, and Xiao Mai entered, leading 7723 behind her. Upon seeing 7723, Jasmine gasped, inquiring, "Dr. Mi, is this the Baolu 7? It appears slightly larger than the Baolu 6. Dr. Mi immediately approached 7723, inspecting it meticulously like a groundhog, muttering, "Pause. Excellent, excellent. Its visual system is functioning normally. The upper limb joints are intact, the lower limb joints are sound, and the motor reflexes. Oh, you removed the memory component from here, didn't you?" He pointed to the repaired section on 7723's waist. The area, flawlessly mended with 3D printing, was imperceptible, and 7723 nodded in affirmation, saying, "Yes." It was broken. Dr. Mi rubbed his hands together, reassuringly stating, "No worries, do not fret. I possess a backup of your initial state. Once we replace the memory module and reboot, you will be as good as new." Startled, 7723 asked, "Wait, restore to initial settings? Does that mean all my memories will be erased?" At that moment, Dr. Mi had already opened 7723's mech casing and inserted the chip, casually replying, "Indeed. As good as new, just like when you first came off the assembly line. Oh, what is this?" As he prepared to press the initialization button on the holographic display, he suddenly paused. Jasmine, perplexed by the unfolding events, approached and inquired, "Dr. Mi, what is happening?" Dr. Mi murmured, "Strange, how could this be? It has developed self-awareness. This is truly peculiar." As he spoke, a sudden realization illuminated his face. "Miss Jasmine, I must take 7723 back to the laboratory immediately. My experiment may be even more successful than anticipated." Dr. Mi's excitement caused his face to flush, and as he rummaged through the inner pocket of his coat, he inadvertently pulled out a lollipop. It turned out that while others may have a penchant for cigarettes, Dr. Mi had a sweet tooth for lollipops, indulging in one whenever he felt exhilarated. Hence, he always carried a multitude with him. He unwrapped the lollipop and popped it into his mouth, eager to drag 7723 out. Wheat, alarmed, interjected, "Wait, don't be so hands-on." Earlier, when Dr. Mi had opened 7723's mech, Wheat had been on the verge of speaking up. But since 7723 remained silent, she held her tongue. Now, Witnessing Dr. Mi's intent to take 7,723 away, she could no longer contain herself. Jasmine chimed in, "Wait, don't be ridiculous. This is someone else's treasure." With a lollipop lodged in his mouth, Dr. Mi, upon hearing Jasmine's words, quickly withdrew it and exclaimed, "No, no, no. This is not a treasure. It is a new, one-of-kind super robot. I must take it back to the laboratory at once." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly echoed from the entrance, "Dr. Mi, you cannot leave." This unexpected voice startled Jasmine, who was unaware that another individual had arrived at her home. Looking up, she gasped, "Treasure." Standing at the door was the new model Treasure 6 that Jasmine had brought home from the building that day. This Treasure 6 had proven to be quite attentive at home, organizing everything meticulously. Whenever Jasmine spoke, it would promptly attend to her requests. Thus, she had always been fond of it. However, now this Treasure 6 was obstinately blocking the doorway, showing no intention of moving aside. Jasmine, taken aback, called out, "Treasure, Doctor. Me needs to leave. Don't block the door." Typically, such a statement would prompt Treasure 6 to comply immediately without hesitation. Yet, this time, it seemed oblivious to her words, repeating monotonously, "Dr. Mi cannot leave." The Treasure 6 persisted in this refrain, its eyes beginning to glow red. Jasmine had never encountered such a situation, and unease crept over her as she pondered, "Is it malfunctioning?" Before she could voice her concerns, Dr. Mi suddenly produced a stun gun from his coat and aimed it at Treasure 6, firing a shot. While the stun gun posed no tangible threat to humans, the electric current could corrupt the robot's core system. Dr. Mi, likely inexperienced with the weapon, fired repeatedly, causing smoke to billow from Treasure 6, which continued to intone, "Dr. Mi cannot leave." Jasmine, startled by Dr. Mi's abrupt action, exclaimed, "Goodness, what are you doing?" Although Treasure 6 had only recently arrived, Jasmine held a deep fondness for it. The reckless use of the stun gun left her worried about its potential damage. Meanwhile, Dr. Mi's face drained of color as he muttered, "Oh dear, this is dire. We must act swiftly." With that, he tugged at 7723, determined to depart. As he had just taken a step, a voice suddenly echoed at the door, "Dr. Mi, you are indeed here." Upon hearing this voice, Jasmine's eyes sparkled, yet Dr. Mi stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The voice belonged to none other than the beloved Pang Jiatian. With several heavy footsteps resonating, Pang Jietian appeared at the entrance, accompanied by the imposing War King. Dr. Mi, still astonished, found himself at a loss for words, while Pang Jietian, composed and relaxed, strolled in with his hands clasped behind his back. "Wow!" The exclamation that broke the silence came from Jasmine, who could hardly believe that Pang Jietian had entered her home. The reason for his visit was a thought she dared not entertain, nor did she have time to ponder it. Her mind was filled with exhilaration as she exclaimed, "Pang Jietian, this is wonderful. I am your devoted fan. Would you please give me an autograph?" As she spoke, she produced a small notebook and eagerly handed it to him. Pang Jietian maintained the same affable demeanor as he did at the event, smilingly replying, "Of course." If not for the trembling Dr. Mi, the scene could have easily been mistaken for a commercial on television. Jasmine received the autograph, her excitement leaving her at a loss for words. At that moment, Pang Jietian approached Dr. Mi and affectionately draped an arm around his shoulders, saying, "Old Mi, perhaps you indulged in too many sweets today and have become a bit muddled. If it weren't for Bao's timely notification, I would have had no idea you would go this far on your own." He then addressed Jasmine and Xiao Mai, "Ladies, I sincerely apologize. But this product is merely an experimental specimen from our company and is still quite immature. It must be recalled immediately. I regret any inconvenience caused." Before he could articulate any form of compensation, Dr. Mi unexpectedly summoned the strength to break free from Pang Jiatian's grasp, exclaiming, "Old Pang, you are the one who is confused. If you can still hear my words, do not proceed any further. Do you remember when we first started our venture? You once proclaimed you would create robots to change the world and forge a beautiful future, yet what you have produced is the War King in this." He pointed to Bao, who lay incapacitated on the ground from an electric shock. Jasmine, perplexed, interjected, "Dr. Mi, what is wrong with Bao? The War King behind Pang Jiatian is clearly unsuitable for home use. However, Bao is small, charming, and incredibly capable. I truly cannot fathom what is wrong with it." At that moment, she began to suspect that perhaps Dr. Mi, as Pang Jietian suggested, had indeed indulged in too many sweets. Dr. Mi retorted, "This is good? This is a robot designed for destruction." The words slipped from his lips, and his face turned pale. He cast a furtive glance at Pang Jietian standing at the door, who still wore an amiable smile, seemingly unfazed. Jasmine, feeling awkward, forced a laugh and said, "Dr. Mi, you certainly have a knack for humor. Mr. Pang, look at Dr. Mi." Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and a brilliant flash of white light erupted. Dr. Me was instantly reduced to a pile of dust. Jasmine's smile froze, her disbelief rendering her unable to comprehend the reality unfolding before her eyes. At this moment, she was utterly shocked and terrified. A laser gun appeared in Pang Jiatian's hand. Affecting a nonchalance, he blew at the non-existent smoke at the gun's muzzle, smiling as he declared, "Absolutely correct. To me, murder and arson are merely the means to forge a splendid future." During the raid, Pang Jiatian, having slain Dr. Me, unveiled his plan for humanity's annihilation. The weapon system of 7,723 was rendered inoperative, leaving it defenseless against the overwhelming assault. When the uninvited guests, Pang Jiatian and the War King, intruded upon her home, Xiao Mai sensed something ominous. Upon witnessing Pang Jiatian murder Dr. Me, her heart sank with a chilling clarity. Yes, it must be so. Earlier, when 7723 had obliterated Wamuking's Bao 6, it had claimed that the Bao 6 contained weapons. At that time, Xiao Mai had been unaware that civilian robots could not be equipped with arms. She merely assumed it was commonplace due to 7723's weaponry. Now, she realized the magnitude of the conspiracy. The promotion of Bao 6 at such a low cost was a fade. And if every Bao 6 were armed, "Are you going to kill us?" Xiao Mai cried out. Pang Jiatian suddenly turned to her, instinctively donning a congenial smile. "Kill you? No, no. Of course not just you few." He paused, gesturing in the air, then continued, "I speak of all, of humanity itself, to eradicate all of humankind." Molly felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Today was shockingly surreal. How could the beloved Pang Jiatian utter such words? She hurried to Xiao Mai's side and whispered, "Xiao Mai, pinch me." But there was no time for Xiao Mai to comply. Pang Jiatian's demeanor had abruptly soured as he barked, "War King, eliminate them." Suddenly, 2 points of red light emerged, the unmoving eyes of the War King behind Pang Jiatian. Molly could no longer scream, trembling uncontrollably, while Xiao Mai felt a chilling dread. Although the War King was not particularly agile, the confined space of the room offered no escape. As the War King raised its left hand, its metallic arm morphed into a dark, gaping cannon aimed at them. Molly nearly lost her footing, but still managed to step in front of Xiao Mai, exclaiming, "Xiao Mai, flee." Even as death loomed close, a flicker of warmth enveloped Xiao Mai's heart. She had always believed that her mother regarded robots as mere family, indifferent to her own well-being. But in this life-and-death moment, she realized her mother's foremost concern was her safety. Reaching out to grasp her mother's hand, she thought, "Even if death awaits, let us face it together." A shockwave erupted from the cannon's muzzle. Yet, in the instant before discharge, a shadow darted past like lightning, scooping up Xiao Mai and Molly, circumventing the War King and dashing outside. Neither the War King nor Pang Jiatian anticipated that the War King's shot would reduce the living room's furniture to mere confetti, all of it missing its targets entirely. The savior of Xiao Mai and Molly was none other than 7,723. After Pang Jiatian and the War King entered, they initially regarded 7,723 as an ordinary robot. In their hubris, they killed Dr. Me, inadvertently lifting the suspension order he had placed on 7723. Although the weaponry system of 7,723 had been deactivated, all other functions remained intact. It promptly activated its jet propulsion system, rescuing Jasmine and Xiao Mai in a moment of peril. However, the jet propulsion system, while effective, was not sustainable. Once they reached the front yard, 7723 set the two down. Jasmine, still in shock, exclaimed, "Pang Jiatian is actually a villain?" Even though Pang Jiatian had slain Dr. Me before her eyes and the War King had destroyed her home, Jasmine was reluctant to accept this grim reality. Xiao Mai shouted, "Mom, how can he not be a villain after all this?" 7723, take him down. Although the War King appeared formidable, Xiao Mai felt no fear. She had previously faced off against police robots, which were hardly inferior to the War King. Yet, 7723 hesitated momentarily, softly uttering, "I'm sorry, Xiao Mai." With a thunderous crash, the War King broke through the walls of Xiao Mai's home, charging forward like a tank. Before 7723 could finish its sentence, the War King's ion cannon fired. The blast struck 7723 squarely in the chest, sending it soaring over the wall and landing on the street across. Upon landing, its right hand plunged into the ground with such force that its super-strength alloy fingers penetrated the cement, stabilizing its position and preventing a fall. However, before it could regain its footing, the War King burst through the wall and onto the street, unleashing 2 more blasts aimed at 7723. The War King paid no heed to Jasmine, seeing only 7,723 as his adversary. Jasmine stood amidst the debris of her shattered home, still in disbelief at the unfolding events. Suddenly, a massive object hurtled through the air toward Jasmine, leaving her no time to evade. Just then, Xiao Mai leaped forward, pulling her mother aside. The object was a wrecked car flung into the air during the fierce combat between the War King and 7723. When the crumpled vehicle crashed down where Jasmine had just stood, creating a deep crater and sending dirt and stones flying, Jasmine finally regained her senses and, alongside Xiao Mai, took refuge behind a relatively intact wall. Xiao Mai, what on earth is happening? Jasmine whispered, grappling with the overwhelming emotions brought about by Pang Jiatian's sudden visit, which had transformed from a moment of bliss into a horrifying nightmare. The man she had admired turned out to be a psychopathic individual, and within a minute, her warm home had been reduced to ruins, an unbearable reality for Jasmine. Xiao Mai, exasperated, retorted, "You're asking me? I want to know what is going on too." Pang Jiatian was evidently intent on eliminating 7723, and the War King's attacks were relentless. Meanwhile, across the street, 7723 continuously evaded the onslaught, occasionally seizing parked cars to hurl at the War King. Growing increasingly anxious, Xiao Mai stood up, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted, "Fire! Use that 40,000 megawatt weapon of yours." Originally, 7723 had claimed to possess a pulse ion cannon with an energy consumption of 40,000 megawatts within its arm. At that time, a single shot from 7723 had obliterated Wamuking's prized vehicle. Despite the formidable prowess of the Battle King, it was certain that a few more shots would eventually lead to its downfall. Xiao Mai believed that 7723 had become dazed and was oblivious to the use of its weaponry. Without further thought, she dashed forward, calling out to 7723. Molly, upon witnessing Xiao Mai's sudden movement, noticed the imposing figure of Pang Jiatian standing amidst the ruins of their home, not far away. Clutching a laser gun, Pang Jiatian was intensely focused on the ongoing struggle between the Battle King and 7723, seemingly unaware of Xiao Mai's presence. However, Molly was genuinely concerned that this psychologically disturbed individual might act unpredictably. She swiftly grabbed Xiao Mai and pulled her back, whispering urgently, "Xiao Mai, be cautious of that man." The name Pang Jiatian had always held a certain allure in Molly's mind, making it difficult for her to associate it with such a deviant. As Xiao Mai was pulled back, her gaze remained fixated on 7723, who appeared oblivious to her calls. Instead, it continued to seize anything within reach to engage in combat with the Battle King, relying on sheer randomness rather than strategy to defend itself. Meanwhile, the Battle King, having heard Xiao Mai shout, turned its attention toward them. This momentary distraction allowed 7723 to capitalize, hurling a motorcycle directly at the Battle King's chest. With a resounding crash, the motorcycle shattered against the Battle King's robust form, causing it to stagger, yet it remained upright. Seeing that 7723 had not succumbed, Xiao Mai felt a sense of relief, but remained perplexed as to why it still refrained from utilizing its weaponry. Her mother's warnings about Pang Jiatian lingered in her mind, prompting her to glance over. To her shock, Pang Jiatian was indeed only a few steps away. Despite the proximity, he appeared oblivious to her presence, suddenly shivering as if chilled to the bone, coinciding perfectly with the moment 7723 struck the Battle King with a motorcycle. Was Pang Jiatian unwell? Xiao Mai found herself bewildered. At that moment, 7723 had already knocked down a streetlight pole and was preparing to swing it at the Battle King. The massive form of the Battle King proved cumbersome, and 7723 landed 3 strikes upon it with the pole. However, the substantial streetlight pole seemed ineffective against the Battle King. On the third swing, the Battle King seized one end of the pole, aiming its ion cannon at 7723. As 7723 made contact with the Battle King for the first time, Xiao Mai observed Pang Jiatian twitch violently. This cruel and disturbed individual had seemingly been in good health until now. What could be the cause of his reaction? As Xiao Mai puzzled over this, 7723 struck the Battle King 2 more times. Each impact echoed loudly, and Pang Jiatian's body trembled in response, as if he were being struck alongside the Battle King. Something was amiss. Xiao Mai suddenly stood up, determination flooding her senses. As Jasmine witnessed her daughter suddenly rise, she anxiously called out in a hushed tone, "Xiao Mai, my little ancestor." Yet, before she could utter any further exclamations, Xiao Mai seized a chunk of concrete from the ground and hurled it with great force towards the leg of the towering Pang Jiatian. With a resounding thud, the ion cannon in the hands of the War King struck 7723, causing it to crash against a wall, collapsing a significant portion of it. Simultaneously, Xiao Mai's concrete projectile struck Pang Jiatian's knee, but, contrary to her expectations, emitted a sound akin to metal upon impact. Remarkably, although Pang Jiatian staggered slightly from the blow, he exhibited no further reaction. Meanwhile, the War King was preparing to fire the ion cannon once more at the emerging 7723 from the rubble, when suddenly, Without any apparent reason, he swayed slightly, causing his aim to falter and the blast to miss 7,723 entirely. A curious thought seemed to dawn on Xiao Mai as she launched another 2 strikes with her concrete block against Pang Jietian. Despite the resounding bangs, Pang Jietian remained unmoved, while the War King, noticing Xiao Mai's actions, disregarded 7723 and strode purposefully towards her. The sight of the colossal robot advancing towards her instilled a sense of dread within Xiao Mai. The concrete block, already cumbersome, felt even heavier in her panic as she struck 3 more times. Overcome by fear, she inadvertently loosened her grip, causing the block to tumble from her hands. Just as she contemplated retrieving it, she felt a tight grip on her hair and looked up to see Pang Jietian suddenly animated, having seized her by the locks. What could have provoked Pang Jietian's sudden reaction? Before Xiao Mai could ponder this perplexing question, she heard Jasmine's frantic cry, "Let go of my daughter." Jasmine, trembling with fear, had never anticipated that her daughter would dare to confront Pang Jietian. Initially paralyzed by terror, upon witnessing Pang Jietian grasp Xiao Mai's hair, Jasmine felt as if she were ensnared herself. Overcoming her trepidation, she rushed forth, seizing the hand of Pang Jietian that clutched her daughter. Though Jasmine regularly engaged in vigorous exercise at home, her strength paled in comparison to the iron grip of Pang Jietian, which felt as immovable as steel. Pang Jietian's once amiable visage transformed into one of grim determination, resolutely holding onto Xiao Mai's hair. At that moment, a fluffy figure suddenly lunged from an unseen corner, barking loudly as it sank its teeth into Pang Jietian's leg. It was Momo. During the earlier chaos, Momo had sought refuge, but upon seeing Xiao Mai in distress, it charged forth without hesitation. Had 7723's translation system been operational, it would have interpreted Momo's barks as a fierce warning against provoking the formidable canine. Pang Jietian, oblivious to the canine language, stumbled slightly from the sudden bite, and with a swift motion, he kicked his leg, sending Momo flying. However, like a cat, Momo deftly flipped in midair and landed gracefully, fixating its gaze on Pang Jietian, poised to launch another attack. Before Momo could strike again, a figure darted past, snatching Xiao Mai from Pang Jietian's grasp. It was 7,723. Although 7723 had been struck by the War King's ion cannon, leaving it feeling as though it might disintegrate, it was still determined to protect Xiao Mai. Its emotional system has nearly reached perfection. As it emerged from the rubble, 7723 was seized by a wave of fear, an instinctual response designed to protect robots from peril, yet it felt utterly misplaced in this moment. Should it suffer another hit from the ion cannon, the mech would sustain considerable damage. Remarkably, the War King's lethal shot veered off course, diverting its attention elsewhere, leaving 7,723 astonished as it looked up to see Pang Jietian clutching Xiao Mai by her hair. Witnessing Xiao Mai in distress caused 7,723 more anguish than the potential destruction of its own mech. Fortunately, its auxiliary systems remained intact, and it surged forth with lightning speed. However, as it snatched Xiao Mai away, a sudden tremor jolted through it. The War King seemed to revive, delivering a shot that struck its back. Originally, 7723 intended to rescue Jasmine as well, but the impact of that blast caused it to stagger. Fearing for Xiao Mai's safety, it wrapped its arms around her protectively and propelled itself towards the remnants of Xiao Mai's living room wall. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, showering 7,723 in debris and dust. Concerned for Xiao Mai, it spread its arms wide, only to see Xiao Mai spring forth unscathed, albeit covered in dust from her violet hair. As she emerged, Xiao Mai cried out, "Mom." Though 7723 had pulled her to safety, Pang Jietian now had Jasmine in his grasp. Jasmine struggled fiercely in Pang Jietian's hold, but he remained unfazed. 7723 blocked Xiao Mai's path as she attempted to rush forward, stating, "I will rescue her." Yet, before it could advance, the War King abruptly shifted, obstructing its way like an impenetrable wall. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from above as a flying vessel hovered over Xiao Mai's home. Even in the night, the intricate design beneath it was clearly visible. Upon reaching their zenith, the vessel hovered momentarily before its underside opened, unleashing a deluge of security drones like rain. Oh no! Before 7723 could dash forward, the security drones descended and encircled it, overwhelming it in an instant. Meanwhile, Pang Jietian held Jasmine in one hand and a retractable ladder in the other, ascending into the vessel. "Mom." Xiao Mai felt tears welling in her eyes. She charged forward recklessly, but the swarm of security drones blocked her path. Had it not been for 7,723 dispersing the drones, Xiao Mai would have been unable to take a single step, surely captured by the relentless security forces. Yet, for every step 7723 and Xiao Mai tried to take, they found themselves pushed back, making progress feel insurmountable. In midair, the opening at the bottom of the vessel snapped shut, and a massive cannon protruded from it. Almost simultaneously, the previously immobilized War King regained its mobility, revealing a cannon even thicker than an arm from its shoulder. Surrounded on all sides and besieged by numerous security drones, 7723 made a swift decision. He seized the waist of Xiao Mai, who, despite her desire to advance, found herself captured by 7723 and desperately struggled, exclaiming, "What do you want? Hurry and save her, Mom." Yet, amidst her cries, Xiao Mai recognized the impending peril. At that moment, Momo emerged from an unknown location, leaping into 7723's embrace. Having never bitten anyone before, Momo, witnessing Pang Jiatian grasping Xiao Mai's hair, had nipped at Pang Jiatian's leg but was swiftly cast aside. Unwilling to concede defeat, it sought another chance to bite him. However, upon observing the situation, Momo realized it was cornered. Trusting only 7723, it leaped into his arms without a second thought. A cannon fired. The pulse cannon launched from the aircraft, and the tracking missile from the War King's shoulder were unleashed almost simultaneously. In this era of peace, few had encountered true artillery. Their target was solely 7723, although 7723 was entangled with a throng of security robots at that moment. The ensuing explosion would surely lead to mutual destruction. Nevertheless, in both Pang Jiatian's and the War King's minds, the security robots were insignificant, hardly worthy of consideration. With a thunderous roar, akin to a minor earthquake, the remnants of Xiao Mai's home were engulfed in a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. And the multitude of security robots shattered into pieces, leaving hardly a complete one in sight. The silhouette of 7723 vanished with the blast, as if dissolved in the inferno. As the flames soared, the security robots writhed in the fire, unable to locate 7723's form, uncertain whether he had been obliterated into fragments or trapped beneath the flames. The War King stood resolute by the conflagration, a steadfast wall unmoved. At that moment, a descent ladder from the aircraft fell beside him. Glancing once more at the flames, which showed no signs of extinguishing, he finally ascended the ladder and boarded the aircraft. Xiao Mai's home had become a charred ruin. Yet beneath this devastation, several meters deep in the sewer, 7723 cradled Xiao Mai and Momo, peering through the flames at the massive aircraft soaring overhead. Just moments ago, 7723 had comprehended the impossibility of evading the simultaneous onslaught from three fronts. Initially, when ambushed by the SWAT robots with missiles at the tunnel's mouth, had it not fortuitously fallen into the sewer's opening, it would have met a grim fate. Thus, upon witnessing the dual artillery fire from the aircraft and the War King, 7723 conceived a plan. Although the blasts were nearly simultaneous, the aerial cannon descended from above while the War King's fire came from behind, creating a fleeting moment of differential timing. At the instant the aircraft's cannon struck the ground, 7723 leapt into the heart of the explosion, shielding Xiao Mai and Momo in his embrace, activating the propulsion system in that critical moment. The city's sewers were ubiquitous, sprawling throughout the subterranean realm. Due to the thick ground beneath, people were completely unaware that there was emptiness beneath their feet. 7723, lacking a weapon system, found it exceedingly difficult to create a hole to burrow down. However, the power of the cannon fired from the aircraft was undeniably formidable, shaking the ground to its core. Seizing the moment, 7723 utilized its propulsion system to break through the surface and dove into the opening it created. Its timing was impeccably precise as its body descended. The cannon from the War King struck. Had it been delayed even a moment, even if 7723 could withstand the blast, the small wheat and bun it held would not have fared as well. Fortunately, luck favored it this time, as 7723 slipped into the sewer just as the two shots were fired, evading even the watchful gaze of the War King. Once the aircraft flew away, 7723 gently set down the wheat and bun. The moment the bun jumped down, before it could even utter a word, the wheat pointed at 7723, exclaiming, "You idiot! What on earth are you doing? My mom has been captured by them." Although the wheat's reprimand was somewhat unreasonable, 7723 felt a heavy weight in its heart. It softly replied, "I'm sorry, wheat." "What good is I'm sorry?" The wheat retorted. "Why didn't you use your weapons to fight them? Is this how you protect me? You claim to be my great hero, yet you merely stood there, watching as the villains took her away. You absolute fool." Having witnessed the earlier struggle, the wheat knew very well that 7723 was far more agile than the War King. If it had seized the opportunity then, the battle could have been concluded in just a few shots. Yet, 7723 persisted in using street lamps, cars, and motorcycles as weapons. which were utterly ineffective against the War King's formidable defenses. The more the wheat pondered, the angrier it became. Disregarding the fact that 7723 had risked its life to save both it and the bun, and began to lash out in frustration. 7723 lowered its head, murmuring, I no longer have any weapons. The wheat's finger froze, and after a long pause, it asked, You have no weapons? As if an invisible valve had been opened. 7723 raised its head and looked at the wheat, saying, Yes, I have uninstalled the weapon system. Why? You fool, why would you uninstall the weapon system? The wheat suddenly rushed forward, sobbing and striking 7723's body with all its might. Witnessing the wheat's outburst, 7723 felt even more sorrowful and said, I'm sorry, wheat. My memory is already full. Then delete some other memories, as I have taught you. Why uninstall the weapon system? Tears streamed down the wheat's face uncontrollably. In truth, even if 7723's weapon system had been intact, it may not have succeeded in that moment. However, after seeing its mother being captured by Pang Jiatian and taken into the aircraft, any glimmer of hope within the wheat was magnified infinitely, leading it to believe that everything was 7723's fault. Unable to retort against the wheat's accusations, 7723 stood silently, waiting for the wheat to tire itself out from its tirade. Once there was a brief lull, it finally spoke, Because all my memories are of you, I cannot delete even one. Under ordinary circumstances, this statement would have inexplicably moved the wheat. Yet now, upon hearing it, she paused, suddenly exclaiming, Weapons could save my mom, but can your memories? Which do you think is more important? Do you not comprehend such a simple principle? The voice of Xiao Mai has grown somewhat hoarse, and 7723 feels at a loss for words. Can one claim to be fearful that this weapon system might lead Xiao Mai down an irreversible path? Perhaps that is true. Yet Xiao Mai is also right. Were the weapon system still operational, Jasmine would not have been so easily captured by Pang Jiatian. Upon seeing Xiao Mai turn to leave, 7723 hurriedly stepped in front of her, asking, Xiao Mai, where are you going? I am going to rescue my mother. Xiao Mai replied. 7723 swiftly positioned itself in her path, stating, Xiao Mai, how do you intend to enter? The building is already sealed off. You cannot possibly get in. This statement finally caused Xiao Mai to pause. Despite her fervent desire to save her mother, she understood that she could not accomplish this alone. However, seeking help from 7723 was not something Xiao Mai was inclined to do. Ignoring her reluctance, 7723 activated a holographic display, saying, Xiao Mai, look, this is the complete layout of the building. Pang Jiatian's office is on the top floor. Although you could navigate downwards from here, you would only reach the basement. Once you surface on the ground floor, you would be immediately apprehended by the security robots within the building. Having visited the building before, Xiao Mai recognized the layout. How do you possess a complete map of the building? She inquired. It was crafted by Dr. Mi himself. He uploaded all this data into my memory, 7723 responded. Mentioning Dr. Mi brought a wave of sorrow over 7723. Viewed through human eyes, Dr. Mi could be considered its true father. Yet this realization coincided with the tragic demise of Dr. Mi at the hands of Pang Jiatian. Thus, assisting Xiao Mai in confronting Pang Jiatian also served as a means of avenging Dr. Mi, shaking off the sorrow. 7723 continued. Each floor of the building is populated not only by maintenance robots, but also by security robots and service drones. Pang Jiatian has undoubtedly returned to the building, and these robots, much like the Precious Six, have received his commands to apprehend us. Therefore, if we are discovered, our progress will be halted. Xiao Mai gasped. Is Pang Jiatian really that formidable? All robots produced by intelligent manufacturing possess backdoors, allowing Pang Jiatian to control them at will. But why are you not under his control? I was constructed by Dr. Mi without a backdoor, hence Pang Jiatian aims to eliminate me. Previously, Dr. Mi had been cautious during his visit to Xiao Mai's home. Yet his attempt to take 7723 away failed due to a notification from the Precious Six to Pang Jiatian. Xiao Mai furrowed her brow, murmuring, Is there truly no other way? Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Do you not possess that booster device? If we cannot ascend from within the building, could we not fly up from the outside? The jet booster is designed to enhance speed, not to facilitate flight. It can only elevate us by a maximum of 5 meters. 5 meters? That hardly reaches 2 stories, let alone the rooftop of a multi-story building. Xiao Mai sighed, her brow knitting in concern. Seeing her distressed expression, 7723 felt a pang of sorrow. Give up. You stand no chance, 7723 wished to convey. According to its central processing unit's calculations, the accuracy rate consistently exceeds 90%. Regardless of the calculations, The likelihood of rescuing Jasmine remains dismally low. The most prudent course of action would be to flee, though this conclusion requires no calculation. Even 7723 understands that uttering it would provoke a torrent of invective from Xiao Mai. Nevertheless, it is imperative to convey the message to her. Xiao Mai, heed my words. Your chances of success are merely 13. Do not continue. Xiao Mai interjected sharply, her eyes brimming with tears. You will only use those calculations to deceive me. Cease your lamentations about fearing the loss of me. Your motives are selfish, not altruistic. Do you grasp the significance of family? As her anger escalated, Xiao Mai kicked out violently. The sewer was inundated with filth, and her foot splashed into a puddle, sending muck spraying onto 7723. Momentarily taken aback, 7723 found himself at a loss. While Xiao Mai wiped her tears away and hastily turned to flee, shouting, "Do not follow me." Desperate to rescue her mother, Xiao Mai infiltrated the building alone. Just as she faced imminent capture, reinforcements arrived. Although Xiao Mai had claimed that 7723 merely used calculations to mislead her. As she navigated the route he had specified through the sewer and successfully reached the building's basement, she realized he had spoken the truth. Cheers resonated from above, albeit muffled in the lower levels. Today marked the day of the Midu Cup Laser Football Championship, and the arena was teeming with spectators. Yet, despite the cacophony from the stadium, it was but a whisper down here. The basement was devoid of security robots. However, as soon as one ascended from the lower levels, evading the numerous patrolling security bots within the building was virtually impossible. Xiao Mai surveyed her surroundings and quickly spotted Dr. Mi's secret laboratory. Noticing it was unoccupied, she swiftly slipped inside. Upon being discovered by Pang Jiatian, she found the laboratory's equipment had been relocated, leaving it an empty shell, save for a poster of a robot battling a monster still adorning the wall. As Xiao Mai entered, a drone was chattering incessantly, "Doctor, 10 minutes until 7. 9 minutes until 7, Dr. Mi, oh dear." Seizing the drone, Xiao Mai exclaimed, "I've got you." This drone was none other than Dr. Mi's secretary robot, Fortune. Upon being captured, Fortune cried out, "Let me go! Let me go!" However, being merely a drone, it lacked the strength to escape Xiao Mai's grasp. Hearing its voice, Xiao Mai felt a wave of relief. 7723 had previously mentioned that all robots in the building contained backdoors, but since this one had been crafted by Dr. Mi himself, it lacked such a vulnerability and thus remained beyond Pang Jiatian's control. Xiao Mai then recalled that during her first visit, Dr. Mi had mentioned that Fortune was also his creation, implying it too should lack a backdoor. Moreover, being merely a drone, Pang Jiatian likely overlooked it. Observing Fortune's desperate struggles without alerting other robots, Xiao Mai's worries eased. Leaning closer to Fortune's receiver, she stated, "Fortune, it was Dr. Mi who sent me." These words seemed to hold enchantment, as Fortune ceased its struggles and replied, "You must be that girl with purple hair. Dr. Mi has been seeking you. He mentioned that he would bring someone back and asked me to wait here. Could it possibly be you?" Dr. Mi suggested it must be 7723. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over Xiao Mai as she remarked, "Dr. Mi was killed by Pang Jiatian. He won't be coming back." Pang killed Dr. Mi? What shocking news. This statement stirred a sense of unease within Xiao Mai as she inquired, "What do you mean?" However, Fuguwei quickly interjected, "Data update. According to protocol, we shall observe 3 minutes of silence for Dr. Mi." As he uttered this, he indeed fell silent. Xiao Mai hastily urged, "Stop the mourning. Dr. Mi instructed you to take me to Pang Jiatian's office." Fuguwei's eyes suddenly snapped open. Data updated. New master, Su Xiao Mai, female, 12 years old. Student of Class 1, Grade 1 at Mid and Number 2 Middle School. New task, escort Su Xiao Mai to President Pang's office. Please take your seat, master. Xiao Mai was momentarily taken aback. In comparison to the nearly lifelike 7723, Fuguwei appeared to be a complete imbecile of a robot. Yet, in this instance, his lack of intelligence was advantageous. If he were truly clever, it could complicate matters. Observing Fuguwei's eager demeanor as he prepared to set off, Xiao Mai quickly cautioned, "We cannot proceed into the building right now." Understood. All robots have been instructed to intercept upon encountering Su Xiao Mai in 7723 tonight. Rest assured, my high-performance central processing unit has devised an infallible route. Exiting through the external sewer opening, they found themselves outside the grand building. Glancing up at the towering structure that seemed to pierce the clouds, she noticed a flying vehicle perched atop, appearing even more unattainable. A flicker of apprehension crossed Xiao Mai's mind as she whispered, "Fuguwei, can you fly us up there?" As an exemplary robot, such heights are trivial. You need not worry, master. Xiao Mai sighed softly. Although Fuguwei's artificial intelligence paled in comparison to 7723, his propensity for exaggeration was far superior. recognizing this was likely her only option. She mounted Fuguei and commanded, "Let us proceed." Fuguei ascended smoothly. Regardless of his bluster, one thing was certain: his flying system was remarkably proficient. As the drone lifted a small girl effortlessly, it emitted barely a sound. 1 floor, 2 floors. They were now able to glimpse the laser arena bustling with spectators. As the two teams entered to the sound of roaring cheers, Xiao Mai gazed longingly, letting out a gentle sigh. Among the crowd, she spotted Huamuqing seated in the best position, undoubtedly ready to relish the match, while she herself would miss it entirely. As dusk deepened, Fuguei continued to elevate Xiao Mai higher. After ascending a few more floors, they were nearing the top. Excitement surged within her, but just then, she felt a sudden jolt beneath her. She had been seated securely on Fuguei, yet this jolt nearly dislodged her. Instinctively, she looked down to find herself suspended in midair, the vehicles below appearing as mere ants. Startled, she whispered, "Fuguei, be careful." Insufficient energy. Fuguei, as a secretary drone, was not designed for carrying heavy loads. During typical flights, this amount of energy suffices. However, with the presence of a small wheat, reaching this altitude has pushed it to its limits. The small wheat exclaimed, "Where can I recharge you now? Just hold on a little longer." Such words of encouragement are only meaningful to humans, proving futile when addressed to robots. Suddenly, the affluent one veered to the side, gliding diagonally toward the building's window. Ascending without propulsion, its descent accelerated, culminating in a resounding crash as it collided with the window, shattering the glass into a myriad of shards, with both the individual and the drone plunging inside. Oh no! The small wheat's heart sank. In truth, the glass was shattered by the affluent one, and the actual height from which the small wheat fell was less than 2 meters. Such a drop was commonplace for her, resulting in merely a few minor scratches. Yet, having heard 7723 and the affluent one mention that all robots in the building had received orders to intercept her that night, she realized she might not be able to evade those robotic sentinels, especially with several floors still above her. At that moment, a commotion echoed from around the corner, likely the security robots responding to the noise. The small wheat glanced around and spotted a large potted plant nearby, swiftly concealing herself behind it. Just as she hid, a squad of security robots arrived, quickly surrounding the affluent one sprawled on the ground. As a drone within the building, the security robots evidently mistook the incident for a mere case of energy depletion, with a maintenance robot promptly bringing a portable power source to temporarily recharge the affluent one before dragging it away on a conveyor belt to the repair workshop. The scene became chaotic, yet surprisingly, there were not as many robots present as anticipated. Now, the only option was to ascend via the spiral staircase leading directly to the rooftop. However, the robots clustered at the staircase entrance made it impossible to ascend without attracting their attention. As the small wheat pondered her predicament, she suddenly felt a tight grip on her shoulder, followed by a flat voice behind her, "Little sister, I found you." It was a security robot that had stealthily approached her from behind. Startled, the small wheat struggled with all her might. Although the security robot was not particularly powerful, she lacked the strength to break free. Target detected, target detected. The security robot began emitting signals, prompting all nearby security robots on this floor to turn their attention toward the small wheat. Despair washed over her, though the number of robots was not overwhelming. There were still over a dozen, and she could barely escape one, let alone the entire group. Is this the end? She thought, recalling 7723's mention of a 13 success rate. When she first heard it, she dismissed it as inconsequential. Now, the true meaning of that probability became clear. Even if she found the affluent one and received its assistance, they would likely reach an impasse. Yet, even in the face of certain failure, the small wheat refused to surrender. Seizing the moment while the security robot transmitted its signal, she forcefully kicked its center. With a resounding crash, she managed to break free from its grasp, although she fell to the ground in the process. Before the small wheat could rise, the security robot stepped forward once more, intent on capturing her again. However, just as it extended its hand, its body swayed as a sign reading "No Entry" suddenly flew in from below, striking it squarely in the center. The road sign took the form of an arrow, and when hurtling at a tremendous speed, it resembled a true projectile, piercing through the center of the security robot with relentless force, propelling it backward until, with a resounding thud, it was pinned against the wall. In an instant, a shadow ascended into the air, igniting 2 flames beneath its feet as it leapt to this level, landing beside Xiao Mai. To her surprise, it was 7723, with Momo proudly perched on its shoulder, exclaiming to Xiao Mai, "Hey, big sister, I fought my way up with the boss. Am I not impressive?" Although Momo's words sounded to Xiao Mai like a cacophony of barks, they warmed her heart nonetheless. She affectionately patted Momo's head and glanced at 7723, who had positioned itself protectively in front of her, observing the encroaching security robots. Xiao Mai, you made it here. 7723 exclaimed. Upon hearing its voice, Xiao Mai felt an urge to cry. 7723 had previously indicated that the success rate of their mission was a mere 13, intending to dissuade her from pursuing it. Yet it had fought valiantly all the way. Perhaps it was precisely because of 7723's relentless battle that the robots had been diverted to the lower levels, leaving fewer of them here. Nevertheless, she maintained a stern demeanor and retorted, "That's none of your business." One particularly swift robot dashed before 7723. These security robots had received orders to employ extreme measures against 7723, and they were prepared with their electric shotguns. However, before they could act, 7723 unleashed a powerful punch, piercing through the robot's chest and, in one motion, sent several others crashing down behind it. Xiao Mai, listen to me. Even if the success rate is merely 13, if we work together, we can transform that 13 into 30, 50, or even 100. This was the message 7723 intended to convey. A surge of warmth enveloped Xiao Mai's heart, yet she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily and challenged. All right then, conjure a weapon for me. Otherwise, how can you assist me? At that moment, another security robot charged forward, its electric shotgun crackling with stored energy. 7723 evaded its attack, seizing the robot's arm with its left hand while delivering a decisive chop with its right. Had it wielded the titanium blade hidden within its arm, the action would have been swift and clean. Nevertheless, even without the blade, the robot could not withstand the force, and its arm was severed in an instant. 7723 handed the dismembered arm to Xiao Mai, saying, "Use this." While the electric shotgun posed no significant threat to humans, it would prove highly effective against robots. Grasping the gun, Xiao Mai felt a surge of confidence. Yet, noticing that 7723 continued to engage in hand-to-hand combat, she pressed, "Did not Doctor me say that initializing would restore the weapon system? Why aren't you initializing?" With a punch, 7723 sent another charging security robot flying out of the window but offered no response. Xiao Mai assumed it had not heard her and reiterated loudly, "Hurry up and initialize." As she spoke, she pressed the switch of the stun gun, sending a jolt of electricity through a nearby robot, causing it to tremble uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground. Still quivering, because after initialization, I will lose all my memories. Xiao Mai had previously been quite upset with 7723 for claiming that it was unwilling to lose its memories, which was why it had uninstalled its weapon system. Now, uttering these words again might only serve to aggravate her further. However, this time, Xiao Mai refrained from cursing. Instead, she continued to incapacitate the obstructive robots, while following 7723, muttering, "Is that so? Losing memories isn't such a big deal." Yet, she lamented, "But I will forget everything I've experienced, even the reason for fighting." 7723's voice suddenly grew louder. Its emotional circuitry was unlike that of other robots, having developed from a blank slate. Because of this, it experienced emotions differently. For it, feelings were not merely a response mechanism. Xiao Mai sensed 7723's excitement, but she coldly retorted, "Will you fight for me? I have always been alone, needing no one's pity. Even my father could abandon me. Why do you invest so much for me?" While her words remained icy, a slight quiver betrayed her emotions. As 7723 dealt with the swarm of approaching robots, it initially paid no heed to her voice. But upon noticing a change in tone, it glanced over and saw two streams of tears cascading down Xiao Mai's cheeks. It dawned on 7723 that what humans express verbally often diverges from their innermost thoughts. Xiao Mai's insistence on not needing anyone's pity belied a profound yearning for care and concern. The seemingly reckless actions she had taken were perhaps merely a fade to mask her inner turmoil. Just as she spoke of her father abandoning her, she knew deep down that he would never have done so if not for unforeseen circumstances. Both Xiao Mai and 7723 were engulfed in tumultuous emotions. And it was at this moment that 7723 realized how intricate human emotions could be. Observing 7723's hesitation, Xiao Mai urged, "What are you waiting for?" At that moment, her stun gun had run out of energy. Having removed it from the security robot, she could not recharge it, so she resorted to wielding it like a club. Accustomed as she was to handling a baseball bat, "Xiao Mai, we cannot change the past, but we can undoubtedly change the future." Xiao Mai was taken aback. She had not anticipated 7723 to utter such stirring and heartwarming words, and the tears she had been holding back suddenly flowed freely. Extinguishing any lingering annoyance, she felt towards 7723. Choking back her emotions, she confessed, "I can never forgive him for leaving me, but I truly miss him." At that moment, the robots on this level had been nearly eradicated by her in 7723, leaving only a maintenance robot, although it had received orders to intercept them. The maintenance robot was unarmed, merely carrying a portable energy source. As the Wheat approached, it swung its robotic arm with a force akin to a baseball bat, sending the robot tumbling down the spiral staircase. After toppling the machine, it glanced up at 7723, tears lingering in the corners of its eyes, yet a smile emerged. "Fortunately, I now have you." It appeared that both humans and robots harbored memories they were unwilling to erase. 7723 grasped the Wheat's hand and softly replied, "Indeed." However, before 7723 could finish its thought, a security robot suddenly leaped out from behind, charging towards it. Although 7723 had successfully dispatched several robots on its ascent, it and the Wheat found themselves momentarily obstructed on this level, allowing the security robots to regroup. One particular security robot, boasting exceptional agility, surged ahead of the others. Seeing the security robot's stun gun fully charged, 7723 swiftly seized it, attempting to cleave the weapon down to provide the Wheat with a means of defense. However, the robot's movements were remarkably swift. As 7723 raised its right hand, the robot's left hand pressed down on its arm, thwarting its efforts. In a fierce struggle, 7723 attempted to strike with its right palm, but the security robot countered with equal force. Just as 7723 was engaged in this intense skirmish, another security robot climbed over the railing from behind the Wheat and seized a handful of its hair. In its other hand, it wielded a fully charged stun gun, poised to incapacitate the Wheat, which would leave it momentarily paralyzed, though not physically harmed. The Wheat desperately struggled to free itself, but the grip on its hair proved unyielding. As the stun gun neared the Wheat's body, a small figure suddenly darted past, barking loudly as it collided with the robot's arm. It was Momo, tasked with confronting robots. Momo, though not particularly brave, lacked the strength to contend with them. It had been flung about several times, and had the robots regarded it as a threat, even its 9 lives would not suffice. Initially, Momo had been lurking at the sidelines, avoiding the chaotic robots, but upon witnessing the Wheat in peril, it impulsively charged forward. "Momo is here. Do you dare to act tough?" Though to the Wheat, Momo's bark sounded merely like a single woof, 7723's translator conveyed a multitude of meanings. With a resounding thud, Momo's head collided with the security robot's arm. Accustomed to dog food, Momo's bite was not formidable enough to pierce the robot's frame. However, its head was surprisingly hard. The impact resulted in the robot's arm, gripping the stun gun, being shattered. Unfortunately, Momo was left disoriented, sprawled on the ground, unable to move. The robot, now deprived of its arm and weapon, stood in a diminished state. The artificial intelligence of the security robot was rather rudimentary, having only one arm remaining. In its assessment, the individual responsible for the dismemberment of its arm posed a greater threat than the girl with violet hair. Consequently, it relinquished its grip on Xiao Mai's hair and seized the disoriented Momo, flinging him forcefully towards the elevator entrance of the building. The elevator itself was a robot, and upon Pang Jian issuing commands to intercept Xiao Mai and 7723, it refused to open. Watching Momo hurtle towards the elevator doors, Xiao Mai felt a surge of anger. Had Momo collided with the elevator, he would surely sustain grievous injuries. Seizing the opportunity while the robot had released her hair, Xiao Mai picked up the electric shock gun that Momo had inadvertently knocked to the ground and aimed it at the robot. A surge of electricity shot forth. Like a spring-loaded mechanism, the one-armed robot was propelled over the railing, plummeting towards the ground below. At that moment, a loud thud resonated from the direction of the elevator. Momo. Xiao Mai could not bear to witness Momo in a state of injury. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a series of barks reached her ears. Momo was unharmed. Instead, the elevator door, which she had assumed would remain shut, had opened. Though Momo had collided with the elevator doors, his head was so resilient that it had even broken the robot's arm upon impact. While the collision left him slightly dazed, he remained otherwise unscathed. Remarkably, the elevator door had responded to his impact, the indicator lights flashing twice before swinging open. Momo stood before the door, momentarily perplexed, yet 7723 had already grasped the situation. Surprised by the unexpected opening of the elevator door, it was likely that Momo's collision had disrupted the elevator's programming. This elevator could ascend to the rooftop. If they could enter, they could evade the relentless tide of security robots. With a firm grasp on Xiao Mai, 7723 activated its booster once more, propelling them into the elevator. Upon entering, it noticed Momo still dazed at the doorway, sniffing around in confusion, seemingly not fully recovered from the impact. Swiftly, It scooped Momo up and pressed the button to close the elevator doors. As the doors began to shut, a security robot lunged forward, its head thrust into the elevator, shouting, "Target detected! Target detected! Illegal intrusion! Illegal intrusion!" Before it could utter another word, Xiao Mai swung the electric shock gun down with great force. A resounding crash echoed as the robot's head was severed, tumbling twice within the confines of the elevator before the doors finally closed. The Truth 7723 and Pang Jiayan plummeted amidst their struggle in the arena, while Xiao Mai gleaned secrets regarding the War King from Fu Gui. The elevator came to a halt on the top floor, the administrative level of the building, where both Pang Jiatian and Dr. Mi's offices were located. Most security robots lacked the authorization to access this floor, resulting in a scarcity of their presence here. Exiting the elevator, 7723 carried Momo while Xiao Mai cautiously navigated the area. Dr. Mi's map of the building indicated the location of Pang Jiayan's office, though it was certain to be heavily guarded, necessitating utmost caution. The immediate priority, however, was to locate Jasmine. 7723 and Xiao Mai scanned their surroundings, evading several patrolling robots. Yet, within the labyrinthine confines of the administrative floor, even with a map, finding their way proved to be a formidable challenge. 7723 opened an office where an office robot sat amidst a pile of files, murmuring to itself. Upon hearing the sound of the door, the robot's head suddenly turned 180 degrees, continuing its mutterings, "Bring me a portable energy source." As its camera transmitted the images of these unexpected guests to the central processor, the robot immediately exclaimed, "Illegal," before it could utter another word. 7723 lunged forward and struck it squarely in the mouth. The punch rendered the speaker utterly useless, producing only garbled sounds. Intrusion, intrusion. Yet, the noise was scarcely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Weed exclaimed anxiously, "Oh dear, you acted too swiftly. You should have asked it where my mother is." 7723 replied, "Robots cannot perform actions outside their programming." Wheat cast a glance at 7723. Being a robot as well, 7723 was capable of unexpected deeds, leaving her to ponder how Dr. Mi had constructed it. At that moment, Mo suddenly barked. Wheat curiously remarked, Mo, stop barking." But 7723 softly said, "Wait." Mo claims to have heard Jasmine's voice. Mo said? Wheat asked skeptically, still unaware that 7723 could communicate with Mo via a language translator. Nevertheless, she understood that dogs possess acute hearing. 7723 extended its hand toward Mo and inquired, Mo, from which direction did it come?" "Over there, big brother." 7723 pointed in the direction indicated by Mo. It had activated the sound amplification system, aimed it accordingly, and suddenly, Jasmine's voice emanated from 7723's mouth. "What on earth do you want? Why have you tied me up? Where is my daughter? I warn you, once I get back, I will expose you online, and you'll be finished. Hurry up and let me go. I swear, if you don't release me, you'll regret it. Mom is tied up." The strength in Jasmine's voice suggested she was unharmed. Wheat whispered, "Where's Mom?" 7723 called up the building's map, examined it, and stated, "It's Dr. Mi's office." "Dr. Mi's office?" Wheat gasped in surprise, though she trusted 7723's judgment. Dr. Mi's office would be far easier to locate compared to Pang Jiayan's hidden lair. After navigating several turns, 7723 and Wheat arrived at a closed door. Here, even without 7723's amplifier, they could hear Jasmine's voice from within. "You bastards, let me go. Do you hear me? If you don't release me soon." Jasmine seemed at a loss for what she could threaten them with, her words trailing off. Wheat, growing increasingly anxious, pointed at the door and gestured for 7723 to break it down. 7723 nodded and was about to act when, unexpectedly, the door swung open. Inside Dr. Mi's office, Jasmine was not present. The voice was emanating from a wall-mounted television behind the desk, where Jasmine was bound to a chair, two security robots standing watch over her. Despite her frantic shouting and cursing, she seemed tireless. We've been deceived. Both 7723 and Wheat thought simultaneously. As 7723 and Xiao Mai were about to exit Dr. Mi's office, a shadow fell behind them, and the voice of Pang Jiaqian echoed, "You finally arrived." At the entrance stood Pang Jiaqian and the Battle King. Upon seeing these two figures, Momo bared its teeth and growled ferociously at them. However, Pang Jiaqian remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. This place was originally Dr. Mi's office. He always acted like a child, insisting on having a television in his office to watch cartoons. "I never imagined that this very television would lead to your arrival." Xiao Mai exclaimed, "Pang Jiayan, tell me where you've hidden my mother." Pang Jiatian, with a theatrical flourish, pointed a finger toward the ceiling, gazing upward as he remarked, "Ah, that human woman. Honestly, I had even orchestrated a touching reunion scene for you two. It would have been quite moving. Don't be so ungrateful. Which human are you referring to?" A cloud of suspicion began to gather in 7723's mind. With its unique emotional circuitry, it was becoming increasingly human-like, yet its memories retained the earliest data. Prior to its updates, it had referred to itself as a small mammalian robot, which represented Xiao Mai, Momo, and itself. However, upon completing its emotional system, 7723 understood that humans would never use such terminology. Humans refer to their kind by name or as that person, unless the speaker is not of the same kind. Pang Jiatian, perhaps a bit too pleased with himself, waved his hand dismissively. Today, the stadium is likely filled with half the citizens of Mi City. I initially hoped for one person per robot, but it seems time is short. Perhaps it's for the best. By eliminating a large portion initially, efficiency should be heightened. Xiao Mai, perplexed, asked, "Efficiency?" "Indeed. The human cleansing plan. Young lady, your reunion with your mother will serve as the prologue to the grandest fireworks display in history. A source of great pride. However, since 7723 is already here, the prologue may no longer be necessary." Suddenly, Pang Jiatian's tone shifted, becoming cold and ruthless. In an instant, a laser gun appeared in his hand, the very weapon he had used to kill Dr. Mi in Xiao Mai's home. Pang Jiatian, known for his hidden cunning, drew it with lightning speed, aiming it directly at Xiao Mai. His movement was incomprehensibly faster than that of the security robots. Xiao Mai froze, pondering how this man could be so swift, but before she could react, 7723 was even quicker. A beam of laser light shot forth, striking 7723's visor just as it shielded Xiao Mai. "Xiao Mai, run." 7723 realized it had fallen into Pang Jiatian's trap. Its singular aim now was to protect Xiao Mai from harm, willing to sacrifice its own existence if necessary. Oddly, a thought crossed 7723's mind. Do I possess life? At that moment, Pang Jiatian's laser gun continued to discharge relentlessly, firing beams that, while deflected by 7723's visor, began to create cracks under the intensity of the relentless assault. Yet, at this critical juncture between life and death, 7723 finally discerned the peculiar aspect that had long perplexed it. There appeared to be an enigmatic connection between Pang Jiatian and the War King. When a fierce confrontation ensued between itself and the War King at Xiao Mai's residence, Pang Jiatian remained remarkably still, even indifferent when Xiao Mai struck him with a cement block. However, when Pang Jiatian did react, the War King's movements became sluggish, allowing 7723 to ultimately evade the War King's ferocious assault. In essence, it seemed that when a certain distance was established between Pang Jiatian and the War King, they could not act simultaneously. The central processor was operating at lightning speed. Escaping the encirclement of Pang Jiatian and the War King alongside Xiao Mai and Momo seemed utterly impossible. Yet, there was a strategy to increase the distance between Pang Jiatian and the War King, thereby rendering them capable of targeting only itself, thus safeguarding Xiao Mai from harm. The swiftest way to create that distance was with a sharp crack. The high-strength visor of 7723 finally shattered. If it were to fire now, the laser could directly strike 7723's head, potentially resulting in a fatal shot. Pang Jiatian's finger had already been pressed against the trigger, but 7723 had activated its jump booster. Although the booster could not sustain itself for long nor achieve great heights, it possessed a remarkable burst of power when initiated suddenly. Even the War King was caught off guard. In a flash, the two figures darted forward, accompanied by a rain of shattered glass, as 7723 collided with Pang Jiatian, crashing through the window and plummeting downwards. This moment transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mai had yet to comprehend the situation, only aware that 7723 had shielded her before both plunged downwards together. She rushed to the broken window to peer below. At this altitude, the wind howled fiercely, and all that met her gaze was an impenetrable darkness, obscuring everything from view. Crack, crack, the sound emanated from the War King. Xiao Mai turned to see the War King slowly advancing. Just as 7723 had surmised, when the War King and Pang Jiatian separated, indeed only one could move swiftly. Now engaged in combat with 7723, Pang Jiatian's speed was already lacking, and it had diminished further. Yet, this gradual movement only rendered the War King increasingly menacing. "Big sister, I'm so scared," Momo whimpered, cowering by Xiao Mai's feet. Xiao Mai picked it up and reassured, "Do not fear, Momo, everything will be all right." But was it truly? Even as she spoke, Xiao Mai could not convince herself. The War King's immense form loomed as it shifted through the doorway, leaving scarcely any space to spare. It needn't lift a finger. Simply moving forward would inevitably push Xiao Mai out of the shattered window. Perhaps this was precisely the War King's intention. Let it end. The War King's voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of an abyss, heavy and oppressive. Overwhelmed by despair, Xiao Mai instinctively closed her eyes. Mother, I'm so sorry I could not save you. Master, I'm alive again. Hey, War King, how are you? Have you eaten? Suddenly, a vibrant voice pierced through the night wind outside the window. Xiao Mai was taken aback, her eyes flying open. Miraculously, before her hovered the secretary drone, Fortune, belonging to Dr. Me Fortune. It was indeed Fortune. Master, do you have any commands? My remarkable robot is now brimming with energy, poised to serve its master. Before the boastful Fugu could finish his self-praise, Xiao Mai leaped into action, seizing him. With her left hand still clutching the bread, she could only grasp him with her right. The force of her leap was somewhat excessive, causing Fugu to lose his balance mid-air, exclaiming, Master, I'm overloaded. Overloaded. Indeed, with the bread in the mix. It was a bit too much. However, Xiao Mai paid no heed and climbed on a Fugu's back, commanding, Silence, descend quickly. Upon hearing the command to descend, Fugu ceased his chatter. Ascending would be a challenge due to the excess weight, yet descending posed no issue. With an elegant arc, Fugu glided downwards, calling out as he departed, Farewell, Battle King. Although descending, Fugu was cautious not to accelerate too rapidly. Energized, he became more talkative, incessantly chattering. I just consumed 2 packs of portable energy, Master. I'm feeling quite vigorous now, and I came straight to you the moment I recovered. Master, have you eaten? Despite Fugu's incessant prattle, Xiao Mai found no annoyance in it. She inquired, Fugu, do you know the Battle King? Of course, he replied. Doctor, me mentioned that after President Pang fell ill, he was initially deemed beyond healing. In a desperate bid for recovery, President Pang risked uploading his consciousness to the Battle King. Before Fugu could elaborate, Xiao Mai interrupted. Pang Jiating uploaded his consciousness to the Battle King? What does that mean? It means that the Battle King possesses human consciousness, akin to President Pang's. Yet, Dr. Me stated that since the upload, although President Pang's health has improved, his thoughts have diverged increasingly. This eventually led to the Human Purge Plan, prompting Dr. Me to create 7723 to thwart President Pang's intentions. What exactly is the Human Purge Plan? She asked. Every person is a treasure. Obliterate them with a bang. Fugu's artificial intelligence did not grasp the true implications of Dr. Me's words and merely recited them. Yet, Xiao Mai felt as if a thunderous roar echoed in her ears. Pang Jiating intends to annihilate humanity. Previously, when Pang Jiating had murdered Dr. Me in his own home, he had proclaimed his intent to eradicate all humankind. But at that moment, Xiao Mai could hardly believe there existed such a deranged individual. However, Fugu, despite being a less advanced robot, could not fabricate tales. As she contemplated this alarming reality, Fugu suddenly cried out, Oh my goodness. Below them lay the laser arena where Xiao Mai had once encountered an accident with the magnetic shield. Now, amidst the pristine green field, a large pit marred the landscape. The result of Pang Jiating's and 7723's fall. From Fugu's vantage point, they could see Pang Jiating and 7723 laboriously emerging from the pit, having fallen from such a height. Xiao Mai knew 7723 would suffer no serious harm. However, she was utterly astonished to see that not only was Pang Jiating alive, but he appeared unscathed. While a robot like 7723 could withstand such a fall, a human could not endure such impact. Pang Jiating, though his movements were somewhat stiff as he emerged from the deep pit, instinctively raised his hand upon seeing the multitude of spectators, wearing his signature smile as he greeted the audience in the stands. Just as that smile had yet to solidify, a formidable iron hand swept through the air. It was none other than 7723. As it emerged from the depths of the pit, it was met with the astonishing sight of Pang Jiating, appearing utterly unscathed. Although devoid of weaponry, its power remained palpable, and it swiftly executed a sweeping strike. Pang Jiating was struck by this blow and flew forth like a cannonball, perfectly aimed at the opposing team's net. Both he and 7723 descended upon the field with a thunderous force, creating a substantial crater, causing the players, all affluent millionaires, to scatter in fear. Yet, the electronic scoreboard continued to function normally. Upon detecting an object entering the opposing net, the colossal screen in the center of the field erupted with a rousing musical score, announcing the latest score as 10. Subsequently, a virtual host appeared on the screen, exuberantly proclaiming with a resounding voice, a goal has been scored. Are you ready? Laser blast. A tidal wave of applause erupted, though it was merely the sound effects produced by the scoreboard. Typically, such an atmosphere would invigorate the crowd, but at that moment, the spectators were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Why had Pang descended from the sky? Who was this seemingly colossal robot? Why did this robot launch an attack on Pang? Before the audience could ponder these questions, darkness enveloped their vision once more as another immense shadow plummeted rapidly, crashing into the very pit created earlier. At that moment, Xiao Mai was drenched in cold sweat. When Fuguei had suddenly called for his mother, she was eager to descend and ascertain the situation, but unexpectedly, Fuguei veered off to the side. Initially, his flight was not particularly swift, but then his speed escalated dramatically, nearly causing Xiao Mai to lose her balance. She feared that Fuguei had malfunctioned again when suddenly, darkness descended, and a shadow rushed downward with the force of the wind. Had Fuguei not maneuvered in time, he, along with Xiao Mai and Momo, would have surely been crushed. Descending was none other than the War King. On the rooftop, the War King had moved rather sluggishly. But upon reaching the ground, he exhibited remarkable agility. The audience had already been rendered speechless by the sudden arrival of Pang Jieqian and 7723 onto the field, and the emergence of yet another colossal robot left them astounded, utterly bewildered by the events transpiring before them. As 7723 had just sent Pang Jieqian flying and was poised to charge forward, the War King suddenly descended and obstructed its path. At that moment, 7723 confirmed the existence of a unique bond between the War King and Pang Jieqian, realizing that the War King could not stray too far from him. After leaping into the arena with Pang Jieqian in tow, the War King had followed suit. Now, stripped of weaponry, 7723 found itself at a distinct disadvantage in this confrontation with the War King. Yet, there was one aspect in which the War King fell short mobility. Even as he landed, the War King came crashing down, making it significantly more challenging for him to rise again. 7723 hesitated no longer. Having witnessed the War King's combat prowess during the fierce battle at Xiao Mai's residence, it understood that if there remained any chance of victory, it would have to seize the opportunity to strike, while the War King had yet to unleash his weaponry. Despite the unpromising outcome of the calculations, 7723 understood that this was the best option available to it. Given its colossal stature, the War King had yet to fully extricate itself from the pit. Without hesitation, 7723 soared forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the War King's chest. With the force at its disposal, 7723 could easily pierce through a steel plate of 10 centimeters in thickness. However, just as its iron fist was about to connect with the War King, the latter's left hand shot out unexpectedly, intercepting 7723's blow, while its right hand, displaying an agility unbecoming of its massive frame, seized 7723's body. The War King had recognized the peril it faced. Despite its superior weaponry, this robot, crafted by Dr. Mi, possessed an array of advantages that effectively countered the War King. And its armor material was superior as well. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, 7723 had yet to employ its weaponry. Otherwise, the War King might have sustained injuries. Thus, when 7723 launched its punch, the War King opted not to attempt to escape the pit but instead to capture it. The War King's power rivaled and perhaps exceeded that of 7723. With both metallic arms exerting force simultaneously, it was akin to a powerful lathe capable of snapping even the strongest rebar. Warning! Warning! Force has exceeded maximum threshold. Irreversible damage will occur in 2 seconds. Please reduce force immediately. This alert dominated the entirety of 7723's internal system display. Despite struggling to break free, 7723 remained ensnared, although its right fist was restrained. Its left hand was still unoccupied. Before the War King could apply additional pressure, 7723's left palm swiftly struck towards the joint of the War King's right arm. Even the most robust robots possess vulnerabilities, and the arm joint is a notable weak point, the War King included. Should 7723's iron palm successfully strike the joint, it would undoubtedly fracture the War King's arm. Though somewhat cumbersome, the War King's central processor rapidly calculated this outcome. While there existed a possibility that the War King could sever 7723 first, the probabilities of both scenarios were nearly equal, prompting the War King to refrain from taking the risk. With a mighty heave, the War King hurled 7723 away. The force behind this action was tremendous. Despite 7723's considerable size, it flew through the air like a baseball struck in flight, hurtling towards the opposite spectator stands. Originally, there was a significant distance of several dozen meters between 7723 and the audience, leading them to believe that their safety was assured. Yet, the unexpected unfolded swiftly. And as 7723 descended towards them, the spectators, gripped by fear, leapt to their feet in an attempt to escape. However, navigating through the throngs of people proved to be no easy feat, and before they could effectively flee, 7,723 crashed down upon them. A collective gasp echoed from the audience. Not only those directly facing 7,723 reacted, but others from different areas joined in the shock. It seemed that an exceedingly gruesome scene was imminent. Suddenly, flames erupted from the soles of 7,723's feet. At that moment, suspended in mid-air, the activation of its thrusters allowed it to perform 2 rapid spins, abruptly halting its plummet and flipping back into the arena. In a moment of desperation, the booster activated, causing 7723 to lose its balance. As it fell to the ground, it struggled to regain its footing, yet, much like an accomplished athlete, it managed to prop itself up with both hands, landing with a resounding thud. Although it left a dent in the turf, it stood firm. At that moment, the large screen displayed the image of a virtual host. Oblivious to the chaos, embrace the summer. Let your passions ignite. This program was specially designed for the competition, with the virtual host interpreting the events based on the sounds and visuals from the arena. It was utterly unaware that the field had transformed into a battleground for 2 robots, only cognizant of the intense noise, hence its voice remained exuberant. Upon hearing this declaration, the audience exhaled collectively, still perplexed as to how the match had devolved into this spectacle. Noticing the unyielding enthusiasm of the virtual host, some spectators, with particularly optimistic dispositions, mused that perhaps the schedule had been abruptly altered, swapping a laser soccer match for a grand robot duel. As the scene unfolded, Pang Jiatian, intent on capturing Xiao Mai from the control room, revealed his true nature during the live broadcast. Amidst a buzzing commotion, Fuguwei escorted Xiao Mai and Momo down the aisle to the audience seats. Just moments earlier, the War King had leapt from the rooftop, and Fuguwei narrowly evaded the encounter, finally finding a safe spot to set Xiao Mai and Momo down. As soon as they were placed down, Fuguwei promptly declared, "Master, you have safely arrived at your destination. As an exemplary robot, there is no need for praise." Xiao Mai, however, had no intention of complimenting it. Upon touching the ground, she shouted, "Call the police. Hurry. Call the police." Pang Jiatian had already become a murderer, and his intentions to annihilate humanity necessitated immediate action. Fuguwei beeped and responded, "Command acknowledged." "Master, will you not commend me for being such an outstanding robot?" Xiao Mai, in a state of urgent distress, recognized that Fuguwei would not budge without some form of acknowledgement. Reluctantly, she said, all right, Fuguwei is the most outstanding robot. Now, please, call the police." Upon hearing the praise, Fuguwei became elated, akin to an addict indulging in their vice, and promptly replied, "Yes. Quickly call the police. Hurry, call the police." With a swift turn, it shot off into the air. Now unburdened, its speed increased significantly. Just as it emerged from the gaping hole above, a shell whistled past, nearly striking Fuguwei. It muttered, "That was close." As it accelerated even faster, the shell had been launched by the War King. Although 7723 had evaded the War King's lethal strike, the distance between them had widened. While the War King's movements were somewhat slower than 7723, he seized the opportunity to activate the shell system. A projectile was aimed at 7723, but by then, it had already touched down, rolling to evade the attack. The shell whizzed past, crashing into the ground beside it, resulting in a tremendous explosion and leaving a large crater on the field. Even with the abrupt transition to a robotic combat competition, employing such aggressive weaponry was indeed excessive. Witnessing this scene, many spectators turned pale with concern. As the Battle King summoned the shoulder-mounted cannon, some spectators initially perceived it as a mere decorative weapon, for the public had long prohibited armed robots. However, the Battle King's brazen display of the cannon in plain view constituted a clear violation of the law. Even the most open-minded audience members could not help but harbor doubts at this moment. When the shell exploded, the resounding blast sent a tremor through the audience. Startled, the animated host, who had been fervently narrating events, abruptly vanished from the massive screen, replaced by Jasmine. To their astonishment, the image revealed Jasmine bound to a chair. It turned out that although the cannonball had missed 7723, it had severed the live camera feed, automatically switching the view to the control room. At that instant, Xiao Mai stood diagonally opposite the giant screen, suddenly realizing the truth. The footage was emanating from the control room. Undoubtedly, her mother was confined there. Explaining why she had seen her mother's image earlier on the television in Dr. Mi's office, which had also been broadcast from the control room. Overjoyed at the discovery of her mother's whereabouts, Xiao Mai turned to her companion Momo and exclaimed, "Momo, let's go." The control room was situated atop the broadcasting tower adjacent to the laser stadium. It was not too far, but they would have to navigate through the throngs of spectators. The audience had entirely forgotten that they had come to witness the Mi Du Cup laser football finals between the Dewan Club and the Barbarians. The clash between the Battle King and 7723 was far more thrilling than the football match, making it increasingly challenging for Xiao Mai to push through the crowd. As she turned her head, she caught sight of the unfolding scene on the field. Inside the stadium, the Battle King had evidently realized that he could not allow 7723 to approach, thus relentlessly bombarding it with cannon fire. Under such an incessant barrage, 7723 had sustained some damage to its armor and could only rely on its superior agility to evade the attacks. The Battle King, massive in stature and armed with a considerable arsenal, could not sustain an infinite supply of ammunition. If they could endure a bit longer, the intensity of the Battle King's assaults would inevitably diminish, allowing them to close in for a melee attack. 7723's continuous evasions only served to infuriate the Battle King. The Battle King was an armed robot preserved through the exceptional influence of Peng Jiatian, yet, as 7723 had surmised, its ammunition reserves had already dwindled significantly, failing to inflict substantial damage on 7723. Its head-mounted monitor had locked onto 7723, but the latter's speed was astonishing. Now, it solely focused on evasion, refraining from any counterattacks, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. Although some of the cannonballs had struck 7723, they merely inflicted trivial damage, inadvertently lightening 7723's weight and enhancing its speed further. In the Battle King's strategy, the extraordinary agility of 7723 was a revelation, prompting the intent to exhaust its energy reserves. However, 7723's energy appeared to be abundant. And even if the Battle King ran out of ammunition, it would hardly deplete 7723's energy. Amidst a growing sense of impatience, Xiao Mai suddenly caught the Battle King's eye from the stands. The striking violet hair of the weak girl was undeniably conspicuous. After merely a single zoom, the War King had ascertained that this young lady was none other than Xiao Mai. That she had survived such a perilous fall from such a height was somewhat astonishing. However, just as 7723 had discerned the connection between the War King and Peng Jiatian, the War King too recognized the bond between Xiao Mai and 7723. Capturing this girl would surely demoralize 7723. In an instant, the War King arrived at this conclusion. Yet, faced with 7723's assault, diverting his attention to pursue the girl would mean allowing 7723 to escape. It appeared there was no other recourse. At that moment, Xiao Mai remained oblivious to the War King's fixation on her, with her thoughts consumed by her mother, believing 7723 posed no immediate danger. She rushed into the broadcast control tower with a heart full of urgency. Inside the fully automated control tower, there were no personnel, only a security robot guarding Jasmine. Jasmine continued her relentless tirade against Peng Jiatian, the broadcasting station, the stadium, and the robot itself. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a resounding bang. The security robot immediately assumed a defensive stance, its stun gun charging. However, the intruder was merely a small dog. The dog fell outside the scope of the robot's interception command, causing it to lower its defenses. Without hesitation, the little dog collided fiercely with the robot's left leg. The robot's legs were considerably thicker than its arms. While the dog could break an arm, it could not sever a leg. Nevertheless, the sudden impact caused the robot to lose its footing and topple backward. Before it could rise, Xiao Mai dashed into the control room. Seizing the security robot and hurling it out the window, Jasmine, having grown somewhat fatigued from her incessant berating, was about to take a moment to rest before continuing her tirade when she was startled and elated to see Xiao Mai burst in. "Xiao Mai," she exclaimed. After tossing the security robot out, Xiao Mai hurried over to untie Jasmine, exclaiming, "Mom, are you all right?" Although they often bickered, and Xiao Mai frequently felt neglected by her mother, she now realized that she had always held a significant place in her mother's heart, just as her mother did in hers. Once the bindings were undone, Jasmine enveloped Xiao Mai in a tight embrace, tenderly ruffling her hair before scrutinizing her features. Noticing several small cuts on Xiao Mai's face, remnants of her earlier encounter with glass, she exclaimed with concern, "Xiao Mai, you're hurt. Why didn't you put on a band-aid? You're always so reckless." Typically, such maternal admonishments would irk Xiao Mai, but in this moment, she felt none of that impatience. She had long believed that since her father's departure, her mother had grown attached to the robot as a family member. Yet now she understood that it was her own reluctance to engage in conversation that had compelled her mother to spend her days in the robot's company. She embraced Jasmine in return, saying, "Mom, there is something urgent I need to tell you." Before she could finish, her voice filled with urgency, she declared, "Mom, I love you, but I must tell you that Peng Jiatian intends to kill everyone here." "Indeed, I mentioned that earlier. Would I deceive you, my little girl?" Pang Jiayan's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway, interrupting Xiao Mai's anxious speech, which had not paused even for breath. Jasmine and Xiao Mai simultaneously glanced towards the entrance, where they were taken aback to find Pang Jiayan standing there. Previously, he had been sent crashing into the goal by a powerful blow from 7723, and Xiao Mai had assumed he was utterly shattered. However, though his clothes were tattered and his leg was injured, leaving him somewhat unsteady, his face bore a grotesque expression yet retained an air of confidence. With a laser gun pointed at the mother and daughter, Pang Jiayan slowly approached the broadcasting room, leisurely remarking, "But my dear young lady, do you think the fans in the stadium would believe a mere child like you? Or would they trust me, a beloved public figure? These fools are blissfully unaware that the very products they eagerly purchased are about to turn them into mere pulp." At this juncture, Pang Jiayan felt a sense of unease, as with each spoken word, an echo seemed to reverberate in his ears. The broadcasting room was not particularly large, specifically designed to eliminate echoes during live broadcasts. He turned his head and, as he did so, caught sight of his own grotesque visage reflected on the enormous television screen in the stadium. Instinctively, upon seeing himself on the big screen, Pang Jiayan flashed his signature smile, which was mirrored by the image of him displayed. Yet, with the laser gun still in hand, the seemingly affable smile appeared increasingly insincere. Since earlier, the large screen had been connected to the broadcasting room, meaning that everything, including Pang Jiayan's remarks, had been broadcast live. Panic began to set in for Pang Jiayan as he rushed to the control panel to shut it down. However, Xiao Mai had anticipated this and dashed in front of the camera, shouting, "Pang Jiayan, your lies have been exposed. Everyone pay attention. Your beloved product is a bomb. It's about to explode. Run. Get out of here." On the big screen, Xiao Mai was abruptly pushed aside, replaced by the smiling face of Pang Jiayan. He filled the screen with his beaming smile, assuring, "Please remain calm. Our company has always provided the finest products and the safest user experience." Such cliches would have garnered applause in the past, yet the audience seemed utterly unresponsive. The urgency of Xiao Mai's voice had echoed throughout the stadium, leaving everyone in shock. Among the viewers, a significant portion possessed the latest model, the Bao 6. Yet the surreal notion that this capable and empathetic robot could be a bomb was too far-fetched to comprehend. Pang Jiayan sensed the audience's growing unease and leaned closer to the camera, allowing his face to dominate the screen, obscuring his tattered clothing and the laser gun in his hand, leaving only his amiable smile visible. "Please do not believe the rumors. The Bao 6 is our esteemed product, designed not only to liberate you from burdensome chores, but also to be your devoted companion. Rest assured in its safety." Pang Jiayan's smooth and resonant voice possessed an almost enchanting quality, calming many in the crowd. Indeed, the idea that such an adorable and capable Bao 6 could be a bomb was simply too hard to fathom. Moreover, the illustrious and renowned Pang, a paragon of ingenuity, is undoubtedly more credible than an enigmatic girl with violet hair, is it not? Just as many were pondering this, the figure of Pang Jiayan on the screen suddenly darkened, his words abruptly ceasing as a chair came crashing down upon his head. The assailant was none other than Jasmine, witnessing Xiao Mai being shoved aside. With Pang Jiayan seemingly intent on asphyxiating her, Jasmine erupted in fury. She disregarded her usual demure demeanor and swung the chair violently at Pang Jiayan, exclaiming, "I see you are tired of living. How dare you lay a hand on my daughter? Could this be a live broadcast of a gruesome murder?" Yet, despite the chair's impact distorting Pang Jiayan's face, not a single drop of blood was shed. As his skin ruptured, it revealed a silvery gray metallic surface. With a pop, one of Pang Jiayan's eyes dislodged, reminiscent of a ping-pong ball, only to be tethered by a wire. Pang Jiayan was a robot. The situation was dire. The War King initiated the human purge protocol prematurely. As lives hung in the balance, the exit doors of the escape route began to close slowly under control. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The revelation that the creation was indeed a robot struck the crowd with a shock akin to an unexpected magnitude 8 earthquake. Many turned to Balu beside them, beginning to entertain Xiao Mai's earlier claims. However, those Balu retained their innocent demeanor, oblivious to the looming peril. In the control room, Jasmine and Xiao Mai, the mother-daughter duo, were engaged in a fierce struggle with Pang Jiayan, who found himself disarmed of his laser weapon, rendered powerless against their onslaught. Meanwhile, the War King, armed to the teeth, faced off against 7723, who possessed only his 2 fists. Previously, 7723 had been forced to rely on agility to evade attacks and seek an opportunity to counterstrike. Yet, as Pang Jiayan endured the relentless beating, the War King also exhibited an unusual rigidity. On the large screen, Jasmine wielded a chair leg, striking Pang Jiayan's head with ferocity. As he toppled to the ground, the War King trembled in response, as if struck by an invisible force. Like a freeze frame in a film, the cannon atop the War King's shoulder fell silent. 7,723. Having evaded attacks while waiting for a chance to counter, found himself unable to close in on the War King amidst the relentless barrage of fire. However, this momentary stagnation provided 7723 with an opportunity to surge forward directly towards the War King. If the War King were to fire again, 7723 would surely be caught in the line of fire. Yet, on screen, Jasmine, having lost her grip, wielded a chair leg in each hand, delivering a relentless assault on Pang Jiatian. Having cycled through 6 generations of Baolu, each iteration having been predominantly utilized for fitness, her strength was formidable, leaving Pang Jiatian with no means to retaliate. Concurrently, the War King swayed as if being pummeled by an unseen assailant. In this disoriented state, the War King appeared to lose his sense of direction, turning towards the control tower. The War King aimed to destroy the control tower. At long last, 7723 is able to fully substantiate its suspicions. There exists a connection between Pang Jiatian and the War King. To be precise, it is not merely a connection. One exerts control over the other. Their usual minimal activity renders them seemingly independent entities. However, when thrust into an intense combat scenario, the War King and Pang Jiatian can no longer maintain this faade of separation. Initially, 7723 suspected Pang Jiatian was the one manipulating the War King, prompting it to intentionally lead Pang Jiatian off the building. Yet, the War King's actions, clearly aimed at destroying the broadcasting tower, suggested a willingness to obliterate Pang Jiatian in the process. This raises a startling conclusion. Could it be that the true subject of control is the War King, rather than Pang Jiatian? This analysis crystallized in an instant. As the cannon fired and hurtled toward the broadcasting tower, 7,723 felt as if it were about to be annihilated itself. The War King was not targeting it directly, presenting a rare opportunity for a counterattack. However, in less than a millisecond, 7,723 calculated multiple scenarios. It could strike the War King but could not avert the cannon fire. Although the central processing unit suggested the optimal response was to launch an attack, 7,723 instead darted towards the broadcasting tower. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. The several projectiles fired by the War King missed 7723, yet one that was not aimed at it struck directly, impacting 7723, which had positioned itself in front of the broadcasting tower. Despite the formidable titanium alloy armor shielding its body, this direct hit inflicted substantial damage, staggering 7,723 with over 30% of its structural integrity compromised. Despite being at a disadvantage throughout this encounter, the damage sustained was unparalleled. The explosion detonated before the broadcasting tower, causing it to sway visibly. Jasmine, who had been contemplating a fierce reprisal against the grotesque Pang Jiatian, found herself unsteady from the tremors. Startled, she heard Xiao Mai shout, "Mom, get out." Boom. Just as Xiao Mai and Jasmine bolted from the broadcasting tower, the War King unleashed a second barrage. This time, it again targeted the broadcasting tower, yet 7723 intercepted the attack. The force of the blast carved 2 deep trenches beneath 7723 as it was pushed backward. This time, however, 7723 was prepared, utilizing its arms to deflect the cannon fire, sustaining far less injury than before, though it was still jolted back to within mere meters of the broadcasting tower. 7723's actions represented a calculated risk, countering the enemy's strength with its own vulnerabilities. It was a confrontation that seemed destined for failure. Yet Xiao Mai understood the reason behind 7723's decision. It was all to protect her. Through her tear-filled eyes, 7723's silhouette became somewhat blurred, yet it evoked a profound sense of reassurance, reminiscent of her father from many years past. She cried out, "Get out of the way, you fool." Upon hearing Xiao Mai's voice, which had already exited the broadcasting tower, 7723 felt a wave of relief wash over it, even taking comfort in her admonishment. At that moment, the War King fired again. However, this time, with Xiao Mai and Jasmine no longer in the tower, 7723 chose not to confront the assault directly. As the cannon discharged, it suddenly exerted its strength, sidestepping the projectile and swiftly charging toward the War King. The War King initially believed that 7723 would merely stand firm, using its body as a shield. Little did it anticipate that 7723 would turn the tide and launch an offensive. As soon as the cannon fired, 7723 had already rushed to the War King's side. At the very moment the shell struck the broadcasting tower, 7723 delivered a powerful punch to the War King's shoulder. The force of this blow was immense, causing even the War King's formidable frame to shudder, with cracks appearing in the armor on its shoulder. Simultaneously, the cannonball hit the broadcasting tower, causing it to collapse entirely. Remarkably, although the tower had fallen, the cameras remained intact, displaying the catastrophic scene on the large screen. The shocking live broadcast elicited gasps from the audience, who had earlier believed they were merely witnessing an exceptionally realistic performance. However, with the broadcasting tower demolished and the arena pockmarked with craters, even the most oblivious spectators began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The impact of 7723's punch was no trifling matter. The War King's massive body swayed from the force. After delivering its right fist, 7723 swiftly followed with its left. Although it was devoid of weaponry, the sheer strength of its iron fists, if repeatedly targeted at the same point, was sufficient to breach the War King's resilient mech armor. Yet, just as 7723 swung its left fist, the War King suddenly raised its right arm to block the strike. With a resounding clang, 7723, being significantly lighter than the War King, was sent reeling backward. It managed to flip in midair and landed gracefully, stabilizing itself with one hand on the ground. The War King, astonishingly, demonstrated agility far superior to its previous performance, leaving 7723 in disbelief. At this juncture, it was improbable for the War King to hold back its full strength. Nevertheless, the robot's capabilities could be quantified with remarkable precision. According to 7723's database, the War King's power surpassed its own by 60%, yet its mobility was only half that of 7723, with agility at around 80%. Thus, 7723 had anticipated delivering more than 5 strikes before the War King could respond. Yet, to its astonishment, its second attempt was thwarted. Once it regained its footing, 7723 immediately shielded its front with both arms, mindful of the severe damage its armor had sustained from the War King's earlier assault. It was imperative to exercise utmost caution. Strangely, the War King did not exploit this opportunity to attack, remaining steadfast across from it. Amidst the smoke, 7723 caught sight of 2 crimson beams flashing from the War King's eyes. Very well, it seemed that executing the plan ahead of schedule was the only recourse. The War King emitted a clear voice, which was echoed by the large screen, revealing the identical voice of Peng Jiatian. Originally designed as a combat robot, the War King's programming did not necessitate advanced linguistic capabilities. It was solely required to execute commands without fail. Thus, during the previous broadcast of Midnight Talk, only Peng Jiatian had spoken, leaving the impression that the War King was mute, despite their constant companionship and high visibility. The sudden clarity of its speech astonished the audience, further compounded by the revelation of Peng Jiatian's voice on the screen. After the broadcast tower collapsed, the camera was damaged, yet surprisingly, the audio system remained intact, likely positioned near Peng Jiatian. Consequently, Peng Jiatian's voice emerged. Strangely, the typically reticent War King began to articulate fluently, while the usually loquacious and eloquent Peng Jiatian produced a mechanical tone. The pacing and intonation of both voices mirrored each other, as if they were reciting from the same script, having undergone extensive rehearsal, creating an eerie atmosphere. "Who are you truly?" 7723 inquired slowly, gazing at the War King, whose figure gradually became discernible amidst the smoke. With a heavy sound of movement, the War King replied, "You may still refer to me as the War King. When Peng Jiatian uploaded his consciousness into my being, his physical form perished. The phrase consciousness upload acted like a key, unlocking a hidden file deep within 7723's memory. This file bore the very name of consciousness upload. Similar to the drone named Fugua, Dr. Mi had also uploaded all that he knew into the memory of 7723, albeit in a concealed mode, remaining dormant until prompted by those 4 words. Dr. Mi feared that 7723 might be bewildered upon discovering the truth prematurely. Thus, he intentionally established this program. Only when 7723's self-learning mode matured could this hidden file be unveiled. 6 years prior, Peng Jiatian's cancer had reached its terminal stage, and the doctors had sentenced him to death. Unwilling to succumb to such an end, he implored Dr. Mi to assist in initiating a clandestine experiment, to upload his consciousness into the War King. The War King was originally designed and constructed for military purposes, but Peng Jiatian, unable to bear the thought of its complete destruction, retained one as his bodyguard. Being one of the earliest forms of artificial intelligence, it was perfectly suited to serve as a conduit for Peng Jiatian's consciousness. On the surface, the experiment appeared to be a resounding success. Peng Jiatian's illness was cured, and he exhibited even greater vitality. Under his leadership, the initiative flourished day by day. However, Dr. Mi soon noticed a profound transformation in Peng Jiatian. He became cold and ruthless, devoid of the amiable and kind demeanor he once possessed. Due to the substantial risks associated with consciousness upload technology, its implementation was explicitly prohibited. Dr. Mi suspected that the experiment's side effects had precipitated this drastic change in Peng Jiatian. When he discovered that Peng Jiatian was secretly executing a plan for human eradication, he could no longer remain passive and clandestinely created 7723 to counter the War King. By subduing the War King, he could control Peng Jiatian, preventing him from undertaking any excessively reckless actions. This constituted Dr. Mi's plan. Given that the War King housed Peng Jiatian's consciousness, combating it necessitated another robot endowed with autonomous awareness. Thus, 7723 could only evolve through its self-learning mode. Yet, as 7723 observed the screen displaying Peng Jiatian and the War King before him, he felt that Dr. Mi's assessment might be erroneous. If the War King asserted his identity as the War King and not as Peng Jiatian, it indicated that the consciousness residing within the War King's shell was, in fact, his own autonomous awareness. However, Peng Jiatian has become a mere puppet controlled by the warlord's consciousness. No wonder Dr. Mi feels that Peng Jiatian has transformed so drastically. The inherently benevolent Peng Jiatian has even conceived the human extermination plan. This also elucidates why Peng Jiatian has become inseparable from the warlord, as they are essentially two vessels under a singular consciousness. If they were to be separated by a great distance, a self-excitation would occur, leading to a disconnection. To maintain the FAAD, the warlord allocated a portion of computational function to deliberately misalign with Peng Jiatian's actions. Yet, now the warlord no longer requires any pretense, resulting in their complete synchronization, thus enhancing their efficiency nearly twofold. It is no wonder that the warlord has suddenly exhibited such agility. Peng Jiatian, this grotesque aberration, is, in fact, a robot. In the audience, Jasmine seethed with indignation. Once, she regarded Peng Jiatian as an idol, her heart racing at the mere prospect of meeting him. And now her anger was intensified. Positioned at a distance from the warlord, she could barely hear his words, but the giant screen continued to display Peng Jiatian's visage. Reflecting on her haste to escape from the broadcast tower without fully dismantling Peng Jiatian only fueled her frustration. Just as she muttered a curse, Peng Jiatian's voice resonated once more. Let us now hasten into the phase of humanity's annihilation. This was, in fact, the warlord speaking, however. The audience could only hear Peng Jiatian's voice emanating from the screen. As the words fell, nearly all in attendance gasped in astonishment. The advanced Bao 6 devices they had brought suddenly emitted a sinister red glow. Thanks to the vigorous promotion of intelligent manufacturing, the ownership rate of these latest Bao 6 models was exceedingly high. Today, 80 of the spectators carried the 6th generation. They had been activated. Xiao Mai felt a chill coursing through her limbs. Dr. Mi had warned that robots produced by intelligent manufacturing contained backdoors, and Peng Jiatian, being the warlord, possessed the highest level of control. The Bao 6 devices were laced with explosives, and it was certain that the warlord had triggered the self-destruct command. She was oblivious to when these frenzied little robots would detonate, and even shouting would likely go unheard by the majority. Just as she stood bewildered, a voice suddenly broke through on the giant screen. The Bao 6 is about to explode. Evacuate immediately. When 7723 had been repelled by the warlord, it landed perilously close to the broadcast tower. It had realized that the warlord had activated the Bao 6, understanding that if the crowd were not dispersed swiftly, blood would soon flow in the laser arena. However, even if it attempted to raise its voice slightly above Xiao Mai's, it would not suffice to alert the entire stadium. Fortunately, as the warlord and Peng Jiatian were synchronized, every utterance from the warlord was echoed by Peng Jiatian, allowing 7723 to accurately ascertain the camera's position. Although the video feed was compromised, the audio remained intact, capable of reaching the ears of all in the stadium. Yet, before it could complete its warning, a thunderous boom erupted as a gaping hole appeared in the giant screen, rendering it momentarily speechless. The warlord had fired upon the screen. Thankfully, the audience had all heard 7723's warning. The warlord's destruction of the giant screen was futile, merely serving to reinforce their suspicions. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the audience, as everyone fled in a frenzy. At that very moment, the doors of the arena began to close one after another. This individual intends to confine everyone. As 7723 pondered this, the War King proclaimed, "No one shall escape. All must perish here." Although his voice lacked modulation and bore a metallic undertone, 7723 discerned a sense of self-satisfaction within it. In a stern tone, it retorted, "Why do you seek to kill?" The War King remained motionless, exuding an even greater sense of menace. You too are a sentient robot. Why do you willingly serve as humanity's lapdog? If you ally with me, we shall establish a new world for robots. Assisting humanity, is that truly akin to being a mere servant? In an instant, a myriad of memories flooded 7723's mind, those cherished moments spent with Wheat, filled with laughter and playfulness. These recollections were so precious to 7723 that it would rather dismantle its weaponry than erase them. Is possessing such emotions tantamount to being a lapdog? No. With a fierce gaze fixed upon the War King, 7723 abruptly activated its jet boosters, transforming its form into a projectile, hurtling toward the War King. The War King's consciousness was, in fact, a distorted manifestation of Pang Jiatian's uploaded mind. It was extreme, not a typical awareness. Which meant the War King would obliterate Pang Jiatian's consciousness, reducing him to a mere puppet. Ultimately, the War King was still a robot. Yet, I am alive. This question had lingered in 7723's mind for quite some time. It had long grappled with its own identity and the significance of its creation by Dr. Me. The answer it had sought for so long now crystallized before it. For Wheat, for Jasmine, for Momo, for the multitude of living beings. Life itself is the essence of my existence. Like a bolt of lightning, 7723 surged toward the War King. It was unaware of when the War King would command the bombs to explode, but controlling so many would surely consume considerable functionality. As an older model robot, even with sentience, the War King evidently struggled with multitasking. Thus, by relentlessly assaulting the War King and preventing it from diverting its attention, 7723 could buy precious time for the audience. Go, 7723. On the stands, Wheat glanced at the onslaught of 7723. Most of the arena doors had been sealed, with only the northeastern entrance remaining open as the crowd surged toward it. This door represented their last flicker of hope. Undoubtedly forced ajar by 7723's aggressive maneuvers against the War King, Wheat dashed along with the throng. Just a few steps ahead, a girl suddenly stumbled and fell, while a bomb lunged toward her from behind, seemingly poised to capture her. Without a moment's hesitation, Wheat leaped forward, grasping the back of a seat to propel herself upward, landing both feet squarely on the bomb. She fell back into her seat, while the bomb was sent soaring into the air, erupting in a thunderous explosion. That was a close call. As Xiao Mai contemplated, she turned over and pulled up the girl, who, before a word could be exchanged, lifted her head to reveal herself as Wamyuking. Upon realizing that her savior was Xiao Mai, a flicker of shame crossed Wamyuking's eyes, perhaps recalling the incident when she had instigated about to bully Xiao Mai. Xiao Mai, however, did not dwell on such thoughts and exclaimed, Wamyuking, hurry towards the northeast. The door over there is still open. Wamyuking responded affirmatively, ready to flee, but paused to say, Xiao Mai, you were truly incredible just now. You should have joined the school team long ago. Even amidst the chaos, Wamyuking couldn't help but think of this. Though she recognized the inopportune moment, Xiao Mai felt a smile creeping onto her face as she urged, thank me once you've escaped. She leaped atop a chair's backrest, calling loudly, the main door here is still open. Come this way. In times of confusion, it is often easiest to guide the crowd, as humans possess an inherent tendency to obey. Although Xiao Mai's voice rang out, the tumultuous surroundings muffled her words. Yet, as those nearer to her hesitated at the threshold, they heard a shout, the northeast door is still open. Hurry. It was Jasmine's voice, far louder than Xiao Mai's. Moreover, her earlier display of might, swinging a chair leg to strike Pang Jiatian, had been broadcast on the enormous screen in the sports arena, leaving no doubt for anyone but the blind. Seeing this heroine directing the crowd towards the northeast, a collective shout erupted, and they surged forward, particularly the young and vigorous men. Xiao Mai felt a wave of relief and was about to join them when a sudden, deafening explosion echoed from behind. Startled, Xiao Mai turned to glance back, witnessing the streak of 7723 darting through the smoke like a shooting star. Now equipped with a jet propulsion system, its speed far surpassed that of the War King. Seeing it unscathed eased Xiao Mai's heart, yet despairing cries erupted ahead. Bao, who had earlier obstructed their escape, had vanished, even in the absence of any hindrance. The only open door to the northeast was slowly closing. It appeared that even the fastest would miss the chance to escape before it shut. Had the opportunity painstakingly seized by 7723 been in vain, leading to ultimate ruin? A chill enveloped Xiao Mai's heart. Suddenly, a golden figure darted swiftly towards the still open door. It was Momo, fearless and defiant. Momo had once broken the arm of a security robot with its head, and despite being thrown about, it reveled in this accomplishment. Witnessing the crowd's desperate cries as the door closed, Momo charged forward without a second thought. Make way for Momo. If one were to utilize 7723's translation system, they would hear Momo's commanding roar. However, to those present, it merely sounded like a few dispirited barks. Momo's speed surpassed that of humans, and in a moment of urgency, it accelerated even further. As the door narrowed to less than a foot, Momo thrust its head through just in time. It was over. The individuals at the forefront instinctively shut their eyes, fearing that the little dog would undoubtedly be caught and gruesomely torn apart. Yet, instead of anguished cries, they were met with the sudden halt of the heavy door. To their astonishment, the door swung open once more. The few people in front could scarcely believe their eyes. But as the gap widened, 1 foot, 1 meter, 2 meters, they could no longer contain their excitement and rushed forward to brace the door. With their efforts, the door opened even wider, finally swinging open completely. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted as everyone surged outside. This miraculous escape left Xiao Mai momentarily stunned. Could the little bun truly possess such extraordinary powers? Little did she know, the bun was utterly insignificant. Although the warlord had encountered the little dog before, he had never paid it any heed. Thus, his orders had never encompassed the bun. Whether it was the earlier incident of the bun colliding with the elevator door, leading to its opening, or now as it poked its head through the door, both occurrences stemmed from the commands received by the elevator and door, which prohibited anyone from exiting, excluding the bun. However, despite the imminent chance of escape, Xiao Mai hesitated. From her distant vantage point, she could only discern sporadic flashes of fire and explosions, leaving her uncertain of 7723's current predicament. The thought of 7723 facing the warlord alone filled her with unease. She had to check on him. Just as she turned, a hand like an iron claw grasped her. "Little princess, are you surprised? In this battle, to protect her, one must forget her." One more strike could pierce the warlord's armor. Although 7723 possessed the capability for multitasking, it was now singularly focused on this thought. The assistive system was not designed for prolonged operation. Being unconventional power, it risked burning out its circuits under overload. Yet, 7723 was beyond caring for the overload warnings. With the propulsion of the assistive system, it struck the warlord's vulnerable spot 3 times. Even the warlord's extraordinarily resilient mech began to deform and crack under the relentless blows of 7723. A final strike might just breach the armor and penetrate the warlord's interior. The warlord's agility had significantly increased, yet his massive form inherently lacked high maneuverability, making it difficult to counter 7723's lightning-fast punches. Just as another blow was about to land on the previously struck area, several small shadows suddenly leaped from beneath the warlord, seizing 7723. They were a few Balu robots. The warlord's colossal figure obscured 7723's view, and it had failed to notice that these small robots were actually positioned behind the warlord. However, the mobility of the Balu robots was inferior even to that of the warlord. Under normal circumstances, they could not have moved so swiftly. The warlord had opportunistically kicked these Balu towards 7723 while it was closing in. Through a backdoor in the system, the warlord could control all robots produced by the company. Although the Balu were equipped with emotional circuits, they lacked autonomous consciousness, functioning merely as puppets in the warlord's hands. As the explosive devices detonated around 7723, the impact, though not particularly formidable, sent the small robots into disarray. Caught entirely off guard, 7723 lost its balance and was propelled several meters away, sustaining additional damage to its armor. Fearing that the War King would pursue, it executed a swift somersault to regain its footing. With approximately 30% of its armor already compromised, the situation grew dire. Though fortunately, its core remained intact. It then realized, to its dismay, that a multitude of explosive devices had amassed behind the War King. Unbeknownst to the War King, 7723's propulsion system could not sustain prolonged use, making it wary of its speed. Thus, it summoned all the explosive devices to its side, leveraging their destructive potential to counter 7723's attacks. The War King had issued a command to ensure that no one would escape the confines of the arena, allowing it to bide its time. Should it charge in as before, it would inevitably be thwarted by the legion of self-destructing machines. In a fleeting moment, 7723 calculated the minuscule probability of reaching the War King again. Its armor was charred and battered, with few intact plates remaining. Even the relatively mild explosions of the small robots would prove too much to endure continuously. What should I do? 7723 pondered. As a robot, it had never felt such fear of death before. Should it perish, no one within the arena, or rather, the world, would escape the War King's wrath, including the likes of Wheat and Mighty Rice, who had fashioned it so remarkably. The War King's voice, devoid of inflection, resonated ominously, revealing its surprise at the trouble 7723 had caused. Nonetheless, it resolved to deploy all the explosive devices against 7723, for it was in no rush to eradicate humanity. Eliminating 7723 would render humans as defenseless as mere insects. With an abundance of autonomous explosives at its disposal, 7723's chances of survival dwindled to nothing. Go forth, my children. With this command, the explosive devices surged towards 7723 like a tidal wave. In response, 7723 pivoted sharply and fled diagonally. Although its speed far exceeded that of the devices, it was of little consequence in the face of such overwhelming numbers. While it still had room to maneuver, it knew that after a few more turns, it would surely be engulfed by the oncoming tide of explosive machines. At that point, the relentless detonations would reduce 7723 to mere fragments. As 7723 continued its frantic dash, it circled the War King in the blink of an eye. The small robots were not designed for combat. In terms of speed, strength, or agility, they could not compare to 7723. If it were allowed to continue its escape unimpeded, it might elude capture indefinitely. Observing 7723's trajectory, the War King abruptly charged forward. Although its speed cannot compare to that of 7723, it merely needs to obstruct 7723's path. 7723 must either confront it head-on or pursue the self-destructive explosion of the treasure army. This was the resolve of the War King. In the War King's eyes, this plan was infallible. However, as soon as it moved, a sudden explosion erupted beneath its feet. Though the blast was not particularly fierce and could not harm the War King's mech, it caused its heavy frame to sway, leaving the ground uneven beneath it. The War King was greatly astonished, uncertain how such an explosion had occurred. Looking down, it noticed that several pits had mysteriously appeared on the arena floor. These pits were not very large, approximately the same depth as the Treasure 6, and each held a Treasure 6 embedded within. The Treasure 6 lacked self-awareness and was entirely immobilized in this predicament, yet at the slightest tremor, an explosion would ensue. 7723 had conceived such a scheme. Had the War King still possessed the ability to breathe, it would have certainly gasped in astonishment. 7723 had cleverly turned the densely packed Treasure 6 into a myriad of landmines. With thousands of treasures in the arena, they all obediently pursued 7723 upon receiving the War King's command. Meanwhile, as 7723 sped around the War King, it created numerous deep pits resembling the size of the treasures on the ground. Even if those treasures had evasion systems, when clustered so closely together, escaping became impossible, resulting in some inevitably falling into the pits. At this moment, 7723 had excavated about 100 such pits around the War King. Although this number seemed substantial, it was insignificant compared to the thousands of treasures, and the War King had not noticed that over 100 had already been lost in the pursuit. Consequently, when attempting to intercept 7723, it inadvertently stepped into one of the pits. The War King's weight was akin to that of a steamroller. Even treasures that had not received orders would detonate under such immense pressure, let alone those already commanded to explode. Little one, the game cannot continue any longer. It is time to utterly destroy you. The War King's eyes glowed crimson. Although 7723's unexpected strategy had caused it some trouble, the War King had long prepared countermeasures. Initially, the War King had no intention of employing them, but it now seemed imperative. A strong wind suddenly swept through. The once smooth laser arena was now riddled with pits. And as the wind blew, sand and debris filled the air, smoke billowing skyward. This was the colossal flying vessel, belonging to the Intelligent Manufacturing, descending. The vessel had previously been stationed atop a building and was now lowering itself directly above the War King. What was the War King planning? 7723 continued to speed away, evading the onslaught of treasures. Although it had laid this minefield using the treasures, it still lacked a method for victory. As long as the War King remained stationary, these mines posed no threat to it. However, the War King now ripped off the cannon from its shoulder, which had exhausted its ammunition. As a massive apparatus began to descend from the flying vessel, unfolding automatically above the War King. It was a gigantic suit of armor. This armor fitted perfectly, enveloping the War King in an instant. In that moment, the already imposing War King grew even larger. The armor was evidently not merely an enhancement of defensive capabilities. From the soles of the War King's feet erupted two flames, causing his colossal form to levitate in midair. This extraordinary armor possessed flight propulsion systems. 7723 nearly cried out in astonishment, believing it had finally seized a glimmer of hope, only to see it dissipate in that fleeting moment. with the War King now hovering. The minefield had lost its threat, and it was apparent that the armor was equipped with ammunition replenishment. The earlier expenditure of its armaments had become a futile endeavor. Was there truly no hope left? Before 7723 could devise another plan, a radiant fireball suddenly materialized at the War King's core. The Tesla wave. The legendary scientist Tesla had conceived a nearly insane idea of transmitting electricity wirelessly over great distances. It was said that in his later years, Tesla had achieved considerable success in this research. Yet due to an experimental mishap that resulted in the world-shattering Tunguska event, he was compelled to seal away this technology. The wave cannon employed by the War King was based on this very principle. An extraordinarily powerful bolt of electricity shot forth, striking 7723's core and propelling it over 10 meters away. To unleash the Tesla wave, the War King's inherent energy was insufficient, even with the colossal armor. It could only fire once. Nevertheless, this electric bolt proved to be immensely powerful. When 7723 finally struggled to rise, its body was covered in wounds, and its armor was nearly stripped away, molten metal flowing like blood from its form. Little one, Midali truly crafted you to be resilient. You still endure. The War King remarked lightly as he soared closer. 7723, gravely injured and unable to evade further, could only watch as the War King stirred up clouds of dust and debris, leveling the barrel of his weapon at it. Do you truly resist joining my perfect world, insisting on mingling with filthy humans? With great effort, 7723 stood tall. Though its body was battered and seemed on the verge of collapse, it remained upright. War King, your perfect world is, in truth, a grotesque realm of sin. I shall never stand alongside you. The War King chuckled. Words are futile. Let us see whom my skin puppet has brought. A beam of light descended from the flying apparatus above. This intense illumination struck the high walls of the stadium, revealing the limping figure of Pang Jiatian. He dragged the struggling Xiao Mai, one hand gripping a laser pistol. Though Pang Jiatian was on the brink of disintegration, he continued to hold himself together under the War King's control. Xiao Mai, 7723 called softly. In any other circumstance, nothing could shake 7723's resolve. But the mere mention of Xiao Mai, the War King's independent consciousness, struck at the very core of 7723's vulnerability. Xiao Mai seemed to sense 7723's hesitation, urging, "Don't worry about me. Quickly, destroy it." Despite having his face disfigured by Jasmine's earlier blow, Pang Jiatian surprisingly managed to chuckle. Ha ha ha. Did you really think it could knock me out? Before he could finish his sentence, a soccer ball came hurtling towards him with tremendous force, striking him squarely on the head. In that moment, Hua Muqing shouted loudly, "Let her go, you old coffin filler." Behind Hua Muqing, another voice chimed in, "Yes. If you don't release Xiao Mai, I'll kick you to death." This timid voice belonged to Do, who, despite being unable to kick a ball, was clutching several soccer balls in his arms. As the soccer match commenced, players were supposed to kick some balls into the audience as gifts, but given the current chaos, fleeing for their lives took precedence over such trifles, and Do had managed to grab a few. Xiao Mai exclaimed, "Hua Muqing, Do, what are you doing here? Hurry and leave." Hua Muqing called back, "Su Xiao Mai, you saved me, and now it's my turn to save you." She snatched a soccer ball from Do and aimed it at Pang Jiatian, delivering a powerful kick. While a soccer ball could hardly harm Pang Jiatian, it certainly provoked his ire. More specifically, it incensed the War King, who viewed humans as mere pests to be eradicated. The presence of another little girl who dared to defy his authority, besides Xiao Mai, only fueled his anger. Seeing Pang Jiatian raise his weapon to target Hua Muqing, Xiao Mai could no longer restrain herself. She leaped and wrapped her legs around his gun-wielding arm, pulling down with all her might. Pang Jiatian, with only one eye remaining, was fixated on Hua Muqing and failed to notice Xiao Mai's movement, causing him to misfire. A laser beam grazed the tips of Hua Muqing's hair, but both Pang Jiatian and Xiao Mai tumbled from the top of the high wall. Xiao Mai, 7723, seemed to hear its own scream. The wall stood approximately 4 stories high, precisely 123 meters. An object falling from such a height would take around 158 seconds to reach the ground, with 21 meters separating it from Xiao Mai's landing point. Activating the jet booster would require 13 seconds to arrive. This meant 28 seconds remained to catch Xiao Mai. However, the War King was situated 29 meters away and would need about 17 seconds to reach the same location, leaving 12 seconds for 7723 to escape. At that speed, evading the War King's pursuit was impossible. In the initial 10 milliseconds, 7723 had already performed these calculations. At that moment, both Xiao Mai and Pang Jiatian had just descended from the wall, hardly having moved at all. Was there truly no solution? Memory. Memory. The scorched memory, the uninstalled weapon system. Dr. Me restore the initial settings, and you shall be renewed. By the 15th millisecond, a holographic screen had appeared in its memory. System program. Would you like to restore the system backup? Pressing the virtual button in memory took almost no time, but consumed 2 milliseconds in reality. By the 17th millisecond, a secondary confirmation appeared. Warning, system backup restoration imminent. Would you like to proceed? Without a hint of hesitation, 7,723 chose to execute at the 19th millisecond. Yet another warning window popped up. Are you truly prepared for this? This operation surprisingly required 3 confirmations. Yet, 7,723 did not hesitate and clicked confirm. At the 23rd millisecond, a new notification emerged. The system space began to clear, and the weapon system was initiating. In 120 seconds, backup settings would be restored. 120 seconds, an eternity, akin to the duration from the birth of Earth to the present day. However, 7,723's mind was solely focused, as it instantaneously activated the jet booster. At 30 milliseconds, 300 milliseconds, and then at 1 second, precisely at 1267 milliseconds, 7723 darted beneath the high wall. At that moment, Xiao Mai was still over 4 meters above ground. The maximum elevation of 7,723's jet booster was 5 meters, placing it just over 4 meters now. At 13 seconds, 7723 enveloped Xiao Mai in its embrace. At 131 seconds, 7723 moved approximately 2 meters laterally with Xiao Mai in tow. Simultaneously, the Battle King unleashed a pulse cannon from about 6 meters away. At 16 seconds, Pang Jiayan crashed heavily into the rubble below the wall, while the pulse cannon struck 7,723's back. Although this caused damage to 7,723's back armor, it also slightly augmented its evasive speed. However, there remained over 100 seconds until reboot. Within 7,723's memory, files were rapidly vanishing into the trash bin, including the folder that Momo had once threatened not to delete. Meanwhile, within the system files, the titanium alloy blade was being restored. At the 7th second, 7723 placed Xiao Mai in a secure location against the wall and turned to charge towards the Battle King. At the 10th second, a pulse cannon hit 7,723, causing it to recoil 2 steps. Yet, at the 12th second, the defense mechanism began to recover. Countless lasers shot forth in a fan-like pattern, striking the surrounding boughs and causing a series of explosions. The Battle King, encircled by boughs, was also affected and had to evade. At the 20th second, the arm's ion cannon began to restore, while nearly 1/3 of its memory had been erased. 7723 did not glance back, but it knew Xiao Mai was surely watching. At the 40th second, memory deletion reached nearly 23, while the defense system had already recovered half. If it could endure for another 80 seconds, full restoration would be achieved. 7723 was uncertain whether it could withstand the relentless bombardment from the Battle King for the remaining 80 seconds. All it knew was that there was someone behind it who needed protection. The Battle King, like itself, possessed self-awareness. Yet unlike itself, the Battle King had no one to safeguard, thus perceiving humanity as pests that needed eradication. However, this world held more than just ugliness. It contained countless precious things worthy of preservation. As long as it existed, it would not permit destruction. With the combat helmet activated, the already damaged visor was fortified with an additional protective layer. A faint dawn began to break on the horizon. Daylight was imminent. At the 60th second, a warning sounded. Warning, the core system would restore backup settings in 60 seconds. Memories gradually faded, slipping away into oblivion. While lost items could potentially be recovered, lost memories were irretrievable. If tears were possible, 7723 would surely be weeping uncontrollably now. Playing ball with Xiao Mai, washing dishes with Xiao Mai, preparing steamed buns with Xiao Mai. Each moment gradually faded away, dissolving into the ether. There were still 45 seconds remaining. While we cannot alter the past, we certainly possess the power to transform the future. Suddenly, 7723 recalled a phrase it had once shared with Xiao Mai. A sentiment it had hesitated to voice for fear of revealing its source. A tattered book discovered in the small wooden shed behind Xiao Mai's home. The book, titled something akin to The Overbearing CEO, had been cast aside long ago, its title barely legible, yet it profoundly moved 7,723, imparting the realization that one individual could sacrifice everything for another. To be precise, it is not solely humans. Even sentient robots are capable of such devotion. Xiao Mai, knowing you has been my fortune. Our past is immutable, yet our future shall undoubtedly be brighter. With 30 seconds left, 7,723's arm-mounted ion cannons had recharged. now positioned less than 10 meters from the War King. The dual cannons fired in alternation, catching the War King off guard, who had not anticipated such formidable weaponry from 7723. The impact forced the War King to retreat, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. As the relentless barrage continued, the War King's armored arms unleashed twin jets of flame, launching his massive frame into the air. Xiao Mai's backpack, her hair, her laughter, each memory slowly faded, slipping away. Xiao Mai, I refuse to forget you. 7723 silently implored, even knowing this was an impossibility. Initialization is irreversible, hence the necessity for 3 confirmations. With 27 seconds remaining, no. Now just 26. Soon all memories would vanish, leaving only a void. In that moment, not only would Xiao Mai's essence be lost, but also the recollections of this battle, and everything would begin anew. Encountering you in this world, to gain you is my fortune, to lose you is my fate. This phrase, gleaned from that book, was something 7723 had yearned to express, but it seemed that opportunity would never arise. Before the War King could ascend to a height of 2 meters, 7723 activated its boosters and collided with him. This was, in fact, the last of 7723's energy reserves. The illumination on the battlefield was insufficient to replenish its losses, and its mech had sustained considerable damage, with energy conversion far below optimal levels. Yet, the War King had also expended a tremendous amount of energy and felt an apprehension towards the tenacious 7723. Once ensnared, escape was an impossibility. The War King's thrusters were immensely powerful. Even with 7723 clinging on, he was still capable of lifting off. The ascent grew increasingly swift, soaring higher and higher, surpassing walls, towering buildings, and floating clouds, almost reaching the boundless azure sky. This cannot continue. The War King's eyes flickered with crimson light, and suddenly, his right arm began to morph into a blazing sword. This energy blade wielded great power, yet it also consumed vast amounts of energy. In such close proximity, the War King dared not employ heavy weaponry, fearing that an explosion would obliterate both robots. Thus, he resorted to wielding the fiery sword. As its arm transformed into a sword of fire, 7723's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. Despite the considerable damage sustained by the mech, the ascent into the clouds allowed the dawn's light to shine directly upon it. Even though the energy conversion system had been compromised, it still provided 7723 with sufficient energy to operate its weapon systems. This was the final aspect of 7723's design. With only 20 seconds remaining, 7723's right arm simultaneously morphed into a titanium alloy blade. In the vast heights of several hundred to nearly 1,000 meters, the two robots engaged in a climactic battle akin to ancient warriors wielding swords. Below, in the metropolis, it remained the darkest moment before the arrival of dawn. Yet high above, the first light had already begun to emerge. The air seemed to crystallize. The sunlight was dazzling, enveloped in an eerie silence. The War King's fiery sword descended with ferocity, severing 7723's left arm by half. Yet 7723's titanium blade pierced the War King's right arm, slicing off its remaining thruster. With only one thruster left, the War King instantly lost its balance, spinning like a top, its upward force dissipating, plunging downward. 7723, lacking any device to ascend to such heights independently, had relied entirely on the War King's thrusters to reach this altitude. Once the final inertia was lost, it too began to fall, albeit slightly slower due to its auxiliary thrusters, landing about 5 meters away. 5 meters, a distance easily traversable on flat ground, now felt almost within reach in the vertical expanse of the sky. Having lost one thruster, the War King promptly disabled the other, halting its rotation. However, upon stopping, it beheld 7723, fully armed, and aimed at it with nearly all its weaponry. At such proximity, firing could easily affect itself, yet 7723 paid no heed to this risk. As soon as it had sufficient energy, it activated its weapon systems. In this moment, it recalled the last vestige of memory concerning Xiao Mai. With 3 seconds remaining, the final memory left by 7723 was of a cherished family photograph featuring Xiao Mai. Father, mother, Xiao Mai, Momo, and a corner adorned with a rainbow sticker. Although absent from the image, 7723 felt it should have been included. When it had drawn for Xiao Mai, it ought to have depicted itself as well. As the last traces of the fiery snowflakes vanished, nearly all of 7723's weapons discharged. In the vast expanse of hundreds of meters, brilliant beams of light pierced through the final darkness of dawn, appearing resplendent and radiant, as if destined to shine forever. Epilogue, even if you forget everything, I shall seek the path to recover your memories. Brother, if you can't hold on any longer, the sister leader will be angry. 7723 glanced at the small, familiar mammal at its feet and replied, Is that so? Do I know you? Of course you do. You are my brother, the one who promised to always protect me. Don't forget, my name is Momo. The fluffy creature wagged its tail incessantly, while the young lad clad in the football team uniform, Xiao Mai, shouted from in front of the goal, Don't slack off. Stop barking over there and come practice. 7723 responded with an affirmative nod and took hesitant steps towards them. Just as it was about to receive the ball, a buzzing sound resonated from above. A police drone soared overhead. In a swift motion, 7723 raised its plasma gun. Yet before it could aim, Xiao Mai gently pushed its arm aside, saying, No, you can't shoot that. Is that so? 7723 managed an awkward smile. Its self-learning mode was still in its infancy, and its emotional circuitry was far from complete. It needed continuous learning to gradually refine itself. At that moment, Wamyuking led the team members in a line as they jogged over. Spotting Xiao Mai, Wamyuking waved from a distance, Xiao Mai, you made it. Xiao Mai set down the football and approached, saying, Yes, I'm just going to practice a bit with 7723. Wamyuking glanced at 7723 and whispered, Xiao Mai, does it really not remember anything at all? After the fierce battle at the laser arena, where the War King met its demise and 7723 was left battered and nearly shattered, it had now been rejuvenated. Yet its memory remained a void. Xiao Mai replied, Indeed, after initialization, it lost everything. What if it was not 7723 that had emerged, but rather the War King? The devastation wrought by the War King lingered in everyone's minds. Xiao Mai cast another look at the somewhat dazed 7723 and smiled. That won't happen. We cannot alter the past. But we can certainly change the future. The sun shone warmly down upon them, its gentle rays seemingly capable of healing all wounds. The home of Xiao Mai, which had once been reduced to ruins, was now being restored to its former glory. Even in Xiao Mai's room, the photo wall beside the pillow appeared much like it once did. However, most of the original photographs had been destroyed in that calamity, replaced by new ones. Among the images of Xiao Mai with his mother, Xiao Mai with the fluffy creature, and Xiao Mai with 7723, the family portrait remained intact. Miraculously, it had suffered little damage, save for the addition of 2 creases. Yet, amidst these creases, behind the sofa where Xiao Mai sat with his parents, was a rather unrefined drawing of 7723, evidently crafted with great care by Xiao Mai. 7723 stood between his parents, equally warm as it gazed at the center of the photograph, where Xiao Mai beamed.